Welcome to Tyler Walker Romance. You're about to dive into one of Miss Tyler's free full audiobooks. She always knows how to make you forget your life with handsome alpha male billionaire heroes and sassy strong heroines who grab love with both hands. In order for this content to be free, we have to take out the dirty details. Otherwise, we risk disrupting this platform's rules and guidelines. Buy the unabridged version of any Tyler Walker audiobook from tylerwalker.com, and with code SAVE40, you can get 40% off any digital product at checkout. Take this moment to subscribe to the channel, and remember that liking and commenting is what makes these free full audiobooks possible. Thank you for choosing to treat yourself with Miss Tyler.
Chapter 1. Asher. I adjust my tie, scanning the room like a hawk searching for prey. This recruiting event is my chance to land a good coaching gig, and I'll be damned if I let it slip through my fingers. The air hums with chatter and the clink of glasses, a symphony of ambition and networking. Most of these scouts and managers I have already met. Though some had okay offers, the ones I really wanted weren't interested. I'm not going to leave empty-handed tonight. I continue my search of the room, looking for prospects. That's when I see her, standing out like a beacon in the sea of suits and forced smiles. She's a vision in a charcoal dress that rides the line between cocktail chic and boardroom ready. Her curly black hair frames a face that could launch 1,000 hockey pucks, and those green eyes, damn, they're magnetic. I watch her for a moment and realize that she's a scout herself. Even better. Now I have a reason to at least approach her and see what she has to offer. Before I know it, my feet are carrying me towards her. She notices my approach, those captivating eyes locking onto mine. Game on. Evening, I say, flashing my most disarming smile. I'm Asher, and you are? Wylie, she replies, her voice a perfect blend of honey and whiskey. What brings you to this den of desperation, Asher? I chuckle, appreciating her candor. Hunting for my next coaching gig. You? Oh, I'm just here for the free drinks, she quips, raising her glass with a mischievous glint in her eye. Nonsense, I call her out, grinning. A woman like you doesn't waste her time on watered-down cocktails and stale conversation unless she's got skin in the game. Wylie's eyebrows arch, a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Perceptive. I like that in a man. I've got other qualities you might like too, I counter, leaning in slightly. She laughs, a rich sound that holds my attention. I bet you do. But you're right. I'm not here for the ambience. My father owns a team. No kidding? Which one? The Daredevils, she says, a hint of pride in her voice. Small-town team in Forge. Ever heard of it? Can't say I have, I admit. But I'm suddenly very interested in learning more. About the team or about me? Wylie challenges, her gaze unwavering. I meet her eyes, feeling the spark of attraction crackle between us. Both. I lean in closer, drawn by the magnetic pull of Wylie's presence. Though I want to woo her, I do so while still getting down to business. So, tell me about this small-town team of yours. What makes the Daredevils so daring? Wylie's lips curl into a smirk. Well, for starters, we've got a knack for hiring coaches with more ego than sense. Ouch, I chuckle, placing a hand over my heart, and here I thought we were getting along so well. Oh, we are, she says, her green eyes sparkling with mischief. I'm just preparing you for what you're up against. Forge isn't exactly the big leagues. Who says I need the big leagues? I counter, surprising myself with how much I mean it. Sometimes the real challenge is in the unexpected places. Wylie raises an eyebrow. Is that so? And what unexpected challenges are you looking for? Well, for starters, a team I can help build is my own. And secondly, Conversation that keeps me on my toes. Gotta say, you're nailing that one. She laughs, a sound that makes the stuffy room feel suddenly alive. Glad to hear I'm exceeding expectations. It's a rare occurrence in my world. Now that I find hard to believe, I say, leaning against the bar. A woman like you? I bet you leave a trail of exceeded expectations wherever you go. Careful, Wylie warns, but her smile betrays her. Flattery will get you everywhere. That's the plan, I wink, enjoying our back and forth more than I have any conversation in years, just as I'm about to suggest we ditch this snooze fest for somewhere more interesting. A hand touches my shoulder. I turn to find myself face to face with an older man, his expression one of determination. Coach Asher Bronson, I presume? He says, his grip firm. Joe Griffith, I couldn't help but overhear you talking about my team. I straighten up, switching into professional mode. Mr. Griffith, pleasure to meet you. Your daughter was just giving me the inside scoop on the Daredevils. Joe's eyes flick to Wylie, then back to me. Was she now? Well, let me cut to the chase. We're in the market for a new coach, someone with fresh ideas and the guts to implement them. I've heard good things about you, Asher. How would you like to come down to Forge and show us what you've got? The offer catches me off guard. I glance at Wylie, but she's already melted into the crowd, leaving me alone with her father. A part of me wants to go after her, to finish our conversation, to see where this spark between us might lead. But the coach in me, the part that lives for the game, is intrigued by Joe's offer. After all, it is the reason why I'm here. That's quite an opportunity, Mr. Griffith, I say, my mind racing. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't interested. Joe nods, launching into a pitch about the team's potential and the challenges ahead. But I'm only half listening, my eyes scanning the room for a glimpse of Wylie's curls or the flash of her green eyes. Joe hands me his business card before walking away, telling me to think about it and to let him know within the coming week. I weigh my options. A small-town team could be the perfect stepping stone, a chance to prove myself. And if it means seeing more of this Wylie character, well, that's just an added bonus. I scan the crowd one last time, my eyes searching for that flash of green and those captivating curls. For a moment, I think I spot her. Asher, didn't expect to see you here, man. I turn, recognizing an old teammate. Hey, Rick. Yeah, just keeping my options open. We exchange a few pleasantries, but my mind's not in it. When I look back to where I thought I'd seen Wylie, she's gone. Vanished like smoke. I make my excuses and start weaving through the crowd. My eyes dart from face to face, but none of them are hers. The disappointment settles in my gut like a lead weight. As I reach the exit, the reality hits me. Wylie's gone. Left without a word, without a goodbye. It shouldn't affect me this much. I barely know her. Besides, I got an offer out of it. But yet, she still seems to keep my mind's attention. I step out into the cool night air, letting it clear my head. Joe's offer echoes in my mind. The Daredevils, Forge, a small-town team with big potential. And Wylie. Damn, I growl, running a hand through my hair. I can't take a job just to chase a woman. I'm not some horny teenager. I've had my fair share of conquests. It's not like I'm hurting for company. But she seems different. The way she held herself, confident and sexy as hell. Not trying too hard, just naturally magnetic. A woman who knows her worth and isn't afraid to show it. I flag down a cab, my mind busy with the events of the night. The job itself is intriguing, sure, but I'd be lying if I said the prospect of seeing Wylie again isn't a major draw. As the city lights blur past the window, I can't shake the image of her. Those green eyes, that sly smile, the way she kept me on my toes with every word. Where to? The cabbie asks, snapping me out of my thoughts. I give him my hotel's address, settling back into the seat. The recruiting event's energy has drained out of me, replaced by a restless curiosity. Wylie's abrupt departure only fuels my need for more. That's what this is really about. I hate feeling left unfulfilled. When I get to my hotel, I toss my key onto the counter with a clatter. The silence feels oppressive after the buzz of the recruiting event. I loosen my tie, my mind still pondering the job offer. I grab a beer from the mini-fridge, popping the cap off with practiced ease. The cold liquid does little to calm the fire in my veins. This isn't like me. I don't get hung up on women, especially ones I've just met. I pace the living room, Joe's business card burning a hole in my pocket. Get it together, Asher, I growl at myself. You're not some lovesick puppy. But the excitement builds, a potent mix of professional challenge and personal intrigue. I've never backed down from a challenge, and I'll be damned if I start now. Before I can talk myself out of it, I pull out my phone and dial Joe's number. Griffith, his gruff voice answers on the third ring. Mr. Griffith, it's Asher. About that coaching position. Decided we're worth a tryout? Actually, I want to accept the job, if the offer's still on the table. There's a pause, and for a moment, I think I've misread the situation. Then Joe chuckles. Well, hot damn. Welcome aboard, son. When can you start? We hash out the details, and by the time I hang up, it's settled. In 2 weeks, I'll be in Forge, ready to whip the daredevils into shape. I toss my phone onto the couch, a grin spreading across my face. This is it. My shot at the big time, even if it's starting in a small pond. I'll turn those daredevils into a force to be reckoned with. And if I happen to see more of Wylie in the process, then at least I know I'll like the view. I know getting involved with the boss's daughter is a recipe for disaster, but the memory of our banter, the spark between us, it's too intriguing to ignore. There's more to Wylie than meets the eye, and I'm itching to unravel her mysteries. As for Forge, I've got no clue what to expect. But that's half the fun. A new town, a new team, a new challenge. It's everything I've been looking for, wrapped up in one unexpected package. I drain my beer, my mind already strategizing plays and training regimens. But beneath it all, there's a current of anticipation, of possibility. Forge, here I come, ready or not.
Chapter 2. Wylie. I stand in the middle of the conference room, surrounded by a sea of papers and folders. My dad's voice echoes in my head, rattling off a list of tasks longer than my arm. Preparing for the new coach's arrival? More like preparing for the second coming. Wylie, did you hear me? Dad's voice crackles through the speakerphone. Yeah, Dad, I got it. Orientation packet, team roster, practice schedules. I trail off, my mind wandering to a pair of piercing blue eyes. And don't forget the local restaurant guide. I know. I cut him off, probably a bit too sharply. I've got it under control. As I hang up, my gaze drifts to the window. The memory of that night at the recruiting event floods back. Asher. Even his name gives me a little thrill. Get it together, Wylie. I mutter to myself, shaking my head. But it's no use. My mind's already there, reliving every moment. The way he'd sauntered up, confidence oozing from every pore. That crooked smile that was equal parts charm and challenge. And those eyes. God, those eyes. Like he could see right through me. Our banter had been effortless. Words flying back and forth like a well-practiced dance. He'd matched me quip for quip, never missing a beat. It was refreshing, exhilarating even. I remember thinking, finally, someone who can keep up. Then Dad had shown up, all business, and the spell broke. Suddenly, Asher wasn't just some gorgeous guy at a party. He was potential coach material, off limits. I bolted after that, letting my father finish the recruiting side of things. I couldn't stand there and watch my father turn our electric connection into a job interview. Now, as I sort through these mind-numbing documents, I can't help but feel a flutter of anticipation. Asher's coming here, to coach, to work with my father, It's professional. It's business. So why does my heart race at the thought of seeing him again? I pick up a team photo, studying the faces. You poor bastards, I mutter. You have no idea what's coming your way. Because if Asher brings even half the intensity to coaching that he brought to our conversation that night, this team is in for one hell of a ride, and honestly, so am I. I finally find the piece of paper I'm looking for, buried under a mountain of documents. It's the lease contract for one of the team-owned apartments. Asher's new home right next to mine. The irony isn't lost on me. Focus, Wylie, I mutter, shoving the contract into a folder with the rest of the paperwork. On my way out, I wave to Dad, who's deep in conversation on his phone, probably micromanaging some other aspect of the upcoming season. I roll my eyes, grateful for the escape. As I make my way to the apartments, my mind wanders. Asher, the man who'd set my pulse racing at that recruiting event, is about to be my neighbor, living under the same roof that connects my condo to his apartment. I take a deep breath, trying to push down the flutter in my stomach. Professional, I remind myself. Keep it professional. But as I unlock my condo door, another voice in my head whispers, "A little freshening up wouldn't hurt, though." Before I can talk myself out of it, I'm in my bedroom, letting my curls loose from their tight bun. They fall around my face, framing it in a way that always makes me feel more me. I slip out of my work clothes and into a casual dress. Nothing too fancy, but definitely an upgrade from my earlier outfit. As I spritz on a bit of perfume, I catch my reflection in the mirror. "What are you doing, girl?" I ask myself, shaking my head. Just then, a knock at the door sends my heart into overdrive. I freeze, perfume bottle still in hand. "Damn," I mutter. "He's here." I will my pulse to slow. It's just business, I remind myself, just another part of the job. But as I reach for the doorknob, I'm hit with the realization that this can go very smoothly or terribly awkward. I swing the door open and there he is. Asher. Those electric blue eyes lock onto mine, and for a moment, I forget how to breathe. His face breaks into a modest smile, but there's nothing modest about the effect it has on me. "Wylie," he says, his voice a low rumble. "Nice to see you again." I clear my throat, desperately grasping for my professional facade. "Asher." I shut my door behind me, folder under my arm. "Here, let me show you to your door." I walk quickly in front of him, needing the moment to collect myself. I rein in my pounding heart and turn with a smile before swinging the door open. "Welcome to your new home." The air between us is thick with the unspoken tension. His eyes say it all. I step aside to let him in. His shoulder brushes mine as he passes, and I have to suppress a shudder. "Right," I say, perhaps a bit too loudly. "Let's start the tour, shall we?" I lead him through the apartment, pointing out various features and amenities. All the while, I'm hyper-aware of his presence behind me, his gaze seemingly burning into my back. "And here's the kitchen," I say, gesturing to the sleek modern space, "where you'll be signing the lease." Asher leans against the counter, arms crossed. Eager to get rid of me already? I roll my eyes, but can't help the smile tugging at my lips. Just doing my job, coach. As I lay out the contract, I launch into my prepared spiel about ground rules and expectations, but with every word, I feel my resolve weakening. His presence is intoxicating, filling the room and making it hard to focus. "Any questions?" I ask, finishing my explanation. Asher's eyes glint mischievously. "Just one. Do these rules apply to impromptu dance parties? Because I've got some killer moves." I laugh despite myself. "I'd pay to see that." "Careful what you wish for?" He winks, and my heart does a little flip. As Asher bends over the contract, pen in hand, the reality of the situation hits me like a ton of bricks. He's going to be here, all the time, just a wall away from me. The thought sends a jolt of electricity through my body. Before I can process this revelation, there's a knock at the door. It swings open without waiting for a response, and in walks my father, Joe. "Asher, good to see you settled in," Dad booms, striding into the kitchen. I notice the paper in his hand and internally groan. Please, not another to-do list. "Wylie," Dad says, turning to me, "I've got a few things I need you to take care of." My jaw clenches as he hands me the list. Just as I feared, a litany of menial, micromanaged tasks. I force a smile. "Sure thing, Dad. I'll get right on it." As Dad launches into a conversation with Asher about the upcoming season, I catch Asher's eye. He quirks an eyebrow at me, a silent question in his gaze. I ignore Asher's questioning look, convincing myself I'd imagined it. My father's voice grates on my nerves, but I plaster on a smile. "If you'll excuse me," I say, my voice tight. "I have some errands to run." I slip out of Asher's apartment, my father's list clutched in my hand like a death sentence. The moment I'm in my own condo, the facade crumbles. I lean against the door, taking deep breaths to calm the storm brewing inside me. "Damn it, Dad," I mutter, glancing at the list. It's filled with trivial tasks, each one a reminder of his lack of faith in me. After everything I've done, everything I've sacrificed, he still treats me like an incompetent child. I grab my purse and keys, catching a glimpse of myself in the hallway mirror. My eyes are watery, threatening to spill over. I blink rapidly, willing the tears away. "Get it together," I whisper to my reflection. "You're stronger than this." As I open my door, I hear Asher's deep laugh mingling with my father's voice. The sound sends an unwelcome feeling through me. I shake it off, steeling myself. "It's just business," I remind myself as I stride towards my car. Asher's just another employee, nothing more. I slide into the driver's seat, gripping the steering wheel until my knuckles turn white. The attraction I feel, it's just biology, just my body reacting to a good-looking man. It doesn't mean anything. "Focus on the job, Wylie," I say aloud, starting the engine. "That's what matters, not some fleeting chemistry with a guy who's off limits, especially if you want your dad to take you seriously." As I pull out of the parking lot, I make a silent vow. I'll keep things professional. I'll build walls so high and thick that even Asher's piercing blue eyes can't penetrate them. I've worked too hard to let some inconvenient attraction derail everything. This is my life, my career. And no matter how sexy Asher is, no matter how much he makes me want to throw caution to the wind, I won't risk it all for a fling. "Time to get to work," I mutter, accelerating onto the main road. The list of tasks may be my father's way of keeping me under his thumb, but I'll tackle each one with the efficiency and resilience that's gotten me this far. He knows I can handle more than this, but then he couldn't micromanage me. I need to show him I can do this all without a hitch, just as the time before. And before, I mumble to myself. But maybe this time this will be it. Asher might be the new coach, but this is my turf. And I'll be damned if I let him or anyone else shake my foundation.
Chapter 3. Asher. I toss my duffel bag onto the bed, the soft thud echoing in the empty apartment. It's cozy, I'll give him that. Warm wood tones, plush carpet under my feet. Reminds me of... Damn, I mutter, running a hand through my hair. Wylie, again. She's been haunting my thoughts since that damn recruiting event. I unzip the bag, pulling out a handful of t-shirts. As I fold them, my mind wanders to earlier today. The way her face changed when her old man handed her that paper. Like a switch flipped. Wonder what that was all about, I say to the empty room. tossing the shirts into a drawer. I grab my toiletry bag and head to the bathroom. It's spotless, everything arranged just so. Wylie's touch, no doubt. I grin, imagining her fussing over every detail. Christ, I growl at my reflection. She's off limits. End of story. But even as I say it, I know it's nonsense. The image of her in that dress earlier floods my mind. Those curves, that silky skin. I splash cold water on my face, trying to shock some sense into myself. Keep it professional. You're here to coach, not chase tail. Back in the bedroom, I finish unpacking, my thoughts a jumbled mess of game strategies and green eyes. I flop onto the bed, staring at the ceiling. All right, game plan, I say, ticking off points on my fingers. 1, kick butts at coaching. 2, keep things strictly professional with Wylie. I sit up, determination coursing through me. I may not be able to pursue Wylie, but I can damn well make our interactions interesting. A smirk tugs at my lips as I imagine the verbal sparring matches to come in the morning on my first day there. I pull into the parking lot the next morning, killing the engine just as Wylie's sleek sedan rolls up next to me. She looks good. All business in a crisp white blouse and pencil skirt, her curls framing her face perfectly. Morning, I call out as we both step from our cars. Wylie nods, her face a mask of professionalism. Good morning, Coach. She sets off towards the building, her heels clicking rapidly on the pavement. I lengthen my stride, trying to catch up, but she's moving like she's got a damn rocket strapped to her back. Hey, slow down, Roadrunner, I joke, but she's already pushing through the doors. I shake my head, chuckling. She's trying so hard to keep her distance, it's almost... cute? Nah, that's not the right word. Sexy as hell, more like it. The locker room falls silent as I walk in. 20 pairs of eyes lock onto me, sizing me up. I can practically smell the skepticism rolling off them in waves. All right, listen up, I bark, crossing my arms. I know you're all wondering who I am and why I'm here. I'm Asher Bronson, your new coach. So, to you, I'm Coach Bronson. Why am I here? Simple, I'm here to win. A few of the guys exchange glances. I press on. You think you've been pushed before? Think again. Starting today, you're going to work harder than you ever have in your lives. You're going to hate me, curse me, probably want to punch me in the face. I pause, letting that sink in. Then I crack a grin. But when we're holding that championship trophy, you'll be thanking me. Now, get changed. Practice starts in 20. I turn on my heel and stride out, not waiting for a response. In the back office, I find Brandon and the team's trainer waiting. Gentlemen, I say, dropping into the chair behind the desk. Let's get to work. For the next hour, we dive deep into strategy. I lay out my vision for the team, my voice filled with authority and conviction. We're going to completely overhaul their training regimen, I explain, scribbling furiously on a whiteboard. More high-intensity interval training, less steady-state cardio. And we're going to focus on explosive power movements in the weight room. Brandon, my assistant coach, nods, scribbling notes. What about the playbook? I grin, feeling the excitement build. Oh, we're tearing that up and starting from scratch. These boys are about to learn a whole new way to play. The meeting has concluded, and I lean back in my chair, feeling pretty damn good about it. Brandon and the trainer file out, eager to put our plans into action. I'm about to grab my playbook when the door flies open and Wylie storms in like a hurricane in heels. I need to talk to you, she says, her voice sharp enough to cut glass. I raise an eyebrow, taking in her tense posture and the fire in those green eyes. All right, lay it out. She plants her hands on my desk, leaning forward. Are you the reason behind my father's degrading tasks? Whoa, hold up, I say, raising my hands. What the hell are you talking about? Don't play dumb, she snaps. The list of menial tasks my father gave me yesterday. Did you put him up to that? Realization dawns on me. That's why she looked ready to spit nails when Joe handed her that paper. I leaned forward, meeting her gaze head on. Wylie, I had no clue about any list. I'd never disrespect you like that, not even close. She searches my face, her eyes narrowing. You're serious? Dead serious. I nod. Look, I'm here to coach, not to micromanage anyone's job, especially not yours. Some of the tension leaves her shoulders, but I can see she's still skeptical. Then why would my father put some of those things that were on there? I don't know, I cut in, but it wasn't me. I respect you too much for that kind of nonsense. A flicker of surprise crosses her face. You respect me? Of course I do, I say, unable to keep frustration out of my voice. You're smart, capable, and from what I've seen, you run this place like a well-oiled machine. Why wouldn't I respect that? She opens her mouth to respond, but before she can, the door bursts open again. This time, it's the equipment manager, looking like he's seen a ghost. Coach, Miss Griffith, we've got a problem, he pants. The weight machines. They're all busted. Every single one. What? Wylie and I say in unison. I stand up, already moving towards the door. How the hell did that happen? The equipment manager shakes his head. No idea, sir. They were fine yesterday. I glance at Wylie, seeing my own concern mirrored in her eyes. We need to check this out. She nods. All business now. I'll call our supplier, see if we can get replacements ASAP. As we hurry down the hallway, I can't help but feel a spark of admiration. 1 minute, she's ready to tear me a new one. The next, she's jumping into problem-solving mode without missing a beat. We get to the equipment room where all of the machines are that are supposedly broken. We look then over and realize it actually isn't something we can fix. I gotta hand it to Wylie. She's a force of nature when things hit the fan. She is suggesting things left and right, each one sounding like it'll fix the problem, but unfortunately we can't do this on our own. It has to be the company that fixes the machines. I've got a line on some replacements, she says, phone pressed to her ear after we realize we can't do this ourselves. They can deliver tomorrow morning. Perfect, I nod. We'll need to get the team on a modified workout plan for today. Wylie hangs up and turns to me. Already on it. I've drafted up a bodyweight circuit we can run them through. I can't help but smirk. Damn, you don't mess around, do you? Can't afford to in this business, she shrugs, but I catch a small smile. We spend the next few hours coordinating the equipment swap for the weight machines, going old school with the workout regime along with juggling calls and rearranging schedules. It's a disaster, but we're making it work. Hey, I call out as we're wrapping up. We're short on pads from last year. Mind if we take a look at what we've got? Wylie nods, leading the way to the storage room. It's cramped, filled with shelves of gear and equipment. We start sorting through the mess, tossing aside old, worn-out pads. Christ, what did they do last year? Use these as chew toys, I mutter, holding up a particularly mangled shoulder pad. Wylie snorts. Wouldn't surprise me. The last coach wasn't exactly detail-oriented. Well, that's gonna change, I say, reaching for a wrench to tighten a loose bolt on one of the salvageable pads. Our hands brush as Wylie reaches for the same tool. It's like touching a live wire. Electricity zips up my arm, and for a second, I forget how to breathe. Our eyes lock, and I see the same shock mirrored in her face. We both pull back quickly, clearing our throats. Sorry, she mumbles, suddenly very interested in a helmet strap. No, my bad, I stammer, fumbling with the wrench. The air feels thick, charged. I try to focus, but all I can think about is the softness of her skin, the way her eyes widened when we touched. I think we've got enough to work with here, Wylie says, her voice a little higher than usual. I'll order some new ones just in case. Yeah, good call, I nod, not quite meeting her eyes. We finish up in awkward silence, the easy banter from earlier gone. As we leave the storage room, I can't shake the feeling that something shifted between us. Back in my office, I drop into my chair, running a hand over my face. Damn, I mutter. This job just got a whole lot more complicated. I came here to coach, to prove myself. But now I'm wondering if I want Wylie more than the job. And that's a dangerous thought.
This is it, baby. This is what you can get me that'll make me happy.
You know I'll get you whatever you want. All you need to do is ask me and I'll give it to you.
This ain't just it. This is everything I could ever want.
Now I'm curious. What does a strong, sassy woman like yourself want so badly?
Baby, you know what I want?
I can't wait to hear.
The Big Baddie Bundle from Tyler Walker. It has everything I need.
20 ebooks with over 1 million words of sassy romance and spice that'll keep you on your toes.
10 audiobooks containing over 60 hours of that seductive voice telling me naughty things all night long.
You don't need an audiobook for that, baby. Right here.
You may be fine and all, but no one tells it like the way Miss Tyler does. And I need her in my life.
The Big Baddie Bundle is everything you need. You can get it for 80% off.
Go to tylerwalker.com to browse the bundles that earn you the best deals.
It's time you treat yourself. Because you deserve it.
Escape your life with Miss Tyler. Chapter 4. Wylie. I storm into the coach room kitchen, my frustration bubbling over like an overheated kettle. The cabinet doors slam shut as I rummage for mugs, the sound echoing my irritation. I'm still pissed about what happened with the equipment yesterday. And then there's my father's goddamn list. I slam another cabinet and a shelf drops. Everything in this damn place is falling apart, and I'm left to pick up the pieces. Easy there, Tiger. What did those cabinets ever do to you? Asher's voice cuts through my internal rant. I whirl around, nearly spilling the coffee grounds. Oh, you think this is funny? He holds up his hands in mock surrender. Just trying to lighten the mood. Seems like someone woke up on the wrong side of the bed. Try the wrong side of a nightmare, I mutter, jabbing the power button on the coffee maker. Asher leans against the counter, his presence filling the small kitchen. Look, about yesterday's equipment fiasco. Don't. I cut him off, my voice sharp. I checked everything last week. It was fine then. Things break, Wylie. It's not your fault. I offer him a tight-lipped smile that doesn't reach my eyes. Right. Because random acts of equipment failure just happen to coincide with your arrival. The silence stretches between us, thick and uncomfortable. I can feel Asher's eyes on me as I pour coffee into 2 mugs. His fingers brush mine as he takes his cup, and I jerk back, remembering yesterday's accidental touch. So, he says, clearing his throat. What's on your agenda today? I take a sip of coffee, savoring the bitter warmth. Actually, I'm supposed to attend your first full team meeting, observe you with the players, see how you handle things as coach. Asher's eyebrows shoot up. Is that so? He downs the rest of his coffee in one gulp. Well then, you ready to see me in action? I set my mug down, meeting his gaze. Born ready. He grins, a challenge dancing in his eyes. Then let's go. I follow Asher onto the ice, the cold air nipping at my cheeks. The players are already suited up, their skates carving patterns into the pristine surface. I can't help but wonder if Asher's as smooth on the ice as he is off it. All right, gentlemen. Asher's voice booms across the rink. Let's get to work. I watch, intrigued, as he outlines his vision for the team. His words are bold, his strategy clear. The players lean in, hanging on every word. I've known most of these guys long enough to read their body language, and right now, they're all in. We're not just here to play. Asher's eyes are blazing with intensity. We're here to dominate. A ripple of excitement passes through the team. I feel it too, a grudging admiration building in my chest. Damn, he's good. As Asher wraps up the meeting, he catches my eye and shoots me a confident smile. My body responds traitorously, a rush of heat coursing through me. I shake it off, chalking it up to the universal appeal of competence. It's like women swooning over men who are good with kids, right? Asher skates over to me, his movements fluid and graceful. So how'd I do? I quirk an eyebrow. Not bad, coach. The team seems impressed. It's silent for a moment as I jot down some notes. I hope you know I had nothing to do with the equipment issue or whatever you think I did. I'm not out to sabotage you. I kinda need you on my side, you know, new coach and all. Asher says quietly, so the players skating by can't hear us. I take a deep breath, deep down knowing it's the truth. It just would be so much easier to be mad at him than allow myself to actually feel whatever I'm feeling about him. Finally, I let out a sigh and say, I know. His expression softens. Listen, about those tasks your father assigned you, I could lend a hand if you want. I blink, surprised by the offer. You don't have to do that. I know. He shrugs. But I want to. Besides, we need to get it done before the town event, right? I hesitate, then nod. All right. Thanks. As we work side by side, I start to see a different side of Asher. He's genuinely considerate, cracking jokes to lighten the mood, but never crossing the line into disrespect. You know, I say, sorting through a stack of papers, you're not half bad at this menial stuff. He chuckles. High praise indeed. I'll add it to my resume. I roll my eyes, but I can't help the smile tugging at my lips. Maybe I've misjudged him after all. Later that evening, I stride into the park, the soft fabric of my flowing pantsuit swishing against my skin. The tasks are done, and it's time to enjoy the evening of events. The air buzzes with excitement, laughter, and the smell of grilled food. Forge Day is in full swing, and I can't help but feel a twinge of pride at how our little town comes together. Wylie, over here. I spot Brandon, the assistant coach, waving at me from a picnic table. He's sitting with Asher and my father. I plaster on a smile and make my way over. Look who finally decided to grace us with her presence, my father says in a reproachful tone. Traffic was hell, I lie smoothly, sliding onto the bench next to Asher. What did I miss? Not much, Asher replies, his shoulder brushing mine. Just your dad, regaling us with stories of your childhood hockey mishaps. I groan as a booming voice cuts through the chatter. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for our annual Forge Day challenges. Challenges? Asher asks, raising an eyebrow. I nod, suppressing a smirk. Hope you're ready to get your hands dirty, coach. The first challenge is a 3-legged race. Somehow I end up paired with Asher, our legs tied together at the ankle. Ready to lose gracefully? I tease as we line up at the starting line. Asher grins, all confidence and charm. Sweetheart, I don't lose. Period. The whistle blows and we're off. It's a disaster. Left, damn it! Asher hisses. Your left or my left? They're the same left. Somehow, we find our rhythm. We're laughing as we cross the finish line, breathless and victorious. Asher's arm is around my waist, steadying me, and I'm hit with a jolt of awareness that has nothing to do with the race. The day progresses in a string of activities. We bob for apples. Asher emerges triumphant, water dripping from his stupidly perfect jawline. Compete in a pie-eating contest, which I win, much to his chagrin, and take on the locals in a heated game of tug-of-war. Throughout it all, I can't help but notice how effortlessly Asher fits in. He chats with the townspeople, genuinely interested in their stories. He high-fives the kids, cracking jokes that have them giggling. And when he talks about the team, His eyes light up with passion. You know, you're not half bad at this small town stuff. Asher chuckles, wiping sweat from his brow. What can I say? Forge grows on you. I study him, curiosity getting the better of me. Why'd you really take this job? I mean, no offense, but coaching the Daredevils isn't exactly a fast track to the big leagues. He's quiet for a moment, his gaze thoughtful. Sometimes you need to step back to move forward. This team, this town, there's potential here. I want to be part of building something great. His sincerity catches me off guard. I open my mouth to respond, but I'm cut off by the sound of music starting up. Looks like the dancing's about to start, Asher says, a mischievous glint in his eye. He holds out his hand. Care to show these folks how it's done? I hesitate. This is dangerous territory, but as I look at Asher, really look at him, I realize I'm in trouble, because despite my best efforts, I'm starting to see him as more than just the cocky new coach. I'm starting to see him as someone I could fall for. I quickly shake my head, taking a step back from Asher's outstretched hand. I'm not much of a dancer. I lie. You go ahead, though. Asher's eyebrows raise slightly, but he doesn't push. All right, your loss, he says with a shrug. How about I grab us some drinks instead? I nod, grateful for the distraction. Sounds good. As Asher heads towards the drink booth, I let out a shaky breath. What the hell am I doing? I can't let myself get carried away like this. It's bad enough that I have to be around him constantly now, at home and at work. I watch as Asher chats with Brandon, beers in hand. He's laughing at something Brandon said, his whole face lighting up. It's disarming. I've always prided myself on being able to read people, to spot a liar or a fake from a mile away. But Asher, he's genuinely enjoying himself. Here you go, Asher says, returning with our drinks. His fingers brush mine as he hands me the beer, making goosebumps erupt. Thanks, I manage, taking a long swig to steady myself. So Brandon was just telling me about the time you organized a surprise birthday party for your dad, Asher says, his eyes twinkling with amusement. Apparently, it involved a mariachi band and a life-sized cardboard cutout of Wayne Gretzky. I groan. God, I thought I'd managed to bury that memory. Are you kidding? It's brilliant. Asher laughs. As we fall into easy conversation, I feel my initial resentment towards Asher softening. He's not just the cocky coach I first pegged him as. He's more, and that realization terrifies me. You okay? Asher asks, his voice cutting through my thoughts. I force a smile. Yeah, I'm good. Just thinking about all the work we still have to do. Asher nods, his expression turning serious. About that. I wanted to thank you for all your help. I know it can't be easy, having to deal with your dad's expectations on top of everything else. His sincerity catches me off guard. Thanks, I say softly. And thanks for pitching in. You didn't have to do that. Hey, we're a team, right? Asher says, bumping his shoulder against mine playfully. Part of me hopes I'm reading the situation wrong, that this growing attraction is all in my head. But another part, a part I'm trying desperately to ignore, is saying it's not.
Chapter 5. Asher. I hit the ice, the cold air whipping against my face as I skate alongside my players. The whistle between my lips feels like an extension of myself, ready to direct and guide at a moment's notice. This is where I belong, where I thrive. All right, boys. Let's run through that new formation again. Remember, it's all about speed and precision, I bark out, my voice echoing across the rink. The players fall into line, their skates carving intricate patterns. I watch with a critical eye, excitement building. This is more than just a game, it's what pumps life into me. Jenkins, tighten up that defense. Martinez, I want to see more aggression on that offensive push. As I bark out orders, something catches my eye. Wylie's standing at the sidelines, her green eyes fixed on the practice. I want to skate over with a reason to chat. Maybe slide in some sexually charged comments, but I can't let her distract me. Not now. But damn, it's hard to ignore her presence. I find myself pushing harder, skating faster around my players as I yell different commands and plays. I'm determined to show her what I'm made of. It's not just about impressing the team anymore. It's about proving myself to her. All right, let's run it again! I shout, blowing my whistle. The players respond immediately, their movements more fluid, more cohesive. I can feel the energy on the ice, the raw potential just waiting to be unleashed. This is what I live for. As practice winds down, I catch Wylie slipping away from the rink. Frustration bubbles up inside me. Why does she always do that? It only makes me want to chase her more. I head to the showers, grateful for the privacy. The hot water helps clear my head, but I can't stop thoughts of Wylie. Her silent assessment, her quick exits, it's all driving me crazy. Dressed and ready to leave, I push open the glass doors of the rink, and there she is heading out to the parking lot. I quicken my pace to try and catch up so I can use the lines I was saving earlier from practice. But when I get to her, a sudden downpour starts. Wylie lets out a shriek as we are suddenly drenched and duck for cover under a tree that's halfway between the building and our cars. Well, this is cozy, I say, breaking the silence. Nothing like being trapped by a monsoon after a long day of practice. Wylie's lips quirk up slightly. At least we're drier here. An idea strikes me. For now, I say with a mischievous grin. She eyes me suspiciously. Race you to the cars, I challenge, wiggling my eyebrows. Wylie scoffs. In this downpour, are you insane? Scared of a little water, I tease, knowing full well she can't resist a challenge. You wish, she retorts, but I can see the spark of interest in her eyes. Come on, I goad. First one to their car wins. Loser buys dinner. She hesitates for a moment, then a slow smile spreads across her face. You're on. We position ourselves at the door, tension building as we prepare to sprint. On 3, I say. 1, 2. I bolt out the door before saying 3, hearing Wylie's indignant, "Hey!" behind me as she gives chase. The rain is relentless, soaking through my clothes in seconds. I can hear Wylie's laughter as she gains on me, the sound light and carefree. It's a stark contrast to the tension that's been between us, and it fuels me to run faster. I glance back, catching sight of her. Her curls are plastered to her face, but her eyes are alight with joy. She's gaining on me, her competitive spirit in full force. Cheater, she yells, but there's no real heat in her words. We're neck and neck as we approach the cars. I put on a final burst of speed, my hand slapping against my car door just seconds before hers. Wylie leans against her car, breathless and laughing. I can't help but laugh with her. The tension that's been hanging between us seems to have washed away with the rain. We're both soaked to the bone, but I've never felt lighter. Race you home? I suggest, already moving towards my car door. Wylie grins, a challenge in her eyes. We jump into our respective cars, engines roaring to life. As we pull out of the parking lot, I can see Wylie in my rearview mirror, a determined set to her jaw. The drive home is a blur of windshield wipers and strategic lane changes. We pull into our driveways almost simultaneously, and I can hear Wylie's triumphant, "Yes!" as she beats me by a hair. "See ya, loser!" she calls out as she dashes inside to avoid getting wetter. I just grin as I make my way into my own place. After a quick shower and change into dry clothes, I flop onto my couch, debating between cooking dinner or ordering in. A cold beer sounds perfect right about now. As I stand to head to the fridge, there's a knock at my door. Curious, I open it to find Wylie standing there, a smile on her face. Her yoga pants hug every curve, and that tied-up t-shirt is doing things to my imagination. I could get used to this sight every morning. I was joking about dinner, you know, I say, trying to keep my eyes on her face. She pushes past me, her shampoo hitting me like a freight train. I know you weren't serious, but I also know you're probably going to order in or nuke some sad TV dinner. Might as well have real food if you're staying in. Her eyes rake over my shorts and ripped t-shirt. Safe to assume you weren't planning on going anywhere tonight? I follow her into my kitchen, enjoying the view. So, what's on the menu? I ask, leaning against the counter. She starts unpacking her bag. Chicken Alfredo with a basil salad. And before you ask, no, I don't want your help. Oh, come on. I'm not completely useless in the kitchen. Fine. You can chop the basil. Think you can handle that without losing a finger? As we prep, Wylie asks, "How'd you end up in hockey?" I chuckle, remembering. Funny story, actually. I was this scrawny kid who couldn't skate to save his life. But I had a mouth on me, always yelling strategies from the sidelines. One day, my coach got so fed up, he threw me some gear and said, "If you're so smart, why don't you show us how it's done?" Wylie laughs, the sound warming me more than any beer could. And I fell about 100 times. But I kept getting up, kept trying. Eventually, I got good enough to play. But I never lost that strategic mind. Coaching just felt natural. "Do you enjoy coaching or playing more?" she asks, grabbing a fork as we sit down to eat, our dinner finally complete. I shrug. It depends on the day, I think. But watching what I'm putting the guys through, I'd say coaching. I chuckle. We talk about what we enjoy about our careers and why we chose them, more in depth than the random truth spills we have had. Getting to know how much she actually enjoys the game and knows the hockey slang I use is refreshing. Hell, getting to know her is refreshing. After dinner, I clean up the kitchen, insisting she relax. I call out, "Beer or wine?" "Wine, please," she replies. I pour her a glass and grab another beer for myself, joining her at the table. The easy banter between us feels different now, charged with the same energy from the recruiting event. I do my best to ignore it and focus on the stories we share. As the night wears on, our conversation takes a deeper turn. Wylie's eyes, usually so bright and challenging, now hold a vulnerability that tugs at something in my chest. "It's just my dad," she sighs, swirling the wine in her glass after I ask her why she was so riled up the other day. Sometimes I feel like nothing I do is good enough for him, or for the team. I lean forward, my elbows on my knees. Hey, I get it. The pressure's a brat, isn't it? She looks up, surprise flickering across her face. "You feel it too?" "Yeah, I do," I admit. It's like they think I can wave a magic hockey stick and suddenly we're Stanley Cup material. We sit in comfortable silence for a moment, the weight of our shared fears and dreams hanging in the air between us. As I watch her, illuminated by the soft kitchen light, I realize I've never felt this connected to someone before. It's new territory and it's terrifying. Finally, Wylie stands, stretching. I should probably head home. It's getting late. I nod, trying to ignore the disappointment settling in my gut. "Yeah, of course. Let me walk you to the door." At the threshold, we pause. Wylie turns to me, her green eyes searching my face. "Thanks for tonight, Asher. It was nice." "Anytime," I reply, my voice rougher than I intended. She hesitates for a moment, then gives me a small smile before slipping out into the night. I watch her go, fighting the urge to call her back. Closing the door, I lean against it, exhaling heavily. I drag myself to bed, but sleep eludes me. My mind keeps replaying every moment of the evening. The way Wylie's eyes lit up when she laughed, the soft curve of her neck as she tilted her head back, the warmth of her hand when it accidentally brushed mine. I groan, rolling onto my back and staring at the ceiling. This is bad. I've always prided myself on my focus, on keeping my eye on the prize. But now all I can think about is Wylie. It's more than just attraction. though God knows there's plenty of that. It's the way she challenges me, the fire in her eyes when she disagrees with me. It's the vulnerability she showed tonight, trusting me with her fears and insecurities. I've never wanted someone like this before. The professional part of my brain is screaming at me to back off, to remember the complications, the risks. But I want Wylie, bad, and I'm not used to denying myself what I want.
Chapter 6. Wylie. I wake up with a smile on my face, the warmth of last night's conversation with Asher still lingering. It feels good. Too good. Guilt creeps in as I remember my resolve to keep things professional. I rub my eyes. It was just dinner and talk. We can be friends, right? I scoff at my own suggestion. Who am I kidding? I want more than friendship. And that's exactly why I need to keep my distance. The complications, especially with Dad involved, aren't worth it. My phone buzzes. Speak of the devil. Wylie, I need you to come in early today. We need to talk. Dad's tone is clipped, businesslike. I hope this means he's finally trusting me with something substantial. I've been running things smoothly since taking over as manager. Maybe he's noticed. I shower quickly, my mind racing. By the time I reach the training facility, I'm a bundle of nerves and excitement. Dad's office door is closed. I knock, straightening my jacket. "Come in," he calls. I step inside, greeted by the familiar scent of leather and coffee. Dad's behind his desk, glasses perched on his nose as he studies some papers. I take a seat. Dad's still engrossed in his papers, barely glancing up. "So how are things going?" he asks, his tone distracted. I launch into a detailed report, hoping to impress him. Practice is running smoothly. Asher's new training regimes are showing promise. The team's morale is up, and we're seeing improvements in... Dad nods, still not looking at me. I continue undeterred. We've also streamlined our equipment management, which should cut costs by... That's good, he interrupts, finally meeting my eyes. I've got something else that needs your attention. My pulse quickens. This is it. What is it? A new event? Scheduling? He shakes his head. We need to get those loyalty fan packages out. I need you to stuff all the envelopes today. Tickets, brochures, shirts, hats, coupons, the works. They need to ship tomorrow. My excitement deflates like a punctured balloon. Stuffing envelopes? But Dad, Oh, and if there's an extra shirt, you can keep it, he adds, like he's doing me a favor. I bite my tongue, tasting bitter disappointment. Right. Thanks. That'll be all. He dismisses me, already back to his papers. I stand, my legs stiff. I'll get right on it, I manage, my voice tight. As I turn to leave, I can't help but ask, Dad, don't you think I'm ready for more responsibility? I've been doing this for years. He looks up surprised. Wylie, this is important. Our fans are the lifeblood of the team. I know, but no buts. This needs to be done, and I trust you to do it right. I nod, swallowing my frustration. Fine, I'll take care of it. I storm out of his office, my mind a chaotic ride of anger and disappointment. Rounding the corner, I collide with a solid chest. Whoa there, firecracker, Asher's deep voice rumbles. His hands steady me, sending an unwelcome jolt through my body. I step back, crossing my arms. Not now. His eyebrows shoot up. Rough meeting with the boss. You could say that, I mutter, trying to sidestep him. He blocks my path, his blue eyes searching mine. Want to talk about it? For a moment, I'm tempted. But no, I can't let my guard down, not with him. I've got work to do. Apparently, I'm head of envelope stuffing now. Asher winces. Ouch! Need a hand? I've got it, I snap, immediately regretting my tone. Sorry, I need to handle this myself. He nods, understanding in his eyes. All right, but if you change your mind. I won't, I say, finally managing to squeeze past him. As I walk away, I can feel his gaze on my back, and I hate how much I want to turn around. I storm into my office, ready to unleash my frustration on the innocent stacks of envelopes waiting on my desk. My fingers twitch, itching to sweep everything onto the floor in a dramatic display of rebellion. But before I can indulge in that fleeting satisfaction, a knock at the door interrupts my tantrum. Looks like you could use a hand, Asher says, leaning against the doorframe with an easy smile. I narrow my eyes. I thought I made it clear I didn't need help. He shrugs, stepping into the office. Maybe, but I've got an easy day, and you'd be dumb to refuse free labor. I bite my lip, weighing my options. Pride tells me to kick him out, but practicality wins. Fine. Grab a chair. We settle into a rhythm, stuffing envelopes with practiced efficiency. The silence stretches between us until Asher breaks it. So tell me about growing up with Joe Griffith as your old man. I snort. It's been just me and Dad for a long time. Hockey isn't just a sport for him, it's oxygen. And for you? He asks, his blue eyes curious. Same, I admit. I always thought I'd take over someday, make him proud, but with tasks like this, I gesture at the envelopes. Asher's hand brushes mine as we reach for the same stack. Hey, everyone starts somewhere. You're learning every aspect of the business. That's valuable. His words soothe my bruised ego. What about you? I don't even know how you ended up in coaching. He leans back, a faraway look in his eyes. Grew up in a small town, not unlike this one. Hockey was my ticket out, and I did really well until I got injured. And since my old coach is what made me tough it out and become what I was, I decided that coaching was the next best thing. I'm sorry, I say, meaning it. For what? He asks, genuinely confused. For your injury. He shakes his head. Don't be. It led me here, didn't it? Our eyes lock, and suddenly the air feels charged. I clear my throat, breaking the moment. We should get back to work. As if on cue, my phone buzzes. It's Dad with another task. Great, I groan. Now we have to scan obituaries to make sure none of our season ticket holders have died. Asher raises an eyebrow. Morbid, but smart business. Come on, I'll help with that too. As we work side by side, I can't help but steal glances at him. His focus, his willingness to help, it's attractive. No, more than that. It's admirable. You know, he says, catching me looking, you're going to make one hell of a team owner someday. The sincerity in his voice makes my heart skip. You think so? I know so, he says, his hand resting on mine for a moment longer than necessary. I pull away, reminding myself of the complications, the risks. But as we continue working, exchanging loaded glances and brushing against each other, I realize it's getting harder to ignore the chemistry between us. No matter how hard I try to push it down, it keeps bubbling to the surface, as persistent as Asher himself. You okay? You seem a bit distracted. I swallow hard. I'm fine, just thinking about work stuff. Work stuff, huh? He raises an eyebrow, clearly not buying it. Like what? Oh, you know. I wave my hand vaguely. Team strategies, budget reports, the usual thrilling stuff. Asher chuckles, the sound vibrating through me. Right, because budget reports always make you blush like that. I'm not blushing, I protest, even as I feel the heat rising in my cheeks. It's just, Warm in here. Sure it is, he says, his voice teasing. Maybe we should open a window? I stand up abruptly, needing to put some distance between us. No, it's fine. I'll just get some water. Want some? I'm good, he says, his eyes following me as I move to the water cooler. But feel free to cool off as much as you need. I take a long drink, using the moment to collect myself. This is ridiculous. I'm a professional. I can't let my feelings for Asher cloud my judgment. There's too much at stake. My father's trust, my reputation, the team's success. And yet, Asher's voice breaks into my thoughts. I've been thinking about what you said earlier, about your dad and taking over the team someday. I turn back to him, curious despite myself. What about it? He leans back in his chair, fixing me with an intense gaze. I meant what I said about you being good at it. You might be better than your old man, even. His words send a thrill through me, both from the compliment and the casual way he talks about my father. You can't say things like that, I warn him, even as a smile tugs at my lips. Why not? It's the truth. He stands up, closing the distance between us. You've got vision, Wylie, and heart. This team needs that. I look up at him, suddenly very aware of how close we are. Asher, we should finish up here. It's getting late. We work in tense silence for the next few minutes, the air thick with unspoken words. As soon as the last name is checked, I stand up, eager to put some space between us. Thanks for your help, I say, ushering him towards the door. I'll see you tomorrow. Asher pauses at the threshold, his eyes searching mine. Wylie. Good night, Asher, I say firmly, closing the door before he can say anything else. I lean against the closed door, my heart pounding. I need this distance, this space to think clearly. In order to do that, I can't be around Asher.
Chapter 7. Asher. I'm sitting in my office, staring at the playbook, but not really seeing it. My mind's somewhere else entirely. It's been days since I've had a real conversation with Wylie. We've been busy, but since dinner, she seems to have been going out of her way to be extra busy. The sound of footsteps in the hallway makes my head snap up, hoping it's her. A soft knock on the door. Come in, I call out, trying to keep my voice neutral. The door opens, and there she is. Damn, she's a sexy woman. Hey, she says, a small smile playing on her lips. Got a minute? For you? Always. The words are out before I can stop them. Damn. So much for playing it cool. She steps into the office, only enough to let the door rest against her back. I was wondering if you're planning on going to the community outreach event tomorrow. I lean back in my chair, trying to look relaxed. Heard the players mention it, but I'm not sure what it is. Care to fill me in? Wylie remains at the door, but I still catch a whiff of her perfume. It's intoxicating. It's this big thing the town does every year. Dad thinks you should go, and... She pauses, those green eyes meeting mine. He wants me to accompany you. A whole day with Wylie? And it's mandatory? Hell yes. Sounds important, I say, keeping my voice steady. What's it all about? It's a chance for you to understand the community better, meet the people, see what makes this town tick. More on the business side of things compared to Forge Days. It also may help us snag the sponsorship we need from one of the big local businesses. She tilts her head, studying me. You in? I grin. Wouldn't miss it. What time should I be ready? We'll leave at 10. It's an all-day thing, so prepare yourself. I'll drive, I offer, already imagining her in the passenger seat of my car. She nods, sliding out of the door. Sounds good. See you in the morning, coach. As she reaches the door, I can't help myself. Hey, Wylie. She turns, eyebrow raised. It's good to see you, I say softly. Something flashes in her eyes. Surprise? Pleasure. Before she gives me a quick smile and slips out the door. I lean back in my chair, grinning like an idiot. Tomorrow can't come fast enough. And I was right. The rest of the day and into the early hours of the morning dragged on. Finally, it's 9:45 a.m., and I'm out my door and onto Wylie's. I knock. When she opens it, I'm struck by how effortlessly beautiful she looks in casual clothes. Ready for a day of community service? I ask, grinning. She rolls her eyes, but I catch the hint of a smile. As we drive to the event, I can't help but steal glances at her. The sunlight catches her curls, making them shine. It makes it hard to watch the road. At the event, we're thrown right into it. We man a booth for the local animal shelter. Wylie's laugh rings out as we talk to locals. I never noticed how pleasant it sounds. You're not half bad at this, Coach, she teases as a mom takes a happy kiddo away with the promise of looking at the animals the shelter has tomorrow. I wink at her. I've got moves you haven't seen yet. For a moment her professional facade slips, and I see a flash of something in her eyes, but then it's gone, replaced by her usual cool demeanor. It's a good day overall. We make introductions, get free food, and nail the sponsorship from the big grocery chain Wylie was hoping for. We're about to tackle the dunk tank, for a good cause, of course, when my phone rings. It's our team doctor. Damn, I mutter, answering the call. As I listen to the news about our left defense, Ryan's injury, I feel the weight of responsibility settle on my shoulders. Wylie notices my expression change and steps closer, concern etched on her face. I hang up and turn to her. Ryan's out, fractured ankle. This changes everything. To my surprise, Wylie doesn't miss a beat. What do you need? Her readiness to help catches me off guard. We need to rework our entire strategy. This could take all night. She nods, determination in her eyes. Let's go. The rest of the staff can handle this. I'll let Dad know as well. As we drive back to the office, Wylie's on the phone with her father, handling the situation with grace and authority. I'm impressed by her composure. In the office, we dive into work. Wylie's insights are sharp, her suggestions invaluable. As the night wears on, I find myself relying on her more and more. What if we move Johnson to left defense? She suggests, leaning over the whiteboard. I consider it, then nod. That could work. We'd need to adjust our offensive strategy, but... We bounce ideas back and forth, the energy between us electric. Hours fly by, and I'm struck by how in sync we are. I catch her stifling a yawn. You don't have to stay, I say softly. I can handle this. Wylie shakes her head, her eyes meeting mine. No, I've got this. We're almost there anyway. I stretch and rub my eyes. All right. We've made some serious headway here. What do you say we take a break? Maybe grab some coffee at least? Wylie stretches, her shirt riding up slightly. I force my eyes away. Coffee sounds perfect right now. But where? Everything's closed at this hour. There's got to be a 24-hour diner around here somewhere, I say, standing up. Wylie smiles and says, I know just the place. We end up at a small, neon-lit diner on the outskirts of town. It's nearly empty, save for a sleepy-eyed waitress behind the counter. We slide into a booth, the vinyl seats squeaking beneath us. 2 black coffees, please, I call out to the waitress. She nods, barely looking up from her phone. Wylie's eyes roam the place, a soft smile forming. You know, my mom used to bring me here for ice cream when I was a kid. It's the first time she's mentioned her mom. I tread carefully, not wanting to push. Yeah. Bet you were a handful, all hopped up on sugar. She laughs, a genuine sound that makes my heart skip. Oh, you have no idea. I'd be bouncing off the walls for hours. Our coffees arrive and we fall into conversation. Feels less like a late-night coffee run and more like... A date. The thought thrills me. So, Wylie says, leaning forward, surely you had better offers than this small-town team. I shrug, taking a sip of my coffee. Sometimes the biggest challenges come in the smallest packages. Plus, I had a good feeling about this place. A good feeling, huh? She raises an eyebrow. That wouldn't have anything to do with a certain recruiting event, would it? I smirk. Maybe. But I'd say it's working out pretty well so far. We talk for quite a while, sharing stories and laughing over shared experiences. I find myself opening up in a way I never have before. There's something about Wylie that makes me want to be real, to drop the tough guy act. You know, I say during a lull in the conversation, I've never really talked to anyone like this before. It's nice. Wylie's eyes soften. Yeah, it is. Finally, as the first hints of dawn start to creep through the hout of windows, we decide to call it a night. We should probably head back, Wylie says, stifling a yawn. We've got a long day ahead of us. I nod, throwing some bills on the table. Yeah, you're right. Let's go home. The drive back is quiet, but comfortable. As I pull up to our building, I can't help but feel a twinge of disappointment that the night is over. Thank you for the coffee, Wylie says softly as she closes the car door. Anytime. I smile, trying to stop myself from inviting her over for more. Get some sleep and we'll touch base later. She offers a half wave as she disappears into her condo rather quickly. I drag myself into my room, my body screaming for sleep, but my mind still buzzing. What a night. I strip down to my boxers and collapse onto the bed, staring at the ceiling. The clock on my nightstand blinks 4:30 a.m. I've got maybe 3 hours before I need to be up and at home. But sleep? Yeah, that's not happening. All I can think about is Wylie. Her laugh, her sharp mind, the way she leaned over that whiteboard, all focus and fire. Jesus, I'm in deep. I roll over, punching my pillow. This is dangerous territory. She's the owner's daughter, for Christ's sake. One wrong move, and I could kiss this job goodbye. But then I remember how it felt working with her tonight. The energy, the connection. We make a damn good team. Damn! I groan, sitting up. I need this job. It's my shot at proving myself, at building something real. But Wylie, she makes me want to risk it all. I get up, pacing the room. My career or my heart. It shouldn't even be a question. But here I am, torn between what I've always wanted professionally and what I never knew I needed personally. The first rays of sunlight start to peek through the curtains. I realize two things. One, there's no getting away from Wylie. She's embedded herself in both my professional and personal life. And two, I don't want to get away from her.
He's the mysterious man I had a fling with last night, and it turns out he's my dad's new boss.
I was getting IVF, but the donor came in and wanted his stuff back. It was too late. Now we're stuck together and I'm having his baby.
Ready to dive into a world where passion meets intrigue, where love knows no bounds.
If I don't find a woman to marry in the next 24 hours, then my entire company is going to be taken from me. There's only one woman I can ask, but she hates me because I ruined her father.
Introducing the Escape Your Life with Romance Book Bundle by Amazon best-selling author Tyler Walker, a collection of 100 standalone romances that promise to sweep you off your feet.
And the best part?
Get 90% off on the whole bundle, baby.
For $99.99, you'll get over 800 hours of pure romance with strong alpha males and sassy women who don't back down.
They can pass all the tariffs they want, ladies. But you won't find this deal for 100 audiobooks for less than $1 each anywhere else.
90 cents per book for all the dirty fun I can handle? How could I say no to that?
Visit TylaWalker.com to grab this bundle today.
Get ready to escape your life.
With Miss Tyla. Chapter 8. Wylie. I bury myself in paperwork, determined to keep my mind off Asher. The stack of forms on my desk grows taller by the hour, a physical manifestation of my resolve to stay professional. But as I flip through player contracts, my eyes catch on his name. Asher. My heart skips a beat. I've spent the last couple of weeks avoiding him like the plague, throwing myself into work, keeping sponsors happy, making sure players stay healthy, running logistics, anything to keep busy. But every time I see him, even from afar, it's like a jolt of electricity. My mind wanders, entertaining a ridiculous thought. Maybe if I just slept with him, got it out of my system. Knock, knock. I nearly jump out of my skin. Asher's standing in the doorway, 2 steaming cups of coffee in hand. My face feels hot as I try to banish my previous thoughts. Jesus, you scared me, I say, trying to sound annoyed rather than flustered. He grins, stepping into my office. Sorry about that. Thought you could use a pick-me-up. He sets one of the cups on my desk. I know you've been busy, and I've been on the road with the team. Gotta say, I need to talk to someone with an actual vocabulary before my brain turns to mush. I can't help but smile at the backhanded compliment. The players aren't that bad. No, but they're not you, he says, leaning against my desk. So what's been going on? Need any help? I eye the mountain of folders beside me. Well, if you're really that desperate for intellectual stimulation, you're welcome to alphabetize these player folders. Challenge accepted, he says, grabbing a stack. As he works, we fall into easy conversation, just as we have every time we're together. The words flow effortlessly between us, and I find myself relaxing despite my better judgment. Damn it. I can't help but notice the way his fingers move deftly through the folders, or how his eyes crinkle at the corners when he laughs at one of my jokes. It's all risky and teenagerous, and I know it, but I can't seem to help myself. The more time I spend with Asher, the harder it becomes to maintain that professional distance I've been clinging to. All done, he announces after a while, setting the last folder down. Anything else? I'm disappointed that he's leaving so soon. Wait, no, I should be relieved. He heads for the door, then turns back with a wicked grin. See you this weekend at the Forge Festival. My eyes widen. I'd completely forgotten about that. I wake up on Saturday morning with dread and anxiety churning in my stomach. The Forge Festival. How could I have forgotten? As I pull on my jeans and a festive red top, I can't help but think about seeing Asher there. And your father as well, I remind myself. I am a professional. I can do this. The festival grounds are already buzzing when I arrive. Kids are shrieking with joy on the rides. The smell of funnel cakes and barbecue fills the air, and everywhere I look, there's red, white, and blue bunting. Wylie, I hear Asher's voice before I see him. He's jogging towards me, looking unfairly good in a tight t-shirt and jeans. Ready for some flag football? I groan. Don't remind me. I haven't played since high school. He grins. Don't worry, I'll go easy on you. Like hell you will, I retort, following him to the makeshift field. The game is a mess of laughter and playful trash talk. Asher's competitive side comes out in full force, barking orders at our teammates and pulling off some impressive plays. I surprise myself by keeping up, even managing to intercept one of his passes. Nice catch, he says, breathing hard as we walk off the field. Didn't know you had it in you. I'm about to respond when one of the organizers rushes up to us. Thank God you're here. We need a couple for the dance competition. The Johnsons had to drop out. Too much pie, if you know what I mean. Asher's eyes light up. Perfect timing. I still owe Wylie a dance from Forge Day, don't I? I open my mouth to protest, but he's already agreeing for both of us. As we're ushered to the dance floor, my heart starts racing. This is exactly the kind of close proximity I've been trying to avoid. The music starts. A fast-paced swing number. Asher pulls me close, his hand warm on my lower back. "Trust me," he murmurs. And then we're off. To my surprise, we move together with little effort. Asher leads with confidence, and I find myself matching his steps perfectly. We spin and dip, our bodies in perfect sync. The crowd fades away, and it's just us, moving to the music. As the song ends, we're both breathless and grinning. The announcer's voice breaks through our bubble. And the winners of this round, Asher and Wylie. "Wait, this round?" Asher asks, eyes wide. I smile with a nod. "Didn't know what you signed up for, did you? Rookie mistake. We've go 3 more rounds." I try to play it off like it's nothing, but inside I am on fire from his touch the whole song. I don't know how I'm going to make it through another 3. When the last song finally ends, I'm both relieved and disappointed to step away from Asher. I take a deep breath, trying to clear my head, but his scent lingers. The announcer's voice booms over the speakers, declaring us the winners of the contest. I can't help but grin, a little thrill of victory running through me. As we're handed our coupons for the beer garden, I steal a glance at Asher. He's flushed from the dancing, a light sheen of sweat on his forehead, and looking unfairly good. Asher pulls me into a quick hug. "And that's how it's done," he says, his breath hot against my ear. I pull back, trying to ignore the butterflies in my stomach, and offer him a small smile. "How about we celebrate with a drink?" he suggests, nodding towards the beer tent, waving our newly won coupons. I hesitate for a moment, then nod. "Why not? We've earned it." I grab 2 beers, handing one to Asher as we weave through the crowd. The festival lights cast a warm glow over everything, turning Forge into a magical wonderland. "Ready for the grand tour?" I ask, gesturing dramatically with my free hand. Asher grins. "Lead the way." We spend the next hour zigzagging through the festival, stopping every few feet to chat with locals. I introduce Asher to what feels like the entire town, from Mrs. Henderson, who runs the bakery, to Old Man Jenkins, our resident conspiracy theorist. "And this is Billy," I say, nodding towards a gangly teenager. "Future star center, mark my words." Asher's eyes light up. "That right, Billy? You planning on trying out for the team?" Billy shuffles his feet. "Maybe, if I'm good enough." "You'd be crazy not to," I say with an encouraging smile. As we move on, Asher leans in close. "How do you know he's so good?" I smirk. "I make it my business to know everything in this town, including who's got potential." The night wears on and I feel myself relaxing. Maybe it's the beer, or maybe it's just Asher's easy company. But I'm actually enjoying myself. I don't feel the need to be as stiff as I have been anyway. We drift away from the crowds, wandering towards the quieter part of town. The festival lights fade, replaced by a canopy of stars. "So," Asher says, breaking the comfortable silence, "you gonna tell me what's really going on with you and your dad?" I sigh, kicking at a pebble. "It's complicated." Asher says nothing, just gives me the I'm waiting look. Ever since Mom died, it's like he's been pushing me harder and harder. Nothing I do is ever good enough. "That's nonsense," Asher says, his voice calm but fierce. "You're incredible at what you do." I shrug, feeling vulnerable. Try telling him that. I miss my mom. She always knew how to handle him." Asher's quiet for a moment. Then, "You know, I get it. The pressure, this coaching gig, it scares me sometimes." I stop walking, turning to face him. You always seem so confident. He laughs, but it's hollow. Yeah, well, fake it till you make it, right? Truth is, I'm terrified of failing, of letting everyone down. You won't, I say, surprising myself with how certain I sound. You're too good for that. He looks at me, really looks at me, and I feel my breath catch. Maybe, he says softly, we should stop worrying about what makes everyone else happy and focus on what makes us happy. I laugh, but it comes out shaky. If only it were that simple. Why can't it be? He steps closer, and suddenly the air between us feels charged. What would make you happy right now, Wylie? I look up at him, my heart thrumming loudly into my chest. I know I should step back, maintain that professional distance. But I'm tired of fighting this, tired of denying what I want. So I take my own advice. I reach up, grab the front of his shirt, and pull him down to me. Our lips meet, and it's like fireworks exploding behind my eyelids. Wylie? Asher's question pulls me back to reality. I open my eyes and see him still standing there, not leaning in and kissing me. Just a curious look on his face. Ah, right. I'm not sure what would bring me joy at this moment. I fib, shifting my gaze back to the twinkling heavens, rather than meeting his eyes. In reality, I'm acutely aware of precisely what would lift my spirits right now.
Chapter 9. Asher. I step into the office hall to the smell of fresh coffee wafting through the corridors. It's become a familiar, comforting scent over the past few days. Wylie's here early to enjoy a hot coffee in the coach's lounge before starting the day. I skip going to my office and make my way to the lounge. Sure enough, there she is, leaning against the counter, scrolling through her phone with one hand and sipping from a steaming mug with the other. "Morning," I say, my voice still rough with sleep. Wylie looks up with a smirk. Look who's up. I chuckle, reaching for a mug. Some of us need our beauty sleep, you know? Clearly, she quips, eyeing my bedhead. I pour myself a cup and lean against the counter opposite her. It's nice, this easy rhythm we've fallen into. Ever since that night at the Forge Festival, things have felt different. Better. The walls are down, and I find myself looking forward to these quiet moments more than I probably should. So, what's on the agenda today? I ask, breaking the silence. Wylie sets her phone down. Team meeting at 10, then I've got to go over some sponsorship proposals. You? Practice at 2. But I'm in early to review some game footage. She nods, then glances at the clock. Is that the time? I've got to run. She tops off her cup and grabs the sports section of the paper. I can't help but watch her. The way she moves, confident and purposeful. Hey, I call out as she reaches the door. She turns, eyebrow raised in question. Save me a seat at the meeting? Her smile is small but genuine as she turns in response. And just like that, she's gone, leaving me alone with my coffee and thoughts. Thoughts that are increasingly centered around her, around us, around what it might be like if mornings like this weren't temporary moments. I try to clear my head. I have a game to prepare for. I top off my coffee mug and head to the film room, my steps heavy with anticipation. The upcoming game against the Titans looms large, a test of everything I've been building with the Daredevils. Settling into the worn leather chair, I hit play. Screen flickers to life, showcasing the Titans' fluid movements and razor-sharp passes. My jaw clenches, watching their star forward dance through our defense like it's made of paper. Damn, I mutter before rewinding and taking notes. 2 hours later, I emerge from the film room to head to the meeting, my thoughts consumed of plays and counterplays. Wylie waves me over to the seat she saved, and I slide in. The team meeting passes in a blur. My response is automatic as I struggle to focus. Not even Wylie's presence distracts me. As the room empties, Wylie turns and says, Oh, you look like you've seen a ghost. I manage a weak smile. Just watch the Titans game film. They're really good. She studies me for a moment, her eyes piercing. And you're freaking out. I don't freak out, I scoff, but it lacks conviction. I know I can coach the hell out of this team, but it's getting them to where they need to be in the appropriate amount of time that's gonna be hard this year. Look, you've helped me deal with my dad's BS. Let me return the favor. I raise an eyebrow. You offering to coach the team? Smart, she retorts, smacking my arm. I'm saying I can help. I know the Titans inside and out. Been keeping tabs on them. The offer catches me off guard. You do that? Consider it payback, like I said. She winks. We'll start after your practice. 2 heads are better than 1, right? I feel some of the tension leave my shoulders. Even if one of them's yours? Wylie's laugh echoes in the empty room. Especially if one of them's mine. Now go whip those boys into shape. I'll be waiting with more game film and a fresh pot of coffee. I enjoy the view as I leave, but am also filled with gratitude at having her help. Having Wylie's inside knowledge and past recollections is something I need, and having her around is just an added bonus. I head over to the locker rooms from the meeting and see most of the team already changing out. All right, boys, I call out with a clap of my hands. Get ready. We've got a game coming up, and this is about to be one hell of a practice. After a 3-hour practice, I push open the door to the film room, my voice hoarse from practice. The sight of Wylie surrounded by a sea of tapes, DVDs, and playbooks hits me like a shot of adrenaline. She looks up, flashing me a smile. Thought you might need this, she says, nodding towards a thermos on the back table. You're a lifesaver, I mutter, pouring myself a cup of the steaming liquid gold. Now what should we start with? We settle in as Wylie hands me last year's game film and says, This, I've got notes. Hours fly by as we pore over the footage, dissecting every play, every movement. Wylie's insights are sharp, her knowledge of both teams impressive. She knows both in a way that I haven't learned yet and knows abilities I haven't seen. Mason doesn't look fast, but give him the opportunity and he is a speed demon. The good thing, though, is the opponents will see him as slow as well, she says enthusiastically as we watch one of last year's games. The empty thermos sits forgotten as we work, our focus unwavering. It's only when my eyes start to burn that I realize how late it's gotten. Damn, we need more coffee, I groan, stretching. Wylie nods, stifling a yawn. Coach's lounge. We make our way down the dimly lit corridor, our footsteps echoing in the empty building. As Wylie starts the coffee maker, I slump into a chair at the round table, running my hands through my hair and over my stubbled jaw. All right, spill it, Wylie says, leaning against the counter. What's really eating at you? I look up, meeting her piercing gaze. What do you mean? She rolls her eyes. Cut the nonsense, Asher. The team's more than ready, but something's still got you wound tight. What gives? I clench my jaw, weighing my words. It's just... I've never wanted something to work out so badly before. This team, this job, it means something, you know? I don't want to let anyone down. Joe, the guys... You... Wylie's expression softens. Hey, you're not alone in this. We all have our insecurities, especially me. You think it's easy being Joe Griffith's daughter? The pressure, the expectation... Sometimes it feels like I'm drowning in it all. But you already know that. Her vulnerability is something I've gotten used to seeing from our last encounters. Talking has gotten easier, and she makes me want to unload more. For a moment, we're just two people, stripped of our titles and roles, sharing our deepest fears. Damn, Wylie, I murmur. I know we have kind of touched on this before, but I didn't know it was a permanent fixture of suffocation for you. It's not really. I mean, it never used to be. It just feels like it's a no-win situation anymore. She shrugs and pours us both a cup of coffee before joining me at the table. I think we put ourselves through these things because we love what we do and assume there needs to be some repercussions for loving our job. I can only look at her in awe for a moment. Wow, Wylie, that's some heavy stuff. But I can't deny how true it sounds and how it applies to more than just our job. The sky outside begins to lighten, dawn creeping in through the window. Wylie glances at her watch and sighs. I should head home, try to catch a few hours of sleep. I nod, even as a part of me wants to ask her to stay. Yeah, good idea. I'm gonna stick around a bit longer, head back to the office. As she leaves, I feel that something fundamental has shifted between us. I make my way back to my office, knowing I'm in deep trouble. I stumble into the door, my body heavy with exhaustion, but my mind racing a mile a minute. The couch in the corner beckons, promising rest, but I know sleep will be elusive. I collapse onto it anyway, throwing an arm over my eyes. God damn it, I muttered to the empty room. I can't go home. Not yet. Not when every fiber of my being wants to sprint to Wylie's and spill my guts. Tell her everything that's been building up inside me. How she's become more than just a colleague, more than just a friend. How I can't stop thinking about her smile, her laugh, the way her eyes light up when she's passionate about something. But that's a disaster waiting to happen. We've got a good thing going now, a solid working relationship. And with the big game looming, I can't afford any distractions. But my mind won't shut off, conjuring images of what could be. Lazy Sunday morning spent in bed, trading playful insults and soft kisses. Building a life together, a future... Jesus Christ, I groan, sitting up and running my hands through my hair in frustration. This is getting out of hand. I'm acting like a lovesick teenager, not a grown man with responsibilities. I pace the length of my office, trying to work off some of this restless energy. But with every step, the reality of my situation becomes clear. I can't keep this bottled up forever. These feelings aren't going away. They're getting stronger by the day. I stop at the window, staring out at the pre-dawn sky. The world's quiet, peaceful. Everything I'm not right now. What am I supposed to do? I ask my reflection in the glass. On one hand, there are the professional boundaries, the potential complications, the risk of ruining everything I can build here. On the other, there's the possibility of something real, something that could make all the stress and pressure worth it. I lean my forehead against the cool glass, closing my eyes, hating that I've become this indecisive person. Damn it, Wylie, I whisper. What have you done to me?
Chapter 10. Wylie. I stride into the weight room to do regular checks on equipment and team, the familiar scent of sweat and determination filling my nostrils. The clanking of metal and grunts of exertion echo off the walls. I spot Tyler, one of our youngest defensemen, struggling with a set of bicep curls. Need a hand? I ask, approaching him. He looks up, surprise evident in his eyes. Miss Griffith? What are you doing here? Oh, just doing the regular checkups. You're new, you'll get used to it. He offers a shy smile, unsure what to think as he continues lifting. You know, my dad used to bring me here when I was a kid. I'd watch the team train, dreaming of being part of it someday. Tyler's eyebrows shoot up. Really? I didn't know that. Yep, this team. It's not just a job for me. It's family. I set the weights I'm inspecting down, looking him in the eye. How about you? What drives you? He pauses, considering. I guess I never really thought about it that way. While Tyler and I discuss what he's passionate about and why he's playing, it gives me an idea. Over the next week, I make it my mission to connect with every player, specifically the newbies. In the gym, during cool downs, even in the cafeteria. I share stories, listen to theirs, and slowly but surely I see a change. They are having more fun, but also pushing each other more. More constructive criticism from the team, not just Asher. They want each other to succeed because they finally are realizing that this really is just a big family. One afternoon, I'm spotting Jamal, our star center, on the bench press when Asher walks in. Our eyes meet, and I feel that familiar jolt of electricity. He watches us with a smirk pulling at his lips. After Jamal finishes his set, Asher approaches. "Wylie, can I talk to you for a sec?" We step aside and he leans in close. His scent pulls me in and makes my head spin. "What you're doing with the team," he says, his voice cool and low as usual. "It's incredible. You're reaching them in ways I can't. You're not just helping the team, you're indispensable. To them and to me." His words make me blush. I open my mouth to respond, but my phone vibrates in my pocket. It's a text from my father. "Meet me in my office ASAP." I look up at Asher, torn between the warmth of his praise and the dread of my father's summons. "I have to go," I say reluctantly. "My father wants to see me." Asher's jaw tightens. "Want me to come with you?" "No, I've got this, but thanks for everything you said. It means a lot." As I head towards my father's office, Asher's words echo in my mind, leaving me warm and confident. I take a deep breath to collect myself, squaring my shoulders before pushing open the heavy oak door to my father's office. The familiar scent of leather and old books hits me as I step inside. "You wanted to see me, Dad?" He looks up from his desk, his face stern. "Wylie, we need to talk about Asher." I feel my stomach tighten. "What about him?" "I need you to make sure he succeeds with the team. Be with him as much as possible. Oversee everything. Be there for any questions. I want him to do well so our team does well. He's what we need for this town." I can't help but roll my eyes. "Dad, This first big game is crucial." He cuts me off. "We need it to go well. I want Asher to stay, but the team has to succeed for that to happen." "Asher's doing great," I argue. "The team responds well to him. They're prepared." Dad waves his hand dismissively. "Nonetheless, stay with him." The warmth I felt from Asher's praise earlier evaporates. I'm back to being Daddy's little errand girl. "Fine," I say, trying to keep the bitterness out of my voice. "Good, now get to it," he says, already turning back to his paperwork. I leave his office, my chest tight with frustration. Tears burn behind my eyes, but I blink it back. I won't give him the satisfaction. It's not that he ordered me to stay with Asher. It's the fact that he doesn't trust my judgment enough for the big things. Just pointless errands. As I head towards my office, my phone goes off again. I groan, seeing my father's number flash on the screen. "What now?" I snap, answering the call. "Wylie, it's Brendan." The assistant coach's voice is tight with panic. My irritation vanishes. "Brandon, what's wrong?" "It's your father. He had a heart attack." I called 911. The ambulance is on its way. The world tilts. I'm running before I even realize it, my heels echoing in the empty hallway as I race back to my father's office. "Dad?" I burst through the door, my heart in my throat. The scene before me is chaos. My father is on the floor, Brandon kneeling beside him, performing CPR. The rhythmic compressions seem too slow, too weak. "Dad," I whisper, dropping to my knees beside him. His face is ashen, lips tinged blue. "Daddy, please." The wail of sirens cuts through the air. Help is coming. But as I clutch my father's limp hand, I can't help but feel like the little girl who just needs her dad to be okay. I hear the ambulance screech to a halt outside. I'm still on my knees, clutching Dad's hand, when Asher bursts through the door, his eyes wild with concern. "Wylie, what happened? Brandon just..." He pants, taking in the scene. I can't answer. My throat's too tight, choked with unshed tears. The paramedics rush in, their voices a blur of medical jargon as they work on Dad. I feel myself being gently moved aside, Asher's strong hands on my shoulders. "Ma'am, we need to take him now," one of the medics says, snapping me back to reality. I nod, stumbling to my feet. "I'm coming with you." As they load Dad onto the stretcher, I turn to Asher and Brandon. My voice comes out steadier than I feel. "I'll be in touch. Keep things running like normal. I'll catch up once he's stable." Asher steps forward, his blue eyes intense. "Don't worry about a damn thing here. Just go. Be with your dad." I manage a weak nod before following the paramedics out. In the ambulance, I grasp Dad's hand again, willing him to open his eyes. The sirens wail, but all I hear is the faint beep of the heart monitor. "Come on, Dad," I whisper. "You're tougher than this. You've got to be okay." At the hospital, they whisk him away, leaving me alone in the waiting room. The antiseptic smell burns my nose as I sink into an uncomfortable chair. My hands shake as I pull out my phone, desperate for distraction. I open Dad's schedule, the familiar list of meetings and calls blurring before my eyes. How can I reschedule his life when I don't even know if... I can't finish the thought. A text notification pops up. It's from Asher. "Hope Joe's okay. If you need anything, just call, please." Despite everything, a small smile tugs at my lips. It's a simple message, but it feels like a lifeline in this sterile, terrifying place. I type out a quick thanks before I can overthink it. As I wait for news, I can't help but reflect on the irony. Just hours ago, I was bristling at Dad's orders, feeling trapped. Now I'd give anything to hear his voice again, even if it's just to tell me what to do. The clock on the wall ticks away, each second an eternity. I close my eyes. Asher's words echoing in my mind. "Don't worry about a damn thing here." For once, I'm grateful for his take charge attitude. At least something in my world is under control. The next day, I call a meeting once I finally get back to the office. I stand before the assembled team, coaches, and staff in the large conference room, my heart heavy, but my voice steady. The weight of responsibility settles on my shoulders like a lead blanket. "Thank you all for coming," I begin, scanning the room. "I wanted to update you on my father's condition. He had a heart attack yesterday, but he's stable now and recovering." A collective gasp ripples through the room. I press on, determined to keep my composure. The doctors are optimistic. He's resting on oxygen, but getting stronger. We expect him back soon. I force a reassuring smile. In the meantime, there will be some changes in how things are run. I'll be taking on more of my father's responsibilities until he returns. I feel Asher's intense gaze boring into me, but I can't bring myself to meet his eyes. Not now. I need to stay focused. "Please don't worry. We're a team, and we'll get through this together. If you have any concerns, my door is always open." As the room clears out, Asher lingers behind. I busy myself gathering papers, avoiding his approach. "Wylie," he says softly. "Are you really okay? What can I do?" I nod, still not looking at him. "I'm fine. There's just a lot to do." "Let me help," he offers. "The team's done for the day. I can take some of the load off." I finally meet his eyes. Seeing the concern there, it almost breaks my resolve. But I can't let it. I have to do this for Dad. "Thanks," I say, my voice clipped. I need to reschedule Dad's meetings for the next few weeks. There's a speech at the charity gala I'll have to give in his place. Asher nods. "I'm here for whatever you need." I remember Dad's words about staying close to Asher. At least I'm fulfilling that request. "All right," I concede. Let's start with the calendar. We've got a lot of ground to cover. As we settle into work, I push aside the conflicting emotions swirling inside me. Right now, I need to be Joe Griffith's daughter, not Wylie. The team needs me. Dad needs me. And if that means working closely with Asher, well, that's just part of the job.
Chapter 11. Asher! I plaster on my best smile, shaking hands and making small talk with yet another group of eager fans. It's become second nature by now, but I can't help feeling a twinge of exhaustion. These community events seem endless, but I know they're crucial for the team's success. Glancing over at Wylie, I catch her eye, and she gives me a subtle nod. She's handling this like a pro, as always. I make my way over to her, grateful for a moment's respite. I haven't gotten the chance, but I wanted to ask, how's your dad doing? She sighs, running a hand through her curls. He's home as of this morning. Still needs to take it easy, though. They've got him on oxygen, just in case. That's rough, I mutter. Being an older man doesn't exactly help with heart attack recovery, huh? You got that right, Wylie agrees, her voice tinged with worry. We're just taking it day by... Her words are cut off by the sharp ring of her phone. She frowns, answering quickly. Hello? Yes, this is she. I watch as her expression morphs from confusion to shock, then anger. What? That's ridiculous. Who told you? She falls silent, listening intently. My stomach knots as I see the color drain from her face. I understand. We'll handle this immediately. Thank you for bringing it to our attention. Wylie hangs up, her green eyes blazing as she turns to me. We've got a problem. A big one. What's going on? I demand, my body tensing. That was our biggest sponsor, the hot springs resort just out of town. They're threatening to pull funding because of some nonsense rumors about us being involved romantically. They're calling it a scandal. You've got to be kidding me, I snarl, fury rising in my chest. Who the hell is spreading this crap? Wylie shakes her head. I don't know, but we need to deal with this now. Oh, and the board wants to meet with us first thing tomorrow morning. Let's get out of here, I growl, already heading for the exit. We need to come up with a plan. We make our excuses and bolt, practically running to my car. As I peel out of the parking lot, my mind races. This is nonsense. Even if we were together, which we're not, how is that anyone's goddamn business? Because apparently they think we only got you to coach because I lured you in by sleeping with you. So being the only female up front with the team, obviously I seduced you, and we're all corrupt apparently and not a good image to be associated with. Are you serious? I try not to take my frustration at this nonsense out on her. It's absolute nonsense. I came here to build something my own, with my name. I know, Wylie says, her voice tight. But if we lose this sponsor, we're in serious trouble. We need to figure out how to keep the team afloat if they pull out and keep us looking professional while doing it. I grip the steering wheel tighter, my knuckles turning white. All right, let's think. We need a solid plan for financial security. Any ideas? We talk into the night, not even getting out of my car until we had come up with a solid plan. The next morning comes too quickly, but we are as ready as we're going to be. Wylie and I meet in the hallway outside the conference room and take a breath before turning and heading in together. I stand before the board, my jaw clenched tight as I wrap up our presentation. Look, I'll say it one more time. My personal life is nobody's business. I'm here to coach, not to justify baseless rumors. Wylie jumps in, her voice steady despite the tension crackling through the room. We understand your concerns, but as we've shown, we have a solid plan to maintain financial stability even if the sponsor pulls out. One of the board members, a balding man with beady eyes, leans forward. That may be, but this situation, it's a reflection on the team. True or not, it could cost us dearly. And in all honesty, we wouldn't care what was happening between you both. It's just that the way this issue has been presented may cost the team desperately needed money. With all due respect, I growl, if you're more concerned about gossip than actual results, maybe we need to reevaluate our priorities. Wylie shoots me a warning glance, but I can see the hint of a smile tugging at her lips. She turns back to the board. What Coach Bronson means is that our focus is on building a winning team. That's what will truly benefit our image and financial standing in the long run. If the team wins, then the rumors would just be a bad dream. As we continue to field questions and defend our strategy, I can't help but admire Wylie's composure. We're a damn good team. By the time we wrap up, even the most skeptical board members seem swayed. Leaving the boardroom, I notice the tension still etched in Wylie's face. Throughout the day, I catch glimpses of her, shoulders hunched as she juggles calls about her dad's health and damage control for this PR nightmare. By the end of the day, I've had enough. I find her in her office, buried under a mountain of paperwork. "Hey," I say, leaning against the doorframe. "Come over for dinner tonight." She looks up, surprise flickering across her face. "What? Dinner? My place. It's been a hell of a couple days, and we could both use some peace and quiet to think." Wylie hesitates, her pen tapping nervously against her desk. "I don't know, Asher. With everything going on." I just grin. "Hey, everyone already thinks we're together anyway. Might as well enjoy the perks, right?" That gets a laugh out of her, the first real one I've heard all day. "You're terrible," she says, shaking her head. But I can see the tension easing from her shoulders. "Listen, we live next door. No one will even see you or know." "All right, fine. Dinner it is." "Great," I say, feeling satisfied. "I'll see you at 7. And Wylie, leave the work here. Tonight's about relaxing." As I turn to leave, I catch her smile, small but genuine. I rush home, my mind racing with thoughts of Wylie and the evening ahead. After a quick shower, I throw on a fresh t-shirt and jeans, then head to the kitchen. The spaghetti's almost done when I hear a knock at the door. "Come in," I call out, stirring the sauce one last time. Wylie steps inside, looking tired but beautiful. "Something smells amazing," she says, inhaling deeply. I grin, pouring 2 glasses of red wine. "Hope you're hungry. I made enough to feed an army." "Starving," she admits, accepting the glass. "What's on the menu?" "Nothing fancy. Just some good old-fashioned spaghetti and garlic bread." Wylie laughs. "Perfect comfort food. You rid my mind." We settle at the table, and I can't help but notice how the tension seems to lift from her shoulders as she takes her first bite. "Damn, Asher, who knew you could cook?" I shrug, trying to hide my pride. "It's just pasta. Don't get too excited." "After the week I've had, this is practically gourmet," she says, twirling more spaghetti onto her fork. I watch her for a moment, my chest tightening. "Look, Wylie, I know things have been rough lately. One storm after another." She glances up, her eyes guarded. "Yeah, you could say that." I want you to know I've got your back, okay? Anyone who really knows you would never believe the crap they're saying." Wylie's expression softens. "Thanks, Asher. That means a lot." After we finish eating, I wave off her attempts to help clean up. "Leave it. Tonight's about relaxing, remember?" We move to the couch, refilling our wine glasses. I settle in, determined to lighten the mood. "Want to hear about the time I accidentally mooned an entire opposing team?" Wylie nearly chokes on her wine. "You did not." "Oh, I absolutely did," I grin, launching into the story. As the night wears on, we trade increasingly ridiculous tales from our past. Wylie's laughter fills the room, and I find myself hanging on her every word. "No way," I say, after a particularly hilarious story about her college days. "I can't believe you got away with that." Wylie shrugs, a mischievous glint in her eye. "What can I say? I'm full of surprises." "That you are. I murmur, suddenly very aware of how close we're sitting. I shift on the couch, trying to get comfortable, and suddenly my hand brushes against Wylie's. A jolt of electricity shoots through me, and I freeze. Her skin is soft, warm, and I can't bring myself to pull away. Our eyes lock, and for a moment the world stands still. Wylie breaks the connection first, slowly withdrawing her hand. So, where was I? She asks, her voice a little shaky. Something about your college roommate's pet ferret. That's what the last story was leading into, I believe. I remind her, trying to ignore the lingering sensation of her touch. She laughs, the sound turning me on more than I care to admit. Right, so this ferret, let's call him Bandit. As Wylie continues her story, I find myself hanging on her every word, but not because of the anecdote. I'm mesmerized by the way her lips move, the sparkle in her eyes when she laughs. Every gesture, every smile is intoxicating. We polish off the second bottle of wine, and I realize I don't want this night to end. But Wylie glances at her watch and sighs. I should probably head home, she says, though she doesn't sound convinced. You sure? I ask, hoping I don't sound as desperate as I feel. We could put on a movie or something. Wylie hesitates, and for a moment I think she might stay. But then she shakes her head. I really should go. Early morning tomorrow, and all that. I nod, trying to hide my disappointment as we both stand. My body feels electric, hyper-aware of her proximity. Everything inside of me is screaming to pull her close, to kiss her, to finally act on this tension that's been building for weeks. But I can't, I won't. There's too much at stake. All I can have are these moments right now. We reach the door, and Wylie turns to face me. Our eyes meet, and the air between us crackles with unspoken desire. I clench my fists at my sides, fighting my impulse to reach out and touch her. Thanks for dinner, Wylie says softly. I needed this. Anytime, I reply, my voice rough with emotion. She lingers for a moment longer, and I swear she leans in slightly. But then she takes a step back, breaking the spell. Good night, Asher, she whispers, slipping out the door. As it closes behind her, I lean my forehead against the cool wood. Damn, I mutter, wrestling with the desire to run after her.
Chapter 12. Wylie. I wake suddenly as fragments of my dream about Asher fade away. Groaning, I roll over and check my phone. 6:30 a.m. Might as well get up. In the kitchen, I fumble with the coffee maker, my mind replaying last night's events on a loop. The way Asher's hand brushed mine, sending electricity through my body, the intensity in his eyes as we talked late into the night. God, I'd wanted to kiss him so badly. You can't do this again, I mutter, pouring coffee into my mug. I lean against the counter, inhaling the rich aroma. The professional risk is too great for both of us. And with this new scandal brewing, I squeeze my eyes shut, willing away the memory of whispers and sidelong glances at yesterday's board meeting. Dad's face flashes in my mind, ashen and drawn in his hospital bed after the heart attack. At least he's back home now, but still, my stomach twists. I hope to God he hasn't caught wind of these rumors yet. Sighing, I head to the shower. As the hot water cascades over me, I try to prepare myself for another day of gossip and speculation. At the practice facility, I keep my head high as I walk to Dad's office, grabbing a stack of messages and paperwork. I can't help but notice the hush that falls over the room as I enter. Morning, Wylie, our receptionist calls out with forced cheeriness. Morning, I reply, my smile equally strained. All day it's the same. Hushed conversations that stop abruptly when I approach. Knowing looks exchanged between coworkers. I grit my teeth and focus on my work, reminding myself that Asher and I handled things as best we could with the board. It's in PR's hands now. But as the whispers continue, doubt creeps in, I fought so hard to be taken seriously in this male-dominated world. What if this undoes everything? By the time I leave work, my nerves are frayed. I take a deep breath, steadying myself for my visit to Dad's. It always makes me nervous when I check in on him, but even more so now. I really hope he's just been sleeping like the doctor told him to. I pull up to the house and say another silent prayer that he's still in the dark about all this. Squaring my shoulders, I walk up to the front door and knock. I let myself into Dad's house, the familiar scent of old books and leather enveloping me. "Dad," I call out, my voice echoing through the hallway. I find him in the living room, hunched over his laptop. His eyes snap up to meet mine, burning with an intensity that makes me take a step back. "Hey, Dad," I say softly, my stomach dropping at his stare. "Wylie." His voice is cold, cutting. "Is it true? This scandal?" I freeze. "Dad, do you have any idea what this could do to the team?" He slams the laptop shut. "I thought you had better sense than this. You were doing so well, and now—" He trails off, shaking his head in disgust. "Dad, please," I plead. "You need to calm down. You just had a heart attack." "Don't tell me to calm down." He rises from his chair, his face flushed. "How could you be so reckless?" "Nothing happened," I insist, my voice rising to match his. "Asher and I haven't done anything wrong. It's just rumors." "Rumors?" He scoffs. "Rumors are enough to destroy everything we've built. Your reputation, the team's image. All because it displays us favoring him because you're sleeping with him. I don't know if it's true or not, but people are seeing it that way, and that's what matters. After you specifically knowing we need to rebuild the team, the team will be fine," I snap, fighting back tears. "It's being handled. Your precious team won't be at risk." His eyes narrow. "What do you mean, handled?" I bite my lip, realizing my mistake. "The sponsor, the Hot Springs Resort. They're threatening to pull funding, but we have a backup plan." "What?" he roars, his face turning an alarming shade of red. "And you're just telling me this now?" "I don't have time for this," I say, turning away. "You need to rest, and I have work to do." "Oh, I'll be checking in on you much more regularly from now on," he promises, his words like a knife to my heart. I flee, barely holding it together until I reach my car. As soon as the door slams shut, the tears come, hot and angry. All my hard work, all my dedication, undone by a stupid rumor. Wiping my eyes, I start the engine. I need to get away to clear my head. There's only one place I can go now, my true sanctuary. I drive off and set my course for the one spot where I can finally breathe. I drive to the old motel, my sanctuary, desperate for some peace. The rusty fire escape creaks under my feet as I climb, each step taking me further from the chaos below. Finally, I reach the flat roof and sink into the worn chair I dragged up here years ago. The town sprawls before me, a patchwork of lights and shadows. From up here, everything looks so small, so insignificant. I let the cool night air fill my lungs. This is my reminder that I can handle anything. My phone buzzes. Asher's name shows on the screen. I hesitate before answering. "Hey," I manage, my voice barely above a whisper. "Wylie." Asher's voice is warm, concerned. "How are you holding up after today?" My throat tightens, tears threatening to spill over. "It's been a long day," I choke out. There's a pause. When Asher speaks again, his tone is gentle. "Where are you?" "The old motel," I reply, my words clipped. "I have to go." I hang up before he can respond, before the dam breaks. Tears stream down my face as I stare out at the twinkling lights below. Time passes. I'm not sure how long I've been sitting here when I hear footsteps behind me. I whirl around, startled. Asher's there, silhouetted against the night sky. I almost left, he says softly. Then I saw someone up here and, well, it made sense. Of course you'd like this spot. He settles on the ground beside my chair. We sit in silence as the heaviness of the day settles between us. His presence is oddly comforting, and I find myself grateful he's here. Finally, Asher breaks the silence. What's going on, Wylie? Did someone say something about the scandal? He pauses, then adds with a hint of humor, I could go beat them up if you want. I can't help but laugh, even as fresh tears form. It's not that simple, I whisper, my voice catching. Asher's face turns serious, his blue eyes filled with concern. Tell me what's going on, Wylie. I can see something's eating at you. I bite my lip, looking away. The city lights blur as tears threaten to spill over. It's nothing, I mutter, but my voice cracks. Nonsense, Asher gently says the harsh word. Talk to me. I break. Words pour out of me, a torrent I can't control. My dad found out about the rumors. He's furious. Thinks I'm ruining everything we've built. The team, my reputation, his legacy. It's all going to hell because of me. Asher shifts closer, his warmth a stark contrast to the cool night air. That's not true, Wylie. You haven't done anything wrong. Haven't I? I laugh bitterly. I let myself get too close. I should have known better. Too close to what? Asher asks, his voice deep. I meet his gaze, my heart pounding. To you, I whisper. The admission hangs between us, heavy with implication. Asher's eyes widen slightly, but he doesn't pull away. I'm scared, Asher. I continue, the words tumbling out. I'm scared of letting the team down, of disappointing my father. But most of all, I'm terrified of these feelings I have for you. They're unprofessional, they're dangerous, and they're real. Silence falls. I hold my breath, waiting for Asher's reaction. When he finally speaks, his voice is husky with emotion. Wylie, he says, reaching out to take my hand. His touch sends warm shivers through me, and I fight the urge to intertwine our fingers. You're not alone in this. I've been fighting my feelings for you since the day we met. I gasp softly, hope and fear warring in my chest. My mind flashes back to our first encounter, the instant connection we'd both tried to ignore. But we can't. I know, Asher interrupts, squeezing my hand. His blue eyes bore into mine, intense and unwavering. We have professional obligations, but that doesn't change how I feel about you. He leans in, his forehead nearly touching mine. I can feel the warmth of his breath on my skin, and it takes every ounce of willpower not to close the distance between us. You're brilliant, Wylie. Strong, passionate, and I'm completely drawn to you. My heart soars at his words, even as my mind races with the implications. The team, my father, our careers, everything we've worked for hangs in the balance. But we can't do anything about it, I croak, not wanting him to listen to me. God, I want him to ignore every word coming out of my mouth. I know, he replies, his voice a mix of resignation and frustration that mirrors my own. Sitting in shared turmoil, we don't have to say why. The reasons are painfully clear. We may want to. Hell, every inch of me is screaming to throw caution to the wind. But being adults, our jobs come first. The team needs us, and we can't let our personal desires jeopardize everything.
Chapter 13. Asher. Rubbing my temples in frustration and exhaustion, I take a break from the computer screen. The constant buzz of gossip about Wylie and me is driving me up the wall. I can't believe they think I'm only coaching here because I'm sleeping with the owner's daughter, or that they even believe that Wylie would pimp herself out like that. But reading these comments on our pages and what the online articles are suggesting, God, these people should know her better. I slam my computer screen shut with force. I need to stay focused on our upcoming game. But every time I close my eyes, I see her face. Damn, I mutter, slamming my hand on the desk. This isn't helping anyone. I grab my playbook, flipping through pages of strategies. Work. That's what I need. Dive in head first and drown out everything else. The phone rings, jarring me from my thoughts. It's the team captain. Coach, listen, the team heard and we wanted to know if what they are implying about you and... I don't give a damn what they're saying. I cut him off, my voice sharp. You guys keep your minds on the game and the team right now. This doesn't affect anything we do on the ice. I don't want to hear one more thing about this gossip crap from you guys. Only focus on the upcoming games, got it? Yes, Coach. I hang up, my jaw clenched. This needs to stop. Now. An idea strikes me. One that will make the team do just what I asked and keep the town distracted from the negativity surrounding us. Without hesitation, I snatch up the phone again, my fingers flying over the keypad as I dial the number of the neighboring team's coach. Hey, it's Coach Bronson, I say, my voice brimming with confidence. Listen, I've got a proposition for you that you won't want to refuse. How about a charity match this Wednesday? Your Wombats against our Daredevils. It'll be one hell of a showdown. There's a pause on the other end, and I can practically hear the gears turning in his head. Then, finally, agreement. Perfect. A smirk tugs at the corner of my mouth. I spend the next hour making calls, my phone practically glued to my ear as I set everything up. This is exactly what we need. Something to shift the focus back to hockey, to the community, and away from all this nonsense gossip. My mind races with possibilities as I coordinate with local businesses, charities, and media outlets. By the time I'm done, I'm practically buzzing with energy. This game is going to be a game changer and give the team a chance to have a real scrimmage. Finally, I dial Wylie's number. Asher! Her voice is soft, cautious. Hey, Wylie, I've got some good news. We're doing a charity match this Wednesday against the Wombats. That's actually brilliant, she says, sounding impressed. It'll bring the focus back to the community, away from me. She trails off. Yeah, that's the plan, I reply, trying to keep my voice neutral. I'll handle everything. Just be there on game day with a camera, all right? We need to see how the team performs before the big game. Sounds good. I'll be there. As I end the call, a grin spreads across my face. It's been a while since I felt this sense of command. If Wylie can weave her publicity wizardry and the teams perform admirably, we might just come out on top of this PR mess. I grab my phone one last time to send a team group message to let them know about the change. They're all for it. The guys respond with a flurry of texts, their enthusiasm practically leaping off the screen. Looks like we're all on the same page. 2 days later, I scan the bustling rink, my chest swelling with pride. The charity game's a home run. Kids skate with the players, their laughter echoing off the ice and filling the arena with an infectious energy. The smell of hot dogs and popcorn wafts through the air, mingling with the crisp scent of freshly zambonied ice. It's exactly what this town needed. A reminder of why we all fell in love with this sport in the first place. I can't help but grin as I watch one of our defensemen, all 6'4" of him, bent down to help a tiny girl steady herself on her skates. This is what it's all about. The press can go to hell. This right here, this moment, it's the real story. And damn if I'm not going to make sure everyone knows it. My eyes land on Wylie, and I can't help but stare. She's in her element, fielding questions from locals with that $1 million smile. Her patience seems endless, even after all the things we've been dealing with lately. Coach Bronson! A voice snaps me out of my trance. What can we expect this season? I turn to face a couple of eager fans plastering on my media smile. Well, if tonight's any indication, you can expect one hell of a show. As I chat with the fans, my gaze keeps drifting back to Wylie. Damn, I need to get it together. The crowd starts to thin out, and Wylie makes her way over to me. "Hey," she says, her green eyes sparkling. "Got some great footage of the team. We should go over it." I nod, trying to ignore how good she looks in that fitted blazer. "Sounds good. Where's Brandon?" "Still at his mother-in-law's, personal stuff." She shrugs. "I can help you go over the footage tonight if you're free. We can take notes, get you ready to implement new strategies ASAP." "Yeah, all right," I agree. Maybe a little too quickly. Let's clear these folks out and head to the film room. We usher out the stragglers and make our way to the back. The film room's small, forcing us to sit close as we review the footage. Wylie's all business, pointing out plays and suggesting improvements. It's impressive as hell, and I find myself stealing glances at her more often than I should. "You see that?" She pauses the video, leaning in. Her perfume hits me, and I have to force myself to focus on the screen. Thompson's leaving his left side wide open. We need to work on that. I nod, jotting down a note. "Good catch. We'll drill that tomorrow." As we continue working, I can't help but marvel at her professionalism. After everything with her dad's nonsense, our moment on the rooftop, the rumors, she's still here, giving it her all. It's admirable. "All right," I say, clearing my throat. "Let's take a look at the power play formation." I lean in, studying the formation on the screen. Wylie's shoulder brushes against mine, sending a jolt through my body. I clear my throat, focusing on the task at hand. "See how his positioning leaves a gap here?" I point to the screen. "We need to tighten that up." Wylie nods, her eyes sharp. "Good catch. What if we shift Miller to cover that space?" We spend hours dissecting plays, our conversation flowing easily. Before I know it, it's past midnight. "Damn," Wylie says, glancing at her watch. "I should head out. Gotta stop by Dad's before home." I feel a twinge of concern. "You sure? It's late." She waves me off. "I'll be fine. Thanks for tonight, Asher. This was good." As she leaves, I can't help but hope her old man goes easy on her this time. The next few days are a whirlwind. I'm pushing the team hard, implementing strategies based on our charity game footage. I barely have time to breathe, let alone see Wylie. Then on Saturday afternoon, I spot her. She's practically running to her office, but I catch a glimpse of her face. Tears. Without thinking, I follow her. She's fumbling with her office door when I reach her. "Hey," I say softly, placing a hand on her shoulder. She turns, and before I can stop myself, I pull her into my arms. She stiffens for a moment, then melts against me. I feel her shoulders shake as she cries silently. We stand there locked in an embrace that lasts far longer than it should. I breathe in the scent of her hair, feeling her warmth against me. Finally, I pull back slightly, looking into her tear-stained face. "We're in this together, you know that, right? Screw the rumors, we'll make it through." She nods, a small smile breaking through. "Thanks, Asher, but... wait. How did you even know it was... I just did. And I know what you need to help. The diner we went to before. Greasy burgers and milkshakes." Her smile widens. "You know what? That sounds perfect." At the diner, we slide into a booth, the vinyl seats squeaking beneath us. The waitress, a woman with graying hair and a no-nonsense attitude, approaches. "What'll it be, hun?" I glance at Wylie. "2 cheeseburgers, extra greasy, and..." I raise an eyebrow at her. "Chocolate milkshake," she says, her eyes lighting up. "Make that 2, I add. As we wait for our food, conversation flows easily between us. We talk about everything and nothing all at once, jumping from topic to topic, with the natural rhythm that I've only ever experienced with Wylie. Her quick wit and sharp humor keep me on my toes, and I find myself laughing more than I have in weeks. When our burgers arrive, steaming and dripping with grease, I watch as she takes a massive bite. A look of pure bliss crosses her face, her eyes closing for a moment as she savors the taste. It's adorable and sexy all at once, and I can't help but stare. Good? I ask, grinning like an idiot. I already know the answer, but I want to hear her say it. She nods emphatically, mouth too full to speak. A small dribble of sauce escapes the corner of her lips, and I have to resist reaching out and wipe it away. I dig into my own burger, savoring the greasy goodness. The first bite is heaven, and for a moment I forget about everything else. The team, the rumors, the pressure, all of it fades away. It's just me and Wylie, sharing a meal and laughing at each other's jokes. This is what I've been missing, I realize. This easy companionship, free from expectations. I'm struck suddenly by how effortless this is. How right it feels to be sitting here with her, surrounded by the buzz of the diner and the smell of fried food. And I find myself wishing for more moments just like this, more chances to see her smile and hear her laugh. It's dangerous territory, I know, but I find it harder and harder to care.
You know that feeling when a book pulls you in, wraps around you, and refuses to let go? When the tension is so thick, you swear you can feel it?
Welcome to 30 sinfully addictive romance audiobooks that will ruin your sleep.
Wow, I wasn't ready for this. One chapter in, and I'm already hooked.
Oh, you thought this was just another audiobook collection. No, sweetheart. This is the Dirty 30. Forbidden love, dangerous desires, billionaires with secrets, bad boys who bite back. And every last word is dripped in temptation.
I thought I could just listen to one chapter before bed. Now it's 2 a.m. and I need answers. Need.
So what are you waiting for? Click the link. Start listening. Let the Dirty 30 ruin you in the best way possible.
Escape your life with Miss Tyla. Chapter 14. Wylie. I arrive at the office early, determined to shake off yesterday's meltdown. The sun's barely peeking through the blinds as I settle into my chair. You've got this, Wylie, I mutter to myself, fingers flying over the keyboard as I pull up the financial reports. The numbers swim before my eyes, but I maintain my focus. I can't let Dad's expectations or those damn rumors get to me again. My mind drifts to Asher, how he swooped in last night with that goofy grin, making me laugh despite everything. Stop it, I scold myself. He's just being a good friend. But the memory of his arm around me, the heat of his body, I rub my forehead, banishing the thoughts. I've got a job to do, damn it. An hour later, I've got the budget sorted and the game payouts calculated. A small smile of satisfaction on my face. See, you've got this, I tell myself. To hell with Dad's expectations. I'll prove my worth my own way. Gathering up the travel paperwork for Asher to sign, I head down to the rink. As I approach, the unmistakable sounds of raised voices reach my ears. Oh, for Christ's sake, I mutter, quickening my pace. I burst through the doors just in time to see two players squaring off, sticks abandoned on the ice. Asher and Brandon are clear across the rink, engrossed in demonstrating a new play to the defense. Without hesitation, I stride onto the ice, my heels clicking with authority. Hey, I bark, inserting myself between the two seething men. What the hell is going on here? The taller, more seasoned player, Yannon, sneers. Stay out of this, princess. It's not your... Finish that sentence, and you'll be running suicides until you puke, I snap, fixing him with a glare that could melt steel. Now, both of you, take a breath and tell me what happened. To my surprise, they actually listen. As they explain what caused the fight, I can't help but roll my eyes internally. Typical bruised egos because one got high stick during practice. I nod, offering understanding but firm responses, making sure they both know I'm not taking sides. Look, I get it. Tensions run high on the ice, but we're a team here. This kind of behavior doesn't fly. By the time Asher skates over, looking concerned with his brows furrowed and jaw clenched, the situation's diffused. I can't help but notice how his presence immediately commands attention, even from the two hotheads in front of me. "Everything okay here?" he asks, his eyes darting between me and the players. I nod, giving him a small smile. "All sorted, though I think these two might benefit from some extra conditioning, don't you?" Asher's eyebrows shoot up, an impressed grin spreading across his face. "Couldn't agree more. All right, everyone, hit the showers. You two, I want 20 suicides, no complaints, then showers." As the players skate off, Asher turns to me. "They really respect you, you know that?" I shrug, trying to ignore the warmth blooming in my chest at his praise. "Just doing my job. Speaking of which, I've got some paperwork for you to sign." "Sure thing," he nods. "I'll swing by your office once I've dealt with our troublemakers." I head back feeling a little lighter. Maybe I really can handle all this. One crisis at a time. I settle into my chair after getting a fresh coffee and still feeling a surge of pride. My confidence is short-lived as a knock on the doorframe jerks me back to reality. It's Asher, and damn if he doesn't look good. "Hey, I'm here to sign those papers," he says, leaning against the frame. I swallow hard, trying not to stare at how his shirt clings to his muscles. "Right, of course. Come on in." He saunters over, and I catch a whiff of his cologne mixed with sweat. Damn, it's a nice manly smell. "The papers are right here," I manage, gesturing to my desk. "I also wanted to go over the itinerary and bus schedule if you've got time." "Sure thing," he nods, pulling up a chair next to me. "You doing better today?" His concern catches me off guard. "Yeah, I am. Thanks again for yesterday." "Anytime," he says, his voice low and sincere. We turn to the computer, and I'm acutely aware of how close he is. His arm brushes mine as he leans in to look at the screen, and my pulse quickens. Damn it. "So here's the breakdown of travel times," I explain, trying to keep my voice steady. He nods, his breath warm on my cheek. "Looks good. What about accommodations?" I click to the next page, very aware of how close he is to me. Our hands accidentally touch as we both reach for the mouse, and I feel my heart begin to pound. "Sorry," we both mutter, laughing awkwardly. The tension in the room is heavy and charged, and I'm finding it hard to concentrate. All I can think about is our conversation on the rooftop, leaving these unresolved feelings hanging between us. "Wylie," Asher starts, his voice husky. I stand up abruptly, nearly knocking over my chair. "I just remembered. I need to go." Confusion flashes across his face. "Everything okay?" "Fine," I lie, gathering my things. "Can you just give these papers to my dad's secretary when you're done?" "Thanks." I'm out the door before he can respond. I need space, time to clear my head. This thing between us, whatever it is, it's too complicated, too risky. I've got to put some distance between us before I do something I can't take back. I burst into the women's bathroom, grateful for the solitude it offers. My hands grip the cool porcelain of the sink as I stare at my reflection, willing the tears not to fall. My phone feels heavy in my pocket, a reminder of all the people I could call. But who would understand? I've pushed everyone away, buried myself in work. The thought of explaining everything about Dad, Asher, the rumors, it's exhausting. Just as I decide against reaching out, my phone rings, Dad's name is on the screen, and my stomach drops. I answer, steadying myself. "Wylie." His voice is curt, disapproval evident. "Where are we on those sponsorship reports?" "I'm finalizing them now, Dad. They'll be ready by..." They should have been done yesterday, he cuts me off. And what about this situation with Asher? Have you handled it? I bite my lip, anger and frustration bubbling up. We're working on it. It's not as simple as, it needs to be simple, he snaps. Do you understand what's at stake here? We're this close to losing more sponsors. If this isn't resolved soon, there'll be calls for both of you to step down. His words hit like a punch. Dad, No excuses, Wylie. Fix it. The call ends abruptly, and I drop my phone into the sink with a clatter. The tears I've been holding back spill over, and I struggle to muffle my sobs. The empty bathroom amplifies every gasping breath, and I press my hand against my mouth, terrified someone might hear. Anger replaces the sadness, hot and fierce. Nothing I do is ever good enough for my father or this damn team. I straighten up, wiping my eyes roughly with the back of my hand. My reflection in the mirror glares back at me, eyes rimmed red but blazing with the newfound determination. I splash some cold water on my face to hide the crying red eyes. Screw this. I'm done being everyone's punching bag. I've bent over backwards trying to please them all, and for what? More criticism? More impossible demands? No more. I storm out of the bathroom, nearly colliding with a group of players loitering in the hallway. They grin, used to my usual cheerful demeanor. I'm not in the mood for small talk, but they don't seem to notice the storm brewing behind my eyes. Hey, Griffith, one of them calls, his voice way too chipper for my current state. You seen Coach Bronson around? Something in me snaps. The pressure, the expectations, the constant scrutiny all come crashing down in this moment. Why the hell would I know where your coach is? I spit out, my voice sharp enough to cut glass. That's not my job. You want to be useful? Keep your heads in the game and win. That's what you're paid for, isn't it? Their shocked expressions barely register as I push past them, my heart pounding like a jackhammer in my chest. I can feel their eyes on my back, probably wondering what's gotten into me. But I don't care. I'm done being the perfect, accommodating Wylie everyone expects me to be. Let them talk. Let them wonder. I've got bigger problems to deal with, and right now I need to get as far away from here as possible before I say something I'll really regret. But then a familiar voice behind me makes me freeze. Wylie? Asher's concerned tone makes me want to scream, but I push it down. Everything okay? I spin around, meeting his worried gaze. For a moment, I want nothing more than to fall into his arms and let him make it all better. But I can't. I won't. I'm fine, I say, my voice clipped. I've got work to do. I brush past him, ignoring the hurt look on his face. I can handle this on my own. I have to.
Chapter 15. Asher. I enjoy the ride, feeling the bus rumble beneath me as we make our way to the campsite. My eyes drift to Wylie, seated a few rows ahead. She's been avoiding me like the plague since her outburst. That's the whole reason I planned this weekend retreat for the team. I figured we all could use a breath of fresh air, especially Wylie. I'm hoping this change of scenery will give us a chance to clear the air, maybe even break down some of those walls she's put up. Hell, if nothing else, at least we'll be surrounded by nature instead of the suffocating atmosphere back at the office. It's a gamble, but I'm willing to bet that a little time away from our usual routines might just be what we need to reset and move forward. Coach, we there yet? One of the players calls out. Almost, I reply, my voice gruff. Sit tight. The bus finally pulls up to the campsite, and I stand, stretching my arms above my head. All right, team. Let's get moving. As we file off the bus, I catch sight of Wylie again. She's all business, clipboard in hand, delegating tasks to everyone but me. It stings, but I get it. The pressure she's under is insane. Welcome, everyone. A cheery voice cuts through the air. Our team-building facilitators have arrived. I'm Sarah, and this is Mike. We'll be guiding you through your activities this weekend. I nod at them, then turn to the team. Listen up. This weekend is about coming together, working as one unit. I expect full participation from everyone. Got it? A chorus of, "Yes, coach," echoes back at me. As Sarah starts dividing us into groups, I make my way over to her. Mind if I make a suggestion? I ask, keeping my voice low. She raises an eyebrow. Sure, coach. Put me with Miss Griffith for the activities, I say, my eyes flickering to where Wylie stands, still avoiding my gaze. We work well together. Sarah nods, a knowing smile on her face. You got it. The first activity kicks off, and sure enough, Wylie and I are paired up. She looks less than thrilled, but I can work with that. Ready to kick some faces? I ask her, flashing my most charming grin. I can't help but notice how the sunlight catches her green eyes, making them sparkle despite her scowl. She rolls her eyes, crossing her arms over her chest. Let's just get this over with, she mutters, but I catch a hint of curiosity in her voice. As we tackle the team-building exercise, I sense that familiar electricity coming back. It's like a low hum, buzzing between us, impossible to ignore. Though Wylie's not exactly enthusiastic, she participates effectively alongside me without grumbling. I've got to hand it to her. She's a trooper. We navigate through the obstacles, our bodies moving together, as if we've done this 100 times before. It's the sole task we complete before our evening meal and turning in for the night, but I'll take it as a promising beginning. As we wrap up, I catch Wylie's eye and give her a nod. Nice work, I say, my voice low and just for her. She hesitates for a moment, then nods back. You too, she admits grudgingly, and I swear I see the ghost of a smile on her lips. Yeah, I think to myself as we head back to the group. This weekend just might be interesting after all. By Saturday evening, I can see Wylie starting to loosen up. She's done avoiding me, at least in groups, and she's laughing more, her smile reaching her eyes. It's a sight for sore eyes, and I can't help but feel a sense of accomplishment. I've been working hard to break through that tough exterior of hers, and it seems like it's finally paying off. Her laughter is infectious, spreading through the group like wildfire, and I find myself chuckling along with her. It's a welcome change from the tense atmosphere we've been dealing with all week. Then chaos erupts. Coach! Coach Bronson! A panicked voice cuts through the air. Tyler's hurt! I sprint towards the commotion, Wylie hot on my heels. Tyler, one of our key players, is on the ground, clutching his ankle. Damn, I mutter, kneeling beside him. What happened? Tripped during the obstacle course, Tyler grunts through clenched teeth. I look up at Wylie, our eyes meeting for the first time in days. Without a word, we spring into action. She's already on the phone, calling for medical assistance, while I assess the injury. Looks like a bad sprain, I tell her as she hangs up. He'll be out for at least a week, maybe more. Wylie nods, her face set in determination. Their medic will be here soon to confirm. I'll start reworking the lineup for next week's game. I watch Wylie's retreating form as she heads back to her tent, her mind already racing with lineup changes. Wylie, hold up, I call out. You don't need to worry about that right now. We still gotta get him checked out. But she's already gone, disappearing into her tent without a backward glance. I shake my head, a mix of admiration and frustration coursing through me. Her dedication is unmatched, but sometimes I wish she'd just take a breath. The sound of an approaching vehicle snaps me back to the present. The medic's here. I wave him over to where Tyler's still on the ground, grimacing in pain. Over here! I shout, gesturing to Tyler. Looks like a nasty sprain. The medic nods, kneeling beside Tyler to examine the injury. After a quick assessment, he confirms my initial diagnosis. Yeah, it's a bad one. He'll need to stay off it for at least a week, maybe 2. All right, I sigh, running a hand through my hair. Let's get him up to the house. Together, the medic and I carefully lift Tyler and carry him to the side-by-side. It's a slow process, but we manage to get him settled without jostling his ankle too much and up to the house. After getting Tyler settled, head back towards the campsite, the evening now officially upon us. The smell of roasting hot dogs and the crackle of the fire greet me, but something's off. It takes me a moment to realize what it is. Wylie's still missing. I scan the group gathered around the fire, but she's nowhere to be seen. My eyes drift to her tent, where a faint light glows through the fabric. Of course, she's still working on that damn lineup. Part of me wants to march over there, drag her out, and make her join the rest of us. But I hesitate. We've made so much progress this weekend breaking down some of those walls she's built up. I don't want to risk undoing all of that by pushing too hard. So instead, I grab a plate and load it up with food. As I settle down by the fire, my eyes keep drifting back to Wylie's tent. I hope she knows what she's missing out here. But more than that, I hope she knows she doesn't have to carry all this weight on her own. That night, I toss and turn in my sleeping bag. The events of the day replay in my mind, and I can't shake the image of Wylie's determined face as she disappeared into her tent. With a sigh, I unzip my tent and step out into the cool night air. The campsite is quiet, most of the team having turned in hours ago. But there, by the dying embers of the campfire, sits Wylie. Her silhouette is illuminated by the faint glow, and I'm struck by how beautiful she looks in the starlight. I approach quietly, not wanting to startle her. Can't sleep either. She jumps slightly, then relaxes when she sees it's me. Too much on my mind, she admits. Want some company? I ask, gesturing to the space next to her. She hesitates for a moment, then nods. I settle in beside her, close enough to feel her warmth, but not so close as to make her uncomfortable. It's beautiful out here, I say, looking up at the star-studded sky. You don't get views like this in the city. No, you don't, she agrees softly. We sit in comfortable silence for a while, the crackling of the dying fire the only sound. Then on impulse, I stand and hold out my hand to her. Take a walk with me. She looks at my hand, and then up at me, her green eyes searching my face. Finally, she takes it, and I help her to her feet. We stroll away from the campsite, our path lit by the moonlight. The night is serene, and I can feel some of the tension leaving Wylie's body as we walk. You know, I say, my voice low and teasing, I'm starting to think you're avoiding me, Miss Griffith. She snorts, a sound that's both unladylike and utterly charming. Don't flatter yourself, Coach. Oh, come on, I grin, nudging her shoulder with mine. Admit it. You find me irresistible. I catch a small smile on her lips. You're impossible. We come to a stop in a small clearing, the stars seeming even brighter here. I turn to face her, suddenly serious. Wylie, Don't, she interrupts, her voice barely above a whisper. Please, don't say it. But I can't stop myself. I step closer, my hand coming up to cup her cheek. I can't pretend anymore. These feelings, they're real. Her eyes meet mine, and I see the conflict there, the longing warring with fear. Asher, we can't. I lean in slowly, giving her every chance to pull away. But she doesn't. Instead, she meets me halfway, our lips coming together in a kiss that's both tender and electric. It's everything I've imagined and more. Her lips are soft against mine. My hand slides into her hair, pulling her closer as the kiss deepens. When we finally part, we're both breathless. I rest my forehead against hers, not ready to let her go just yet. You know, she says breathlessly, I have my tent all to myself. Chapter 16. Asher. I take Wylie's hint like a lifeline, my body already thrumming with anticipation. Lead the way, I whisper, my voice rough with desire. She smiles and grabs my hand. I follow her through the moonlit campground. Her tent is a beacon calling to me, promising warmth and the taste of forbidden fruit I've been craving since the moment I laid eyes on her. The moment we slip inside the tent, the world outside fades away, replaced by a sanctuary of whispering fabric and concealing shadows. The air is thick with our desire, The only sounds in this secluded haven are our mingled breaths, ragged with anticipation. I can't hold back any longer. I need to feel her against me. I reach out, my fingers grazing her soft skin as I pull her close, and our lips crash together in a kiss that's both a vow of what's to come and a silent plea for more.
I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylawalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla. Chapter 17. Wylie. I wake up disoriented at first. Then memories of last night flood my senses. The tent feels empty without Asher's warmth beside me. My hand reaches out, finding only a piece of paper where he should be. Squinting in the early morning light, I read his note. Wylie had to head back before the others stirred. Would have stayed if I could. A smile tugs at my lips, but it's quickly replaced by a knot in my stomach. The reality of our situation hits me like a bucket of ice water. What have we done? Outside, I hear the team bustling about, packing up camp. I force myself to move, mechanically folding my sleeping bag and gathering my things. My mind's jumbled with conflicting emotions. The burn of Asher's touch still lingers on my skin, but the cold dread of potential consequences chills me to the bone. As I step out of the tent, I catch Asher's eye across the campsite. He gives me a subtle wink, and I can't help the small smile that creeps onto my face. But I quickly school my features, focusing on the task at hand. Miss Griffith, can you give us a hand with this tent? One of the players calls out. Sure thing, I respond, grateful for the distraction. The bus ride back is torture. I sit near the front, pretending to be engrossed in my phone while stealing glances at Asher. Each time our eyes meet, a heat wave courses through me. But the thrill is quickly followed by a wave of anxiety. How are we going to navigate this? As we pull into the parking lot, one of the staff members approaches me. Wylie, you might want to check your messages. There's been some chatter. My stomach drops like a stone. I rush to my office as I ignore the curious glances from the team. As soon as I log in, my inbox floods with accusatory emails and messages. The notifications sound pinging incessantly. Words like favoritism and unprofessional conduct jump out at me, each one a punch to the gut. Word had gotten out about the team building weekend, and it seems like half the town had jumped on the scandal wagon when they found out I was a part of the retreat. I find things saying they think we took advantage of the team for a weekend for ourselves. Jesus, do these people have nothing better to do than gossip? Damn, I mutter, scrolling through the barrage of complaints. My fingers tremble slightly as I click from one message to another, each worse than the last. How did this escalate so quickly? It's like a wildfire, burning through any semblance of professionalism or trust I've built up. I pull my hair up and off my neck, trying to think of how the hell I'm going to put out this fire. I spend the rest of the day and the following morning in damage control mode, fielding calls and responding to emails. The pressure is mounting, and I feel like I'm drowning. Did one night of happiness really cost us this much? Just as I think I have done all that I can, my phone rings. It's my father's secretary. Wylie, your father's back in the office. He wants to see you right away. The words hit me like a punch to the gut. My legs feel like lead as I make myself stand, With each step towards my father's office, dread coils tighter. I knock on the door of my father's office, my hand trembling slightly. Without waiting for a response, I push it open, the creak of the hinges sounding like a death knell in the silence. Dad sits behind his imposing mahogany desk, his face a mask of calm. But I know better. The tension in his jaw, the slight twitch of his left eye, these are the tells of a storm brewing beneath the surface. I've never seen him this angry. Dad, I start, but he cuts me off with a sharp gesture. Sit down, Wylie. His voice is low, controlled, but there's an edge to it that makes me flinch. I sink into the chair across from him, my legs feeling like jelly. The silence stretches between us, thick and suffocating. Do you have any idea, he finally says, each word measured and heavy, what kind of mess you've created? I'd open my mouth to defend myself, but he holds up a hand, silencing me. The rumors are everywhere. Our sponsors are threatening to pull out. The board is in an uproar. He leans forward, his eyes boring into mine. And you're at the center of it all. My stomach churns. I knew it was bad, but this is worse than I imagined. Dad, it's not what you think. I don't care what I think, he snaps, his composure finally cracking. It's what everyone else thinks that matters. Do you understand what's at stake here? I nod, unable to form words. He takes a deep inhale, visibly trying to calm himself. Wylie, I'm going to give you a choice, and I want you to think very carefully about your answer. The air in the room seems to thicken, making it hard to breathe. Either you end whatever is going on with Asher, immediately and permanently, or you walk away from this team, from everything we've built. The ultimatum hits me like a physical blow. I feel the blood drain from my face as the full weight of his words sinks in. But Dad, that's not fair. We haven't. Fair? He scoffs. Fair doesn't matter. What matters is the stability of this team, the faith of our sponsors, the trust of our community. Are you willing to throw all that away for, what? A fling? His words sting, reducing what Asher and I have to something cheap and tawdry. But as much as I want to argue, to make him understand, I can see the resolve in his eyes. There's no room for negotiation here. I sit there, frozen, as the magnitude of the decision before me crashes down. Everything I've worked for, everything I've dreamed of achieving with this team, or Asher, the man who, in such a short time, has become so important to me. I stand up, unable to find any words or resolve. My dad takes my silence as my answer. Good choice. I'll schedule a meeting with you soon to catch up on everything you've done in my absence. His words fade behind me as his ultimatum echoes in my head, leaving me shaken to my core. As I leave, I realize the stakes are higher than I ever imagined, and I'm left grappling with an impossible choice. I slip into the empty exercise room, seeking refuge from the chaos swirling around me. The weight bench feels cold and unyielding as I sink onto it, my mind a jumbled mess of emotions and consequences. How did everything spiral so out of control? The door creaks open, and I tense, afraid it might be Asher, but it's just Megan, our physical therapist, arms full of supplies. Oh, sorry, Wylie. Didn't mean to interrupt your brooding session, she suggests with a raised brow. I manage a weak chuckle. That obvious, huh? Only to someone who's known you since we were stealing each other's juice boxes in kindergarten, Megan teases, setting down her load. It's been a minute since our schedules have aligned. Want to talk about it? I hesitate, but the words tumble out before I can stop them. It's this whole mess with Coach Bronson, the rumors and the sponsor possibly pulling out because of this. I feel like I'm being torn apart. Megan's face softens. She plops down next to me, her presence comforting. I've heard the whispers, but girl, You can't let other people's gossip dictate your life. Easy for you to say, I grumble. Your job doesn't hang in the balance. True, she concedes. But your happiness does. And from what I've seen here and there, you seem pretty happy around that coach. Like, disgustingly cute together happy. I can't help but smile at that. I know that, but my dad, this job, I trail off not knowing what else to say. Megan considers this for a moment. Look, I can't tell you what to do, but I can tell you that living your life to please others, even your dad, is a recipe for misery. You've got to follow your heart sometimes. Consequences be damned. Her words hit home, stirring something deep within me. But what if... No what ifs, Megan cuts me off. You're Wylie freaking Griffith. You face down tougher opponents than a bunch of gossipy sponsors. Life has dealt you quite a hand, and you've always come out on top. Whatever you decide, own it. I try and take a deep, cleansing breath, feeling some of the tension leave my body. Thanks, Meg. I needed that kick. Anytime, she grins, standing up. Now, go get your man, or don't, but make it your choice, not anyone else's. As I head back to my office, Megan's advice keeps replaying in my mind. I know she's right, but the decision is still hard. I'm so lost in thought that I nearly collide with two of our players, Justin and Mikey, coming out of the locker room. Whoa, Griffith, Justin laughs, steadying me. You okay? Yeah, just distracted, I admit. Mikey's expression turns serious. Hey, we wanted to say, we've got your back, through all this nonsense. Justin nods emphatically. For real, you and Coach Bronson have been nothing but solid. Don't let the haters get you down. Their support catches me off guard, a lump forming in my throat. Thanks, guys. That means a lot. As they head off, their words linger. I realize that my role here goes beyond spreadsheets and strategies. It's about integrity, about standing up for what's right, even when it's hard.
Chapter 18. Asher. I step onto the ice, feeling the familiar chill seep through my skates. The team's already warming up, their blades carving patterns across the rink. There's a different energy today. I can feel it crackling in the air. All right, boys, gather round, I call out, my voice echoing off the arena walls. They skate over, forming a semicircle around me. I notice the change in their demeanor immediately. Gone are the skeptical glances and hesitant movements. Instead, I'm met with attentive eyes and eager stances. Today, we're focusing on our power play. I want to see crisp passes, seamless transitions, and shots that'll make the opposing goalie wish he'd chosen a different career. Got it? A chorus of, "Yes, coach," rings out, and I can't help but grin. This is what I've been working towards. A team that's not just skilled, but united. As we dive into drills, I find myself adapting my coaching style. Instead of barking orders, I'm offering guidance, explaining the why behind each play. It's a change that comes naturally, and I realize with the start that it's all thanks to Wylie. Her influence has softened my edges, made me more empathetic without losing my edge. "Coach," one of the younger players calls out, "can you show us that stick-handling technique again?" I nod, demonstrating the move. "Like this. It's all in the wrist control. You want to be unpredictable. Keep the defense guessing." As I'm mid-explanation, the arena doors swing open. Joe Griffith strides in, accompanied by a man in an expensive suit. It must be the sponsor I've heard about. The temperature in the rink seems to drop a few degrees, and it's not from the ice. I push thoughts of Wylie and our kiss to the back of my mind. This is game time, and I'll be damned if I let personal drama interfere with my coaching. "All right, team," I say, loud enough for our visitors to hear. "Let's show them what we've been working on. Full ice scrimmage now." The players spring into action. their movements fluid and coordinated. I skate to the side that the men are on and stand tall, arms crossed, exuding confidence as Joe and the sponsor approach. "Mr. Griffith," I greet, extending a hand. "Good to see you. And you must be our sponsor. Welcome to our humble ice palace." Joe's handshake is curt, his eyes cold. The sponsor, however, seems more interested in the action on the ice. "Impressive," the sponsor comments, watching as one of our forwards executes a perfect saucer pass. "They've improved significantly since I last saw them play." I nod, allowing a hint of pride to color my voice. They're a dedicated group. As I launch into an explanation of our strategy, I can feel Joe's gaze boring into me. But I don't falter. This team, these players are my responsibility now. And no matter what personal complications I'm facing, I'll do right by them. The practice continues, and with each passing minute, I can see the sponsor's interest. Even Joe's icy demeanor seems to thaw slightly as he watches the team's seamless execution of plays we've been drilling for weeks. When the men prepare to leave, they shake my hands again, the sponsor thanking me for my time. I'd suggest to focus more on defense. The offensive isn't always the smart move, Joe says gruffly, withholding his parting handshake. His arms are crossed over his chest, and his eyes bore into mine, challenging me. I stand my ground, refusing to be intimidated by his own power play. "I appreciate the input, sir," I reply, keeping my voice steady and professional. "I'll take it into consideration as we continue to develop our strategy." I let Joe's words roll off my back. The team performed exceptionally well today, and that's what matters. I won't let his attitude dampen my spirits. "All right, boys, great work out there. Hit the showers," I call out, my voice echoing across the ice. As the players file off, my phone lights up. It's Wylie. "Hey," I answer, trying to keep my voice neutral. "Asher, has my father been there?" Wylie's voice is tinged with concern. "Yeah, he just left." "Why?" She sighs. "I wanted to warn you. Our last interaction was intense, especially after the retreat." "Don't worry about it. Nothing I couldn't handle," I assure her, though Joe's cold demeanor lingers in my mind. "Listen, about our strategy sessions." "I've been thinking about that," Wylie interjects. "We need to be smart about this. I have an idea. I'm all ears. Let's use the small conference room with the glass walls. It's visible, professional. Should keep the rumors at bay." I can't help but smile. Of course, she's already got a plan. "Sounds perfect. I'll be there in 15... See you then." I hang up and head to gather my laptop, game films, and playbook. As I head to the conference room, I feel that this arrangement, while necessary, feels like a step backward. But if it means I get to keep working with Wylie, I'll take it. Over the next few hours, we dive into strategies and team dynamics. The glass walls of the conference room make me almost self-conscious of our interactions, but Wylie's focus is unwavering. Her insights are sharp, her suggestions invaluable. "What if we switch up this play formation?" she suggests, leaning over a diagram. "Move Johnson to the point and have Miller crash the net." I nod, impressed. That could work. It plays to their strengths, makes them more dexterous. As the night wears on, our professional rapport strengthens, but the undercurrent of tension remains. Every accidental brush of hands, every shared look, feels charged with all the things we can't say. Finally, as the clock hits 10, we call it quits. "Good work today," I say, packing up my things. Wylie nods. "Same time tomorrow?" "Wouldn't miss it." We part ways in the parking lot, and I head home, my mind racing. It doesn't stop, even when I finally lay my head down to try and get some shut-eye. But sleep eludes me, taunting me from just out of reach with thoughts of Wylie, of our kiss, of the impossible situation we're in, swirling through my head like a goddamn tornado. I toss and turn, unable to quiet my mind. I can still feel the softness of her lips, the curves of her body pressed against mine. This is exactly what I didn't need right now, but I can't seem to shake it. The team, the upcoming season, her father. It's all a tangled mess, and I'm right in the middle of it. Damn it. I throw off the covers and get up, pulling on a pair of sweatpants. Before I can talk myself out of it, I'm out the door and standing in front of Wylie's condo. My knuckles rap against the wood, the sound echoing in the quiet hallway. Seconds tick by, feeling like hours. Just as I'm about to turn away, the door opens. Wylie stands there, her curls tousled, wearing an oversized t-shirt. Her eyes widen in surprise. Asher! What are you? I can't do this anymore, I blurt out, my voice rough with emotion and frustration. I can't pretend that what's between us isn't real. It's killing me. She glances nervously around, her fingers tightening on the doorframe. You shouldn't be here. If someone sees... I don't give a damn about what I should or shouldn't do, I growl, stepping closer, close enough to catch the scent of her shampoo. I'm in love with you, Wylie. Head over heels. I've tried to fight it, but I can't anymore. Her breath catches, and I see the conflict swirling in those mesmerizing green eyes. Asher, we can't... This is too risky. We can, I interrupt, my voice firm and unwavering. I know it's complicated. I know there are consequences, but I'm ready to face them all if it means being with you. Nothing else matters to me. Wylie's eyes shimmer with unshed tears, and it takes everything in me not to pull her into my arms right then and there. What about the team? My father? Our jobs? We could lose everything. I reach out, unable to resist any longer, cupping her face in my hands. Her skin is soft and warm, and I feel that familiar spark ignite between us. We'll figure it out, together. I'm not letting you go. Not for anyone or anything. I don't care if I have to quit. If we have to move to the other side of the country. You're worth it all. It's not that simple, she whispers, but I can see her resolve weakening. Nothing worth having ever is, I say, my thumb brushing her cheek. But I'm willing to fight for this. Are you? A tear slips down her cheek and I wipe it away gently. I just needed you to know, I say softly. I couldn't keep it in anymore. I step back, my hands falling to my sides. Think about it. I'll be here whatever you decide. As I turn to leave, I hear a soft sob escape her lips. It takes every ounce of willpower not to turn back, to take her in my arms and never let go. But I know she needs time. I walk back to my apartment, feeling both lighter and heavier than before. I know I shouldn't have laid all of that on her, but I needed to. She needs to know where I stand because I'm tired of Wylie not knowing. The ball's in her court now. All I can do is keep doing my job and see what happens.
Chapter 19. Wylie. I rush through the hallways of the arena, my heels echoing against the polished floor. My arms are laden with folders, and my brain full of strategies, numbers, and Asher's words from earlier this week. Damn it, I mutter, nearly dropping a file as I round a corner. I catch it just in time. I'm just a rushed mess right now. Asher's confession keeps playing over and over in my head. I love you, Wylie. I'm all in. Consequences be damned. His intensity, the raw emotion in his voice. It was everything I dreamed of and everything I feared. I need to keep my head on my job. The upcoming game and the board meeting are where my energy needs to be, not on Asher's blue eyes or the way his hand felt on my cheek. As I pass by the rink doors, I can't help but pause. Through the small window, I catch a glimpse of Asher on the ice. He's in his element, barking orders at the players, his posture commanding respect. Come on, Mariez, you're better than that. Again. His voice carries even through the thick doors. A smile tugs at my lips before I can stop it. Watching him work, seeing the passion he brings to everything he does. It's intoxicatingly terrifying. I keep moving, dropping off the paperwork at the admin office before heading back to my own space. There's still so much to prepare for the meeting. Hours tick by, As I pore over reports and projections, my eyes starting to blur from staring at spreadsheets and financial forecasts, the stakes of this meeting weigh heavily on me, pressing down on my shoulders like a physical burden. It's not just my career on the line, but Asher's too. And the future of the team hangs in the balance. I can't help but feel the pressure mounting with each passing minute. A sharp knock at my door startles me out of my concentration, making me jump slightly in my seat. I blink rapidly, trying to refocus my vision. "Hey, you ready for this?" Asher's deep voice vibrates through me more than I care to admit. I look up, meeting his intense gaze. His eyes show concern and a warmth that seems to reach out and wrap around me. But there's also unwavering support, a steadiness that grounds me. He's not pushing, not demanding anything, just being there, solid and steady, like an anchor in the storm of my anxiety. "As ready as I'll ever be," I reply, gathering my things. "You got everything you need?" A cocky smirk tugs at his mouth. "With you by my side, always." I stand, smoothing down my skirt, trying to hide my blush. "Let's do this," I say, my voice steadier than I feel. As we walk towards the conference room, I try and collect myself to get ready for the board. I stand outside the conference room, my guts twisting into knots. Asher's presence beside me brings me comfort, which is also why I'm anxious. What will the stakeholders, my father, see when they see us together? I take a deep inhale in preparation. "You've got this," Asher murmurs, his low voice reassuring. I nod, not trusting my voice. The door opens and we're ushered in. The room is filled with stern faces and unimpressed men, their hands folded on the table or clutching notepads. My father sits at the head of the long table, his cold demeanor unchanged. I swallow hard, reminding myself that I do this every year. It's just another meeting. "Good morning, everyone," I greet, setting up a board to show a graph Asher and I have meticulously prepared over the past week. My body is numb in nervousness, but I force my voice to remain steady. As most of you know, I'm Wylie Griffith, and this is Coach Bronson. Asher nods as the other men return the gesture, their faces remaining impassive. I can't help but notice how my father's expression doesn't change either. Now, before we start, I want to get the elephant out of the room. I know there has been lots of speculation of what is happening between myself and the head coach. I can assure you that though this matter should be nobody's business, there is nothing to be worried about when it comes to our involvement with the team. Everything Coach and I do is for the benefit of the team, and that is our only focus, as I hope it is all of yours. Now, with that out of the way, let's begin. I am shaking after my speech, but Asher looks at me with a hint of admiration, showing me he has my back in this. No one challenges my statement. They all simply nod and wait for us to start. As we begin our presentation, I feel the weight of their scrutiny pressing down on me like a physical force. But as we delve into the meat of our meeting, outlining our strategic vision for the team, something unexpected happens. A few board members start nodding along, their expressions shifting from skepticism to interest. I catch Asher's eye, and he gives me an imperceptible nod of encouragement. "I have to say, this is impressive work." Mr. Rorick, one of the older board members, speaks up. His bushy eyebrows rise in surprise. "You've really thought this through." "Thank you, sir," I reply, a small spark of hope igniting in my chest. I stand a little straighter, confidence building. Another board member, Mr. Patel, leans forward, his glasses glinting in the fluorescent light. "I agree. This could be exactly what the team needs to turn things around. Your projections are ambitious, but achievable." As we continue, answering questions and elaborating on our plans, I can feel the energy in the room shift. We're winning them over, one by one. By the time we wrap up, we've secured the stakeholders with our plan, and I suddenly feel lighter, as if a weight has been lifted off my shoulders. I glance at my father, hoping to see some sign of approval, but his face remains unreadable as ever. Nevertheless, their endorsement bolsters my confidence, and I can see Asher even standing a little taller beside me. But one glance at my father's unchanging expression reminds me that we're far from out of the woods. As the meeting wraps up, there's a noticeable shift in the room. We've made an impact, even if we haven't won everyone over yet. Asher and I gather our materials in silence, the meeting settling over us. We make our way back to my office, our arms full of folders, neither of us speaking a word. Once inside, I set everything down on my desk with a soft thud. I turned to face Asher, still standing in the doorway. For a moment, we just look at each other, the tension from the meeting slowly dissipating. Then, finally, I feel my lips curl into a smile. It's small at first, but it grows, mirroring the hope that's been growing since we got the endorsements. We did it. We actually did it. I can't help but give him a hug in the rush of happiness I suddenly feel. Asher's arms are around me, enveloping me in a bear hug that lifts me off my feet. I laugh, the tension from the meeting melting away in his embrace. "We did it, Wylie," he murmurs into my hair. "We did it." I nod against his chest, breathing in his musky, manly scent. His body is solid and warm against mine, and I find myself noticing how strong he feels, how safe I feel in his arms. It's intoxicating, and for a moment, I let myself indulge in the comfort he offers. But reality crashes back in, and I reluctantly pull away, my hands lingering on his arms. "We still have a long way to go," I say, trying to keep my voice steady. Asher's blue eyes lock onto mine, intense and unwavering. "I know, but we've got this. Together." I swallow hard, forcing myself to step back and create some distance between us. "So, do you feel ready for the big game this weekend?" I ask, desperate to steer the conversation to safer ground. He runs a hand through his dark hair, a gesture I've come to recognize as a sign of his own nervousness. "As ready as we'll ever be. The team's looking good, but you never know until you're out there on the ice." I nod, leaning against my desk. "True, but if anyone can lead them to victory, it's you." Asher grins, the compliment clearly hitting its mark. "Flattery will get you everywhere, Miss Griffith." I roll my eyes, but I can't help the smile that tugs at my lips. It's not flattery if it's true, Coach Bronson. We fall into an easy banter, neither of us making a move to leave. The air between us is charged with unspoken emotions, the high of our shared triumph, and the looming challenges ahead creating a bubble of intimacy in my office. Finally, Asher glances at his watch and sighs. I should probably go check on Brandon and see if he needs anything to go over. I nod, trying to ignore the pang of disappointment. Of course. Go, be the responsible coach I know you are. He hesitates at the door, his hand on the knob. Wylie, I know. I cut him off, not ready to hear whatever he was about to say. Me too. With a final nod, he's gone, leaving me alone with my thoughts in the lingering warmth of his embrace. I sink into my chair, a mix of happiness and conflict swirling in my gut. My skin still tingles where he touched me, and I can't help but replay our conversation in my mind. The way his eyes light up when he smiled, and the deep timbre of his voice is still sending waves of warmth over me. I try to shake off these feelings, reminding myself of the complications that could arise. But my heart races, betraying my attempts at rationality. Damn it, why does he have to be so irresistible? I drum my fingers on the desk. This attraction is dangerous.
Chapter 20. Asher. I blow the whistle, signaling the end of our final practice before tomorrow's critical game. My adrenaline is spiked with anticipation and nerves as I watch the players file off, their faces etched with determination and exhaustion. All right, fellas, hit the showers and get some rest. I want you all fresh and ready to kick butts tomorrow, I call out, my voice carrying across the field. As the last of the stragglers make their way to the locker room, I spot Wylie approaching from the sidelines. Her presence immediately calms the storm of thoughts in my head. Hey, Coach, you ready for that press interview? I run a hand through my sweat-dampened hair. As ready as I'll ever be. You think they'll buy our united front act? Wylie's eyes gleam confidently. Yep. Avoiding each other would only raise suspicion. This, she motions to the interview setup, shows we're focused on the team. Nothing can stop us because there's nothing to hide. I can't help but chuckle, despite the tension coiling inside me. Let's hope so. Your old man's gonna be there, right? She nods, her expression sobering slightly. Yeah, he'll be lurking behind the camera, no doubt. We make our way to the designated interview area, our steps in sync. As we approach, I spot Joe Griffith, his stern face a mask of neutrality, always the professional. But his eyes always give away his mood, and he's still skeptical and unimpressed with me, it seems. The interviewer, a perky blonde with a megawatt smile, greets us with enthusiasm. Coach Asher, Miss Griffith, thank you so much for joining us today. Are you excited about tomorrow's big game? I plaster on my most confident grin, the one I've perfected over years of dealing with the media. Absolutely. The team's been working their butts off, and we're ready to show this town what we're made of. These guys have got fire in their bellies and ice in their veins. Tomorrow we're gonna light up that scoreboard. Wylie chimes in smoothly, her voice a perfect blend of professionalism and warmth. The players have really come together under Coach Bronson's leadership. It's been incredible to watch their progress. The transformation from where we started to where we are now is nothing short of remarkable. As the interview progresses, we play off each other effortlessly, our responses complementing and building upon one another, like we've rehearsed this 1,000 times. To anyone watching, we must look like the perfect professional duo, a well-oiled machine of sports management. But beneath the surface, I can feel the simmering of our connection. Every time our eyes meet, I'm reminded of stolen moments and unspoken promises. It takes every ounce of willpower to keep my hands to myself and my tone strictly professional. I find myself gripping the armrest of my chair, anchoring myself to prevent any involuntary movement towards her. As we wrap up, I catch Joe's eye over the camera. His expression is unreadable, a poker face that would make Vegas pros envious. But I can feel the weight of his scrutiny boring into me. It's like being under a microscope, and I'm not sure I like what he sees. Well, that's all we have time for, the interviewer chirps, her voice cutting through my thoughts. Good luck tomorrow, Coach Asher, Miss Griffith. We'll all be rooting for you. I stand, offering a firm handshake. Thanks for having us. We'll do our best to give you something worth talking about tomorrow. As I turn away, I can't help but think that no matter what happens on the field, the real game is just beginning. I nod my thanks, then turn to the lingering players who've been watching from the sidelines. All right, guys, you heard the lady. Get some rest. Big day tomorrow. As they leave, I gather my things, mind racing with last-minute strategies. I glance at Wylie approaching her father, suddenly lost in daydreams of us spending the evening together. I look away and push those thoughts aside. The big game tomorrow must be my focus. I've made my feelings clear to Wylie. She knows where I stand. The best thing I can do for us both is win this game and show everyone what our team can do. That night, I toss and turn endlessly, my mind racing with plays and strategies. Sleep escapes me, but I'm too wired to care. As the first rays of sunlight peek through my window, I'm already up, pacing the room, mentally preparing for the biggest game of my career. By 2 p.m., I'm at the arena, my body thrumming with anticipation. The air crackles with excitement as fans start trickling in, their voices echoing through the halls. Coach! One of my players calls out. We're ready to kick some faces. I grin, clapping him on the shoulder. That's what I like to hear. Now get your gear on. We've got a game to win. As game time approaches, I gather the team in the locker room. The tension is suffocating, but I can see the fire in their eyes. This is our moment. All right, listen up, I boom, my voice cutting through the nervous chatter. We've busted so hard to get here. Every drill, every practice, every drop of sweat has led to this moment. The Titans think they've got us beat, but they don't know what we're made of. I pause, meeting each player's gaze. We're not just a team, we're a family, and family fights for each other. So when you step out onto that ice, remember this. You're not just playing for yourself, you're playing for the guy next to you, for this town, for everyone who believed in us when no one else did. From the corner of my eye, I catch Wylie watching, her green eyes shining with pride. It fuels me, pushing me to drive my point home. Now let's go out there and show those Titans what real hockey looks like. Who are we? The Daredevils, they roar back. And what do? We destroy! As we file out, the roar of the crowd hits us like a tidal wave, and the thumps of cheers and stomps vibrated through my body. And just like that, it's on. The game is intense from the get-go, with both teams fighting tooth and nail for every damn point. The ice becomes a battlefield, bodies slamming, sticks clashing, and tempers flaring. By the third period, we're tied 2, and I can feel the pressure mounting, a tangible weight on my shoulders. Come on, boys! I shout from the bench, my voice hoarse from yelling. Dig deep! We've got this! Show these jerks what we're made of! With just seconds left on the clock, our star forward breaks away, streaking down the ice like a bolt of lightning. The arena holds its collective breath, the tension so thick you could cut it with a knife. I lean forward, my hands gripping the board so tight my knuckles turn white. He winds up for the shot, and I swear I can hear my own heartbeat thundering in my ears. The puck sails through the air, time seeming to slow down to an agonizing crawl. The buzzer sounds just as it hits the back of the net with a satisfying thwack. We've won. Holy cow, we've actually won. The crowd erupts into a deafening roar, and my players pile onto the ice in a jubilant mass of flailing limbs and ecstatic shouts. Amidst the chaos of victory, my eyes instinctively search the rink. And there she is. I find Wylie's eyes across the arena, her green gaze locking with mine. In that moment, everything else fades away, and I feel a different kind of victory stirring in my chest as we share a brief, triumphant look. As the celebrations erupt around me, I feel a surge of pride and gratitude wash over me. My team, these incredible guys who've busted so hard day in and day out, deserve every bit of this glory. But there's someone else who deserves recognition too. I raise my arms, gesturing for quiet. Hey everyone, can I get your attention for a sec? The noise gradually dies down, all eyes turning to me. I clear my throat, suddenly aware of the weight of what I'm about to do. First off, I want to say how proud I am of this team. You guys showed real grit out there today. A cheer goes up, and I wait for it to subside before continuing. But there's someone else who deserves a huge round of applause. Someone without whom none of this would have been possible. I scan the crowd, my eyes locking onto Wylie's. She's standing near the boards, her green eyes wide with surprise. Wylie Griffith, get over here! I call out, a grin spreading across my face. As she makes her way over, looking both confused and slightly embarrassed, I continue. This woman right here has been the backbone of our operation. She's put in countless hours, dealt with all our nonsense, and never once complained. Without her strategic insight and unwavering support, we wouldn't be standing here as champions today. Wylie reaches my side, and I throw an arm around her shoulders, giving her a squeeze. Let's hear it for Wylie, the real MVP of the Daredevils. The arena erupts in cheers and applause. I can feel Wylie tense slightly under my arm, but when I glance down at her, I see a smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. You didn't have to do that, she murmurs, but I can hear the appreciation in her voice. Yeah, I did, I reply, keeping my voice low. It's the truth, Wylie. We're a team, you and me, on and off the ice. For a moment, we stand there, basking in the glow of victory and acceptance. The crowd's enthusiasm feels like a seal of approval, washing away weeks of gossip and speculation. We're not just coach and team manager, or even potential lovers. We're partners, united in our dedication to this team and this town.
Chapter 21. Wylie. I step into the community center, the buzz of excitement still just as strong as it was back at the rink. The impromptu celebration is in full swing, and I can't help but smile at the infectious joy radiating from every corner. The air is thick with the scent of victory and sweat, mixed with the tantalizing aroma of hastily ordered pizzas and wings. As I make my way through the crowd, I'm caught off guard by the sheer number of people who approach me. It's like I'm suddenly the belle of the ball, and I'm not quite sure how to handle all this attention. Wylie, that was incredible. A player from the team grabs my hand, shaking it vigorously. Your strategies were spot on. His enthusiasm is contagious, and I find myself grinning back at him. More voices chime in, a chorus of praise that threatens to overwhelm me. Yeah, girl, you showed him what we're made of, another teammate hollers, raising his beer in a toast. Before I can respond to anyone, another voice chimes in. We couldn't have done it without you, an older woman says, her eyes twinkling with pride. You've brought this town together. I nod and smile, trying to appear confident even as I'm reeling from the unexpected adulation. The constant stream of gratitude and admiration is overwhelming, almost dizzying. I've never been one for the spotlight, but tonight, I can't deny the warmth spreading through my chest, especially given the recent scandal that nearly derailed everything. It's validation for all the late nights hunched over strategy plans, the stress-induced headaches, the moments of crippling doubt when I wondered if I was cut out for this at all. For once, I feel like I truly belong, like I've carved out my own space in this hockey-obsessed town. It's not just about proving myself to my dad anymore. It's about proving to myself that I'm capable of so much more than I ever thought possible. And after tonight, I found out how capable I really am. After what feels like hours of handshakes and heartfelt thanks, I finally get a moment to breathe. I scan the room, searching for one face in particular. That's when Asher, looking unfairly handsome in his suit he still had on from the game, a glass of champagne in each hand. Our eyes meet and he makes his way over, expertly navigating through the crowd. Thought you could use this? He says, handing me a glass. His fingers brush against mine, instantly making my body tingle. My hero? I tease, taking a sip. How are you holding up? Asher grins, that cocky smile that never fails to make my heart skip. Oh, you know me? I live for this. We clink glasses, a private celebration amidst the chaos. For a moment, it's just us. No prying eyes, no expectations, no complications. Just Asher and Wylie basking in our shared victory. The champagne bubbles tickle my nose as I take another sip, savoring the crisp taste and the even crisper company. To us, he murmurs, his voice intimate. The dynamic duo. His blue eyes glint with a wink, making my stomach do a little flip. I'm about to respond, maybe with something equally flirty and dangerous, when I see my father approaching. My spine stiffens involuntarily, but I force myself to relax. I brace for the usual criticism, but to my surprise, there's no anger in his eyes. Maybe something that might be pride. It's so unexpected, I almost don't trust it. Wylie Coach Bronson. He nods to each of us in turn, his voice gruff but not unkind. I have to admit, you've done good work here. The team's performance tonight was impressive. He pauses as if the words are unfamiliar in his mouth. Coming from my father, it's practically a glowing review. I exchange a quick glance with Asher, seeing my own shock mirrored in his eyes. For a moment, I wonder if I'm dreaming or if someone spiked the champagne. Thank you, sir. Asher says, his voice steady and respectful. We couldn't have done it without Wylie's insight. His words warm me. My father's gaze lingers on me for a moment, and I see a flash of something else, approval, maybe even acceptance. It's not quite warmth, but it's a start. I stand a little straighter under his scrutiny, refusing to shrink away. Keep it up, he says gruffly, before turning and walking away. The words hang in the air between us, a challenge and a promise all at once. As he disappears into the crowd, I let out a breath I didn't realize I was holding. My shoulders sag slightly, the tension draining away. Asher's hand finds mine, giving it a gentle squeeze. His touch grounds me, reminding me that I'm not alone in this crazy world of high-stakes sports and even higher expectations. You okay? He asks softly. I nod, a smile threatening to spread. Yeah, I think I am. I feel a newfound courage coursing through my veins. The victory, my father's unexpected approval, and Asher's unwavering support have all combined to give me strength I didn't know I possessed. It's like a fire has been lit inside me, burning away the doubts and fears that have held me back for so long. I turn to Asher, my heart drumming wildly with the anticipation of what I'm about to do next. I'm going to ride this adrenaline wave and go for it. Can we talk, somewhere private? I ask, my voice steadier than I expected. He nods, his eyes intense and curious. Lead the way? We slip out onto the back porch that wraps around the front of the building. The cool night air is a welcome break from the crowded celebration inside, and I inhale deeply, letting it clear my head. Stars twinkle above us, as if cheering me on. I lean against the railing, gathering my thoughts, my fingers tracing the rough wood grain. Asher, I've been holding back, and I can't do it anymore. My voice trembles slightly, but I push on, determined to get this out. I've been so scared of disappointing my father, scared of jeopardizing the team, scared of my own feelings. But tonight, I realized something. I'm more scared of losing you, of not giving us a real chance. Asher steps closer, his presence both steadying me and setting my nerves on fire all at once. The scent of his cologne wraps around me, familiar and intoxicating. Wylie, you don't have to. No, I do, I interrupt, the words tumbling out like a dam breaking. You're not just my colleague or my friend. You're everything. My partner, my confidant, my strength. I dream about a future with you, and it terrifies me how much I want it. I see us building something amazing together, both on and off the field. I love you, Asher. And I'm done pretending I don't. I watch as emotions play across his face. Surprise, joy, and something deeper, more intense. He cups my face in his hands, his touch sending shivers down my spine. Wylie, you incredible woman, he murmurs, his voice husky. I've been waiting to hear those words. I love you too, more than I thought possible. Whatever challenges we face, we'll face them together. You're not just my partner in work. You're my partner in life. And I'm not letting you go. His words wash over me, soothing my fears and igniting my hope. I lean into him, savoring the warmth of his body against mine, and he wraps his strong arms around me in a tender embrace. I feel safe, cherished, and for the first time in a long time, truly at peace. We stand there holding each other, the sounds of the celebration fading into the background. The chatter and laughter seem distant, as if we're in our own little bubble. This moment, this connection, feels like a new beginning. We've crossed a threshold and there's no going back. Whatever comes next, we'll face it as a united front. I can feel the steady rhythm of his heart against my cheek, and I know that this is where I belong. Asher pulls back slightly, and I immediately miss his warmth, but when I look up, I see devilment in his eyes. So what do you say we get out of here? He winks, his voice dropping to a seductive whisper that makes my knees weak. I've got some ideas on how we could continue this celebration. His hand trails down my back, leaving a path of fire in its wake, and I know I'd follow him anywhere. Finally able to flirt back, I lean into him and purr, "Your place or mine?" I thought I was getting a fake marriage, but I didn't know my story was being told by Miss Tyler.
This isn't just any fake marriage now, is it?
No. You introduced me to the devil.
Come on, girl. Jacob isn't that bad.
Oh, I love Jacob. His family, on the other hand?
Beggars can't be choosers, Nyla. You should be grateful I even let Jacob Stone look your way.
I just wanted to save my granddaddy. Is that so bad? Why couldn't you let this be a normal fake marriage? Instead, you put me in a twisty story filled with money, betrayal, power, and lies.
Let's not forget love.
That's what keeps me going. But not gonna lie, Miss Tyler. This story you got me in ain't the simple fake marriage happy ending I thought it would be.
It's not. Where would be the fun in that?
Treat yourself to Say Less, I Love You. New releases every Thursday, now with longer episodes. Or skip the wait and grab the full series bundle from TylerWalker.com for up to 85% off. Treat yourself with Miss Tyler. Chapter 22. Wylie. The engine's purr is a distant hum as Asher and I race to our homes, still heated with a growing desire. My condo, attached to the team housing, is a beacon in the darkness, a sanctuary where we can finally unleash the passion that we've been forced to push down. Finally. This is going to be epic. The drive is a blur. My senses are heightened, every nerve ending singing with anticipation. The heat between us is undeniable and thrumming with energy. I can barely remember parking the car. My mind is so clouded with desire. Asher is at my side in an instant, his hand finding mine as we rush to my front door. The world falls away the moment we cross through my door. It's as if we've stepped into a realm where only we exist, a place where we can finally let go of all the tension and uncertainty that's been holding us back. Our lips crash together with a hunger that's been building for weeks, months even. Every kiss is a promise, every touch a vow. Our tongues dance, a sensual tango that leaves us both breathless and wanting more. I press myself against him, feeling the hard planes of his body against mine, the evidence of his desire matching my own. I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at TylaWalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 23. Asher. The morning comes too soon, but nonetheless I wake up with a grin plastered across my face, the events of last night replaying in my mind. Wylie's warm body is pressed against mine, her soft breaths tickling my chest. Damn, I can't believe how good life is right now. Carefully, I extract myself from her embrace, not wanting to wake her. I grab a piece of paper from the nightstand and scribble a quick note. Had to head out early for a conference, an interview about the win. Can't wait to see you later. Hey. I place it on the pillow next to her, resisting the urge to kiss her sleeping form. There'll be time for that later. The crisp morning air hits me as I step outside, invigorating my senses. Decide to grab a coffee from the little cafe down the street. As I push open the door, the smell of freshly ground beans envelops me. Well, if it isn't the man of the hour, the barista calls out. I chuckle, giving her a nod. Just doing my job. As I wait for my order, an older gentleman approaches me, his eyes twinkling. Coach Bronson, that was one hell of a game last night. You've really turned this team around. Thanks, I say, feeling a swell of pride. We've got a great group of guys. More people stop me, offering congratulations and praise. It's a far cry from the skepticism I faced when I first arrived. Their words fuel my determination to build something lasting here, with Wylie by my side. After I get my order, I head straight to the practice facility, my mind already churning with ideas for improvement. The coffee's warmth seeps into my hands, matching the fire in my gut. This team's got potential, and I'm gonna unlock every bit of it. Making my way into the office, I shut my door so no one comes in unless they really need me. I'm on a mission, and I don't need any distractions. The familiar smell of leather and sweat from the nearby locker room drifts in, reminding me of why I'm here. The game footage plays on my laptop as I make notes, determined to keep our momentum going. Every play, every missed opportunity, every triumph, I scrutinize it all. I'm deep in thought, scribbling furiously when a knock interrupts me. I look up, hearing my door creak open, expecting to see Brandon, my assistant. Instead, Joe Griffith's imposing figure fills the doorway, his presence commanding as always. "I'd like to talk with you, Asher," he says, his tone unreadable. The fact that he doesn't call me Coach Bronson leaves me slightly uptight. This can't be good. Is this it? Am I about to be fired? My mind races through every decision I've made, every play I've called. I stand up, trying to keep my face neutral as I gesture for Joe to enter. Absolutely. Come on in. What can I help you with? Thankfully, I come across still in control. Joe settles into the chair across from me. His eyes, sharp as ever, seem to be assessing my every move. Let's discuss the future, Asher. My gut twists with nerves slightly, but I keep my cool. Years of high-pressure games have taught me how to mask them. Of course, I've got some great plans I'd love to share with you. I'm not going down without a fight. He listens as I launch into a rundown of our recent success, highlighting key strategies and player improvements. Joe nods occasionally, his face giving nothing away. I can feel sweat starting to form on my back, but I push through. The team's really come together, I say, leaning forward with passion. That win last night? It's just the beginning. We're building something special here, Mr. Griffith. Joe leans forward, his gaze intense. For a moment I hold my breath. Then, I had my doubts initially, but you've proven yourself, Asher. I'm impressed. Relief washes over me like a tidal wave. I almost want to laugh, but I keep it professional. Thank you, sir. I'm committed to taking this team all the way. We're not stopping until we're at the top. I had a good feeling about you in the beginning. I'm glad I wasn't wrong. We shake hands as Joe stands to leave. His grip is firm, approving. Keep up the good work, coach, and plan on being here for the long haul. As the door closes behind him, I can't help but smile. Damn, that went well. I sink back into my chair, letting out a long breath. Then with renewed energy, I turn back to my laptop. We've got work to do, and I'm just getting started. At practice, the energy is full of vibrating eagerness. The players are still buzzing from last night's victory, their excitement evident in the crisp morning air. I can't help but feed off their enthusiasm, feeling my own adrenaline spike. All right, boys, I call out, my voice carrying across the field. Let's channel that excitement into some drills. Show me what you've got. They respond with a roar of enthusiasm, pushing themselves harder than I've ever seen. Sweat glistens on their foreheads as they dart across the field, their movements sharp and focused. I catch Wylie's eye from the sidelines, and she gives me a thumbs up, her smile bright. Taylor! Great hustle! Keep the pace up! I shout, my voice hoarse from yelling. Huckley, watch your footwork! That's it! Now you've got it! The team's unity is undeniable. They're moving like a well-oiled machine, anticipating each other's moves with an almost eerie precision. This is what I've been working towards, and seeing it come to life is incredible. Wylie approaches during a water break, her cheeks flushed with excitement. They're on fire today, she says, her eyes shining with pride. I've never seen them like this before. I nod, feeling a surge of pride that threatens to overwhelm me. They're kicking some faces, that's for sure. As practice wraps up, an idea strikes me. I want to do something for Wylie to celebrate our success, both on and off the field. She deserves it. Hell, we both do after all the hard work we've put in. Great work today, everyone, I call out, my voice ringing with authority. Hit the showers and get some rest. Tomorrow we start preparing for our next victory. And trust me, it's going to be even sweeter than the last. As the players file out, their chatter filled with excitement and determination, I start planning. Maybe a surprise dinner at that fancy new place downtown, or a moonlit walk by the lake where we can talk without any distractions. Whatever it is, I want it to be as special as she is. I spend the late afternoon setting up the perfect surprise for Wylie. A secluded spot by the lake, fairy lights strung between trees, and a picnic blanket laden with her favorite foods. As the sun dips below the horizon, I text her to meet me here. When Wylie arrives, her eyes widen in surprise. Asher, what's all this? I grin, pulling her close. Just a little thank you for being my rock through everything. She laughs, a sound that never fails to make me grin. You didn't have to do all this. Maybe not, but I wanted to. I lead her to the blanket, pouring 2 glasses of wine. To us, and kicking faces together. We clink glasses, and I can't help but appreciate how the starlight dances in her eyes. Damn, she's beautiful. Your dad came and saw me this morning, I say, wanting to get it off my chest. Wylie's eyes shoot up at me, wide with concern. And I smile, enjoying the tension. He pretty much told me to be here for the long haul. Her concern turns to a wide smile as she throws her arms around me victoriously. Oh, Asher, that's great news. The evening takes on a lighter tone after that, knowing we can be as we are, allowing us to truly enjoy our date. As we eat, conversation flows easily between us, punctuated by laughter and playful jabs. It feels so natural, like we've known each other forever. Remember when you thought I was just some arrogant hotshot coach? I tease, unable to keep the smirk off my face. Wylie rolls her eyes, but I catch the hint of a smile playing at her lips. Oh, please, you were arrogant. Still are, if we're being honest. She takes a sip of wine, her gaze never leaving mine. Leaning in closer, I can't help but tease her. You love it, I say with a smirk, the scent of her perfume weaving its way into my senses, tempting me to bridge the gap between us. Admit it, Wylie. My confidence is what drew you in. She whispers back, her breath a warm caress against my face. Maybe it is. Her lips are just inches from mine, a tantalizing proximity. I can't resist any longer. I close the distance, capturing her mouth in a kiss. It starts soft, a gentle exploration, but it quickly deepens, fueled by the pent-up desire that's been simmering between us. My hands find their way into her hair, those curls I've wanted to tangle my fingers in since the moment I saw her. She presses against me, and the rest of the world doesn't matter. The picnic, the starlight, all forgotten in the urgency of our connection. When we finally break apart, we're both breathless, and I can't help but chuckle at the sheer intensity of what just transpired. Damn, woman. You drive me crazy. Wylie laughs. Right back at you. We fall back onto the blanket, a tangle of limbs and heated whispers. I trail kisses down her neck, each one a delicious mark of possession. The night air is cool against our overheated skin, but it's a distant sensation, barely registering as I lose myself in the taste and feel of her.
Chapter 24. Wylie. I roll over, not wanting to stir from my bed yet. As sleep unfortunately leaves, the recollection of our team's triumphs swim in vividly, prompting an involuntary grin. Then, Dad's understated gesture of pride flashes through my thoughts, accompanied by his remarks to Asher the previous day, igniting a fresh feeling of determination within me. I feel as if I suddenly had 3 shots of espresso. Stretching, I reach for my phone and start dialing. It's time to capitalize on this momentum. Hello, Miss Griffith. A board member's voice answers. What can I do for you? I've got some ideas I'd like to present to the board, I say, my voice brimming with confidence, about leveraging our recent success for more resources and support. There's a pause on the other end. That's quite timely. We have an opening at the end of this week, just before the town hall meeting. Would you be ready by then? I hesitate for a split second, then push forward. Absolutely. I'll be there. I hang up and try to gather my thoughts. It's a tight timeline, but I'm ready for the challenge. As I start planning my pitch, a new wave of energy courses. The next few days fly by in a twister of preparation. Before I know it, I'm standing outside the boardroom, as ready as I'll ever be for this presentation. Miss Griffith, the receptionist calls. They're ready for you. I smooth down my blazer and step into the room, greeted by the expectant faces of the board members. Dad sits at the head of the table, his expression impassive as usual. He's trained himself to look at me at work as another employee, which helps with the pressure, honestly. Good morning. I begin, my voice steady despite the butterflies doing somersaults in my stomach. I'm here to discuss how we can build on our recent success and take this team to the next level. I pause, making eye contact with each board member. lingering a second longer on my father's neutral face. The data speaks for itself, but it's my passion that seems to capture their attention. I gesture emphatically, my confidence growing with each slide. The numbers dance across the screen, telling a story of potential and promise. And with these additional resources, I conclude, my voice ringing with conviction, we can not only maintain our momentum but exceed all expectations. We're talking about revolutionizing how this team operates, both on and off the ice. The room falls silent for a moment before the questions begin. They're tough, probing, coming at me from all angles. But I stand my ground, my mind racing as I counter each query with well-researched responses. I can see a glimmer of approval in some of their eyes, and even my father's stoic expression seems to soften just a fraction. "Well, Miss Griffith," one of the board members says, leaning back in his chair, "this is certainly a compelling proposal. We'll need time to discuss." As I leave the conference room, my phone goes off. It's a text from Asher. "Killed it at the away game. Can't wait to see you at the town hall tonight. You've got this, babe." I smile, feeling warmth spread inside of me. It's time to head home and get ready for the next challenge. Tonight's town hall meeting awaits, and with it, the chance to share our vision with the entire community. When I get home, I find myself immediately slumping onto the couch, the weight of the morning's meeting finally hitting me like a ton of bricks. The board's expectations loom large, a constant pressure on my shoulders, and the fear of potential failure gnaws at my insides, threatening to consume me. They can easily decide not to go with my pitch, which means they won't be wanting to keep me around much longer due to public image. I'm so lost in thought, replaying every word and gesture from the conference room, that I barely register the knock at the door. My mind's preoccupied with strategies and doubts, and for a moment, I consider ignoring whoever's out there. Finally, I decide to at least call out to whoever it is, unable to move from my couch. "Come in," I call out. Asher walks in, takes one look at me and crosses the space in 2 quick strides. "Hey, you okay?" he asks, plopping onto the couch and pulling me close. I melt into his embrace, breathing in his familiar scent. "Just processing," I mumble into his chest. "You've got this, Wylie," he whispers, his breath warm against my ear. "You're brilliant, and they know it." I pull back slightly, looking up at him. "How was the away game?" "We crushed it," he grins, his blue eyes sparkling. "But enough about that. You ready for tonight?" I nuzzle back into him, savoring the moment. "I am now?" We stay like that for a little longer, before reluctantly separating to get ready for the town hall meeting. An hour later, we're standing at the entrance of the packed community center. The buzz of conversation fills the air. "Let's do this," Asher says, giving my hand a quick squeeze before we make our way to the front. The meeting kicks off with a bang, and before I know it, we're fielding questions left and right like pros at a press conference. The community's enthusiasm is evident. Their support so overwhelming it nearly knocks me off my feet. I can feel the energy crackling in the air. "Miss Griffith, how do you plan to build on the team's recent success?" An older gentleman with salt and pepper hair asks. I lean into the microphone, confidence coursing through me like a shot of adrenaline. "We're implementing new training regimens and possibly a community outreach program," I say, my voice steady and sure. This team isn't just about winning games. It's about bringing our town together, creating a sense of unity and pride that goes beyond the ice. Asher jumps in, his voice strong and assured, effortlessly commanding the room's attention. "We're also scouting fresh talent," he adds, his blue eyes scanning the crowd. "This town's got a gold mine of potential, and we're going to tap into it. We're not just looking for players. We're looking for future leaders, role models who'll inspire the next generation. The meeting continues in this vein, each question reaffirming our joint efforts and success. Asher and I tag team answers, our responses complementing each other perfectly. The crowd hangs on our every word, their excitement growing with each passing minute. By the time it's adjourned, I'm riding high on a wave of renewed confidence. We're immediately surrounded by well-wishers, their excitement infectious. "You two are doing amazing things for this town," a woman gushes, shaking our hands vigorously. "Keep it up, coach," a young boy calls out, his eyes shining with admiration. My cheeks hurt from smiling so much, but I can't stop. This right here is what it's all about. The community, the team, the future we're building together. We make our way through the crowd, accepting congratulations and sharing in the town's excitement. Finally, we manage to slip out. "Want to go somewhere quiet?" I suggest coyly as we finally break free outside. Asher grins. "Absolutely." We leave our cars and walk towards the old motel, where Asher found me what seems like months ago. The old fire escape ladder is still rusty and hanging, ready to creak as we climb up to the flat roof that oversees the town. I pull a blanket from my shoulder bag, shaking it out with a flourish. "Ta-da, I came prepared." Asher grins, helping me spread it out on the roof. "Always thinking ahead, aren't you?" We settle down, our shoulders touching as we gaze out at the twinkling lights of the town below. The first stars are just starting to peek out in the darkening sky. "So," Asher starts, "we nailed the town hall meeting. What's next on your grand plan for world domination?" I laugh, nudging him with my elbow. "Please, I'm starting small, just town domination for now." "Oh, of course. My mistake," he chuckles, wrapping an arm around me. I lean into him, savoring his warmth. "But seriously, I've been thinking, what if we expanded the team's community outreach?" "I'm listening," Asher says, his interest piqued. "Picture this: youth clinics, maybe even a scholarship program for promising local athletes. We could really make a difference here, Asher." His eyes light up. "That's brilliant, Wylie. We could tie it into our recruitment strategy, too. Build a pipeline of homegrown talent." "Exactly," I exclaim, sitting up in excitement. "And not just sports. We could partner with local schools and set up tutoring programs. Use the team's influence to boost education in the community." Asher nods enthusiastically. "I love it. We could even look into renovating some of the old community spaces, turn them into training facilities or study centers." As we bounce ideas back and forth, I feel the beginning of new hope and possibilities. This is more than just a job or a team. It's a chance to really make an impact. "You know," Asher says softly, pulling me close again, "I never thought I'd find someone who matches my ambition and drive. You're something else, Wylie Griffith." I look up at him, my heart swelling. "Right back at you, coach. We make a pretty good team, don't we?" "The best," he agrees, leaning in for a kiss. As we break apart, I can't help but smile. For the first time in a long while, I feel truly happy and confident. With Asher by my side and our shared vision for the future, anything seems possible.
Chapter 25. Asher. I watch Wylie interacting with the players, and I can't help but admire her more. Her natural leadership shines through, making me proud of her just as much as I am of the team. Damn, she's good at this. "Hey, why?" I call out, motioning her over with a wave of my hand. "I've got an idea that's been brewing." She jogs over, curiosity lighting up those striking green eyes of hers. Her assets bounce along seductively, with her making it hard to not claim her in the rink. "What's cooking in that devious mind of yours, Coach?" she asks, a playful smirk on her lips. "A mentorship program," I say, excitement building in my voice as I lean forward, elbows on my knees. I know we've talked about a community outreach program, but I think implementing this as it, or as well, would be beneficial. You've got a knack for connecting with these guys, Why? It's impressive as hell. What if we formalize it? Make it about more than just the game. Give these players something to strive for off the ice, too. Wylie's eyes widen, a slow grin spreading across her face. I can practically see the wheels turning in her head. Personal growth and development. I like where you're going with this, Asher, she says, nodding enthusiastically. We could really make a difference in their lives, beyond just their athletic careers. We spend the next few hours huddled together, bouncing ideas back and forth. Our collaboration is seamless, each thought building on the last. Watching our visions take shape and seeing her excitement as we brainstorm is enough to know this is a goldmine idea. This could really make a difference, Wylie says, her voice soft with wonder. I nod. Yeah, it could, and we're gonna make it happen. But even as we ride this high, reality comes crashing in. The next day brings news of a key player's injury, throwing our carefully laid plans into disarray. Damn, I mutter, pacing the office. This changes everything. Wylie watches me, her brow furrowed. We'll adapt, Asher. We always do. She's right, of course, but the hits keep coming like a goddamn avalanche. Team politics rear their ugly head, with some players grumbling about playing time and others forming cliques that threaten our unity. And then there's the lingering scandal of our relationship, a constant thorn in my side. Most have moved past it, but a few sponsors are still making noise, their whispers echoing through the halls like poison. Mr. Griffith, I overhear one day, the nasally voice grating on my last nerve. Are you sure it's appropriate for them to be so involved? It could reflect poorly on the team's image. I clench my fists, my knuckles turning white as I fight the urge to burst through the door and give them a piece of my mind. Who the hell do they think they are? But Wylie's hand on my arm stops me, her touch both soothing and electrifying. Let it go, she whispers, her green eyes meeting mine with a mix of determination and exhaustion. We've got bigger fish to fry. This isn't worth the energy. She's right again. Damn, I hate how often that happens. We throw ourselves into damage control, working late nights and early mornings, presenting a united front to the world. It's exhausting, like trying to plug a dam with our bare hands. But having Wylie by my side makes it bearable. Her quick wit and unwavering support are the only things keeping me from losing myself entirely. Late one night, after a particularly grueling day of damage control and PR nightmares, I find myself opening up to Wylie, unable to compartmentalize everything that is afflicting me. The dim light of my office casts shadows across Wylie's face, making her green eyes seem even more intense. Sometimes, I admit, my voice barely above a whisper, the words feeling like they're being ripped from my chest. I'm terrified I'm going to screw this all up, that I'll let everyone down, let you down. The confession hangs heavy in the air between us, my usual confidence nowhere to be found. Wylie's eyes soften, and for a moment, I see a glimpse of the woman behind the tough exterior she usually presents to the world. She reaches out to my face, her touch grounding me, anchoring me to this moment. Her skin is warm against mine, making it hard not to lean into her more. Listen to me, Asher, she says, her voice firm but gentle. You've been pushing me to do things I never thought I could. Now it's my turn to do the same for you. You've got this. Wylie's unwavering faith in me is a balm to my battered ego and frayed nerves. I pull her close, burying my face in her hair. What would I do without you? I murmur. She chuckles, the sound vibrating against my chest. Let's hope you never have to find out. Oh. We part and she goes back over some notes as I sit at my desk, rubbing my temples. I stare at the mess of papers scattered before me. The team's recent setbacks have left us all reeling, and I know we need to do something drastic to get back on track. We need to brainstorm. This storm isn't going to fix itself. Wylie crosses her legs and leans forward. I'm all ears. What have you got? I'm thinking we need to refocus, I say, tapping my pen against the desk. Not just the team, but the whole damn community. We need to remind everyone why we're here, what we're fighting for. Her eyes light up, a smile tugging at her lips. A team-building event? Exactly. I nod, feeling a spark of excitement. Something big. Something that'll bring everyone together. Players, staff, families. Hell, the whole town if we can manage it. We spend the next couple of hours throwing ideas back and forth, our energy building with each suggestion. By the time we're done, we've got a solid plan for a community day next Tuesday. Games, food, music, the works. As we start putting the pieces in motion, I can't help but watch in awe at Wylie's enthusiasm. She's everywhere at once, coordinating with vendors, rallying the players, even sweet-talking some of the more reluctant sponsors. Her leadership shines through in every interaction, and I find myself falling for her all over again. We put all of our energy into this, letting it be our distraction from the outside world of hockey. The part we can't control. The day of the event arrives, and it's busy. I'm running from one station to another, making sure everything's running smoothly. The air is thick with the smell of grilled food and the excited chatter of the crowd. Just as I'm about to check on the face painting booth, I hear Wylie's voice cut through the noise over the microphone. Can I have everyone's attention, please? I freeze, caught off guard. There isn't supposed to be any more announcements until the end. I spin around, my eyes searching for her. There she is, standing on the makeshift stage we'd cobbled together last night. I just wanted to take a moment to say something before we get started, she continues, her voice carrying across the grounds. We've had our ups and downs lately, that's no secret. But through it all, there's been one constant, our coach, Asher Bronson. She describes a picture of dedication and leadership that leaves me speechless. And as I look around, I see heads nodding, faces lighting up with recognition and agreement. His unwavering commitment to this team, to this community, has been nothing short of inspirational, Wylie says, her eyes finding mine in the crowd. He's pushed us all to be better, to reach higher, to believe in ourselves even when the odds were stacked against us. As she finishes, the crowd erupts into applause. I stand there, stunned, the ovation washing over me like a wave. In that moment, looking at Wylie's radiant smile and feeling the energy of the crowd, I realize the true impact we've had, not just on the team, but on the entire community. And more than that, I understand the depth of our partnership. Together, Wylie and I are a force to be reckoned with. As the applause continues, I make my way towards her, my heart full and my resolve stronger than ever. Now, with that, let's keep things going, Wylie announces as the community and players cheer and head to their designated stations. Wylie steps off of the podium. How was that? She asks, her smile indicating she knows damn well how it was. I grin back, letting my eyes show what my body can't. It was more than enough. I think you may have even overdone it. Hardly, she laughs. Give yourself some credit. Look at this turnout and everyone who agrees with me. This is you, Asher. You did this. I nudge playfully before heading to finish my checkups. No, we did this.
Chapter 26. Wylie. The phone's shrill ring cuts through my concentration. I glance at the caller ID and sigh. It's the local newspaper. Great. Just what I need right now. Wylie Griffith speaking, I answer, trying to keep the exhaustion out of my voice. Miss Griffith, this is Sarah from the Forge Chronicle. We'd love to schedule an interview with you and Coach Bronson about the team's recent success and stream of events. My stomach tightens. I appreciate the interest, but I'm not sure. It would be a great opportunity to showcase the team's progress. Sarah interrupts, her voice eager. The community is buzzing about your recent win. I bite my lip, weighing the pros and cons. Positive publicity could be good for the team, especially with the upcoming season. But some people may still not be fond of Asher and I representing the team together since that gossip column. Just with the coach? I ask with hope. No, I would love to hear from you two. Damn it. All right, I concede, in hopes we can piggy off the team's recent successes. When were you thinking? We set up a time for later that afternoon. As soon as I hang up, I text Asher. Heads up, local paper wants to interview us. Today at 3. You in? His reply comes almost instantly. Hell yeah. I spend my time mentally prepping for what questions might be snuck in concerning Asher and I, so when 3 rolls around, I feel a bit more ready. The interview flows smoother than I expected. Asher and I fall into our rehearsed answers to the same questions. It's a finely tuned piece by now. Finishing each other's sentences and building on each other's points is automatic. And thankfully, no personal questions. What do you think has been the key to the team's turnaround? Sarah asks. I glance at Asher, and he nods for me to take this one. It's been a true team effort, I say. From the players' dedication to the coaching staff's expertise, we've all been pulling in the same direction. Wylie's being modest. Asher jumps in. Her strategic insight has been invaluable. We wouldn't be where we are without her. I force myself not to blush and simply smile at the compliment. As the interview wraps up, Sarah seems impressed. You two make quite the team, she remarks. We do what's best for the players, I reply, keeping it professional. After Sarah leaves, Asher has to stay behind for some one-on-one questions from a couple of other journalists. I head back to my office, feeling better about how the interview went. Maybe this publicity will be good for us after all. Upon returning to my secluded office, I dive right into my tasks. The press meeting was a success, so I might as well capitalize on this positive momentum. I'm knee-deep in preparations for the upcoming season when my phone buzzes. It's an email from our biggest sponsor. My heart sinks as I read the subject line. Immediate termination of sponsorship agreement. My hands shake as I open it. The words blur together, but the message is clear. They're pulling out completely. The door opens and Asher strides in, a grin on his face. That went well, don't you think? Sarah seemed... He stops short when he sees my face. Wylie, what's wrong? I can barely get the words out. We just lost our biggest sponsor. Asher's face falls. He slumps into the chair across from me, the weight of this news visibly crushing him. Damn, he mutters, running a hand through his hair. How bad is it? I'm still in disbelief. Bad? Really bad? Trying to steady myself, I finally say, it says they dropped out due to outside pressure about our relationship status and the recent scandal. Asher's jaw clenches, his blue eyes flashing with anger. That's nonsense. Our personal lives have nothing to do with the team's performance. I know, but perception is everything. I reach for my phone, then stop. I'm turning this off. Dad's going to be livid, and I just can't deal with that right now. Good call. Asher nods. We need to focus on damage control. I lock the office door, turning to face Asher. All right, let's brainstorm. We need solutions and fast. We spend the next few hours huddled over my desk, scribbling ideas on a whiteboard. Potential new sponsors, community fundraisers, strategic partnerships, leaving no stone unturned. What about reaching out to local businesses? Asher suggests, pacing the room. A collective sponsorship could work. I nod, jotting it down. Good idea. We could offer tiered packages, make it accessible for smaller companies too. The stress is deafening, but our combined efforts keep us going. As the evening wears on, I start to see something come together, giving a slight glimpse of hope. Suddenly the idea strikes me. I bolt upright, startling Asher. I've got it, I exclaim. The idea hits me like a bolt of lightning, and suddenly everything seems clearer. Remember that tech startup that just moved to town? What was it called? Tech Vision? They've been looking for ways to integrate into the community. This could be their golden ticket. Asher's eyes light up, a spark of excitement igniting in those deep blue pools. Go on, he urges, leaning forward with his hands braced on the edge of my desk. A partnership that would not only provide sponsorship, but also elevate our team's profile through cutting-edge technology. I lay out my plan, the words tumbling out faster than I can think them. My hands are flying as I gesture, trying to keep up with the flood of ideas. We're talking state-of-the-art performance tracking, virtual reality training simulations, maybe even some kind of fan engagement app. It's a win-win situation. They get to showcase their tech, and we get the financial boost we desperately need. Asher grins, his enthusiasm matching mine. Wylie, you're a genius. Let's flesh this out. We work late into the night, developing the proposal. The shared excitement of potential success brings us closer, our hands lingering as we reach for the same papers, our eyes meeting over shared smiles. By the time we call it a night, I'm running on fumes from leftover adrenaline. I stumble through my front door, my keys clattering to the floor as I fumble with the lock. I barely make it to the couch before collapsing, exhaustion finally claiming me. As I drift off, my mind swirls with images of spreadsheets and Asher's infectious grin. I can't help but think Asher and I just might save this team yet. The possibility of success feels tantalizingly close, and a small smile plays on my lips as I succumb to sleep. I wake with a cough, my face plastered to the couch cushion. The morning light streaming through the blinds makes me squint and groan. Drool. Classy, Wylie. Real classy? I can practically hear my mother's voice chiding me for falling asleep on the couch. Peeling myself off the cushions, I stumble to the kitchen, desperate for coffee. My head throbs, a reminder of the late night and the emotional roller coaster of hope and anxiety. As the coffee machine gurgles to life, its familiar aroma promising salvation, I remember my phone. I pat my pockets frantically, trying to recall where I left it. Did I even bring it home last night? I finally find it where my keys lay. I grab it and trudge back over to the coffee maker. I power it on and then set it aside, preparing myself for whatever my father has sent me. The flood of notifications is instant and overwhelming. Dad's going to be livid, but at least we have a plan now. As I pour my coffee, the phone starts ringing nonstop. But it's not just Dad. It's everyone. Hello? I answer groggily. Wylie, it's Martha from the bakery. We heard about the sponsor. How can we help? I blink, confused. What? The whole town's talking about it. We want to do something. Maybe a bake sale? Before I can respond, another call beeps through. It's the high school principal offering to organize a car wash fundraiser. Then the owner of the local hardware store, proposing a percentage of sales donation. My phone goes off incessantly with texts and voicemails, practically vibrating off the kitchen counter. The outpouring of support is overwhelming, leaving me slack-jawed and emotional. A sharp knock at the door startles me out of my daze. It's Asher, looking as disheveled as I feel, his dark hair sticking up in all directions, like he's been running his hands through it nonstop. You seeing this? He asks, waving his phone in front of me, his blue eyes wide with a mix of shock and excitement. I nod, still stunned by the constant flood of notifications. It's insane. The whole town. I've never seen anything like it. They're rallying for us, Asher finishes, his voice filled with disbelief. Every damn person in this place. We spend the next hour fielding what feels like hundreds of calls and messages. The community's response is nothing short of miraculous, leaving both of us speechless more times than I can count. From kids setting up lemonade stands to local businesses organizing charity auctions, it seems like everyone and their dog wants to chip in and save our little team. I can't believe this, I murmur, scrolling through my phone for what must be the 1,000th time. It's like something out of a movie. Asher's warm hand finds mine. "We did this, Wylie, together," he says in his low and calm tone. "They believe in us, in what we're trying to build here." I look up at him, feeling a lump form in my throat as his words sink in. "Yeah," I manage to choke out, my voice thick with emotion. "I guess they do." With Asher's hand in mine and the town rallying behind us, I start to believe it too. This town, these people, they're not just supporting the team. They're supporting us, Asher and me, our vision, our leadership. "We can't let them down," I say, determination replacing my earlier shock. Asher grins, that cocky, confident smile that first drew me to him. "We won't. Now let's get to work. We've got a team to save and a town to make proud."
Chapter 27. Asher. I packed the last of our bags into the car, happy to have a break from this chaos. The past few weeks have been nothing but stress and triumph, and Wylie deserves this break more than anyone. I've kept our destination a secret, wanting to surprise her. "Ready for our mystery trip?" I ask as Wylie slides into the passenger seat. She raises an eyebrow, a smirk tugging at her lips. "As ready as I'll ever be, considering you won't tell me where we're going." I chuckle, starting the engine. "Trust me, it'll be worth it." The drive is filled with witty conversation and laughter. I can't help but steal glances at Wylie, marveling at how far we've come. As we near our destination, the road winds through dense forest, and I see curiosity spark in Wylie's eyes. "A cabin?" she guesses, leaning forward in her seat. I grin. "You'll see." We round a bend, and there it is. A secluded cabin nestled against a pristine lake. Wylie's gasp of delight is all the validation I need. "Asher, it's beautiful," she breathes. I park and turn to her, drinking in her radiant smile. "You deserve this, Wylie. Hell, we both do." Inside, I've arranged for every comfort. There are plush blankets, a fully stocked kitchen, and a bottle of her favorite wine chilling. Wylie explores the cabin, her eyes wide with appreciation. "You thought of everything," she says, wrapping her arms around my waist. I pull her close, nuzzling her neck. "Only the best for you, babe." As the sun begins to dip, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink that reflect off the lake's surface, a playful idea tugs at the corners of my mind. "Hey, how about a swim?" I suggest, my voice laced with the excitement of the impromptu plan. Wylie's eyes sparkle with that coyness. "I didn't bring a suit," she teases, her tone hinting at the possibility of improvisation. "Neither did I shoot back with a suggestive wink, already feeling the thrill of our impending adventure. In a flash, we're both sprinting toward the water, leaving a wake of clothes behind us. The chill of the lake hits me like a wave, a stark contrast to the warmth of the lingering sunset. But then Wylie's in my arms, her body heat mingling with the coolness of the water, and nothing else matters. "This is perfect," she whispers against my lips, the softness of her kiss making the world around us fade into insignificance. I pull her closer, deepening our kiss as my hands explore the contours of her body beneath the water's surface. "You're perfect," I murmur, meaning every word. Time seems to stand still as we alternate between splashing each other like playful children and stealing passionate kisses that promise more. As dusk settles and the air takes on a crisp edge, I guide Wylie back to the lake's sandy bank, enveloping her in a plush towel that I'd placed nearby. With the evening's chill clinging to our skin, I can't resist chasing after Wylie, our laughter growing as we run our nakedness inside. We find ourselves in a stone shower that beckons us with the promise of warmth and intimacy. I twist the faucet, and steam begins to fill the air as the water heats. Our bodies press together under the cascade as our hands explore each other, sliding over slick skin in a heavy petting session that leaves us both breathless. Wylie ends our shower abruptly with a devilish smile. "I want to make you wait," is the only answer she gives as she slinks out. I towel off reluctantly and start a fire in the hearth. Meanwhile, Wylie pours us each a glass of a full-bodied red wine. We settle onto the plush rug in front of the crackling fireplace, our skins still damp and tinged with a warmth that rivals the blaze. "To us," I say, raising my glass. The sound of crystal clinking against crystal rings out in the room as I toast to the woman in my arms. Wylie's eyes meet mine, reflecting the dancing flames. "To overcoming every obstacle together," she responds, her voice a melody that resonates deep within me. I set our glasses aside, the wine momentarily forgotten. With a gentle tug, I pull her onto my lap, her body fitting perfectly against mine. "Together," I murmur against her lips, capturing them in a searing kiss that promises a night of passion and connection. I wake up with sunlight streaming through the cabin windows, Wylie's warm body still nestled against mine. The blanket we'd haphazardly pulled over ourselves last night barely covers our naked forms. I can't help but grin as memories of our passionate encounter on this very rug flood my mind. "Morning, beautiful," I murmur, pressing a kiss to Wylie's forehead. She stirs, those mesmerizing green eyes fluttering open. "Morning," she replies, voice husky with sleep. "Please tell me we don't have to move just yet." I chuckle, pulling her closer. Not a chance. We've got all day to enjoy this little slice of paradise. The day unfolds in a perfect blend of relaxation and intimacy. We fish off the dock, Wylie surprising me with her skill. "Where'd you learn to cast like that?" I ask, impressed as she reels in another catch. She winks. "A girl's gotta have some secrets." Between fishing and lounging, we can't keep our hands off each other. We make love in the afternoon sun, on the dock, in the shower, each time discovering new ways to pleasure each other. As evening approaches, I know it's time. We walk hand in hand along the moonlit shore, the water lapping gently at our feet. "Wylie," I turn to face her, taking both her hands in mine. "These past months with you have been the best of my life. You challenge me, support me, and make me want to be a better man every damn day." I drop to one knee, pulling out the ring. Wylie's eyes widen, glistening with unshed tears. "I can't imagine my life without you, and I don't want to ever find out. Wylie, will you marry me?" Wylie's lips tremble as she nods, tears spilling over. "Yes," she whispers. "God, yes!" I slip the ring onto her finger, then stand and pull her into a passionate kiss. As we break apart, both breathless, Wylie laughs. "You know my dad's going to lose his mind, right?" I grin, wrapping my arms around her waist. "Bring it on. We've faced tougher challenges together. Plus, if we make it official, then there's nothing but a married couple working together, and plenty do that," I reply with a wink. She leans in, her lips brushing my ear. "How about we celebrate this engagement properly?" I don't need to be asked twice. Scooping her up in my arms, I carry my fiancée back to the cabin. Her laughter rings through as I carry her across the room. Her eyes, a vibrant green, hold mine in a gaze that speaks volumes without uttering a single word. I drop her onto the bed. She's a vision, her dark hair fanning out around her, those striking eyes locked onto mine. I kneel on the bed, my body caging hers, my hands pinning her wrist to the pillow above her head. This position of dominance sends a shiver through her, and I can't help but smirk. "You're mine, Wylie. Forever," I growl, my voice a low rumble that vibrates between us, promising protection, passion, and a lifetime of love. She squirms beneath me, her breath hitching as I lean down to capture her lips in a searing kiss. "Yours," she whispers against my lips. "Always."
And that's where we're going to put a pause on pleasure.
It looks like the rest of this chapter is just too naughty to put on the air.
As much as we'd love to share every little detail, we've got to stick to this platform's guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming.
They've got some rules about what we can show, and we wouldn't want to risk losing the chance to bring you more content.
As frustrating as it is to build the tension only to be interrupted, Miss Tyla always knows how to make it up to you.
You can find the full, uncut scene over at tylawalker.com.
With an entire library of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks, Miss Tyla's collection is waiting for you.
And if you use code SAVE40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even on bundles that are already discounted.
So don't let the fun stop here. Head over to tylawalker.com and treat yourself with Miss Tyla. Chapter 28. Wylie. I flipped through the bridal magazines scattered across my bed, sticky notes poking out from every other page. My fingers trace the edges of a particularly stunning gown, and I can't help but smile as my mind drifts back to that magical night at the lake. The memory warms me from the inside out. But as I glance back at the overwhelming array of wedding choices before me, a knot forms in my stomach. We've been back in town for a while now, immediately swept up in the chaos of squad obligations and local demands. The encouragement we've received has been astounding. I'll give you that. Upon sharing our news, the team's jubilant shouts almost took down the locker room ceiling. Then the community proved equally enthusiastic once word of our impending nuptials circulated. It was far more heartening than I'd anticipated. But now, with the wedding just days away, doubt creeps in like an unwelcome house guest. I toss aside a magazine featuring elaborate centerpieces and groan. What was I thinking with all this? A knock at the door interrupts my spiral. "Babe?" Asher's voice carries through the wood. "You decent?" "Define decent," I call back, eyeing the mess around me. He chuckles as he enters, then pauses, taking in the bridal explosion. "Wow, did a wedding planner throw up in here?" I shoot him a look. "Very funny. I'm just reviewing some details." Asher's eyes soften as he approaches, carefully navigating the minefield of magazines. He sits beside me, the bed dipping under his weight. "You know," he says with a seductive growl, "I was thinking we could use a little break from all this planning." I arch an eyebrow. "Oh, yeah?" A mischievous grin spreads across his face. "Get dressed up. I'm taking you out." "Asher, there's still so much to do." He silences me with a kiss, quick but full of promise. "The planning will be here when we get back. Right now, I want to remind my fiancé why we're doing all this in the first place." I can't help but smile, some of the tension already easing from my shoulders. "Well, when you put it like that." As I start to get ready, I catch my reflection in the mirror. The woman staring back at me looks tired, but there's a spark in her eyes that wasn't there before. I will myself to let go of the doubts that have been plaguing me. This is about me and Asher, not color schemes or seating charts. "You ready?" Asher calls from the other room. "Almost," I reply, running a hand through my curls. "Just give me one more minute to transform into a knockout." His laughter filters through the door. "Babe, you're always a knockout. But take your time. We've got all night." We head out on our date, and as soon as we step into the cozy Italian restaurant Asher picked, I feel the weight of my self-imposed stress start to lift. The warm candlelight, the soft music, and Asher's gentle smile across the table all work their magic, reminding me why I fell for this man in the first place. His blue eyes sparkle as he tells me about his day, and I find myself laughing at his terrible jokes, my worries fading into the background. As we share a tiramisu for dessert, our fingers brushing against each other, I realize how much I needed this, just us, away from the chaos of wedding planning and work drama. But all too soon the night comes to an end, and we make our way home, where sleep beckons. As I drift off in Asher's arms, I'm grateful for this brief respite from the whirlwind of life, knowing that tomorrow will bring its own challenges. For now, though, I let myself sink into the peaceful oblivion of dreams, my mind finally quiet. The sound of running water lulls me awake, Asher's humming barely audible over the shower. For a moment, I bask in the comfort of our bed, but then reality crashes down like a tidal wave. The wedding. Tomorrow. My heart starts racing and I sit up abruptly, my mind suddenly bustling with the onset of worries. Everything we've built feels so fragile suddenly. The team, my father's tentative approval, Asher's recent move into my condo. It all seems balanced on a knife's edge. What if this changes everything? What if... The bathroom door opens and Asher steps out, a towel slung low on his hips. His smile fades as he takes in my expression. Wylie, what's wrong? Then, without further warning, all my worried thoughts rush to the surface. I'd open my mouth to speak, but a sob escapes instead. In an instant, Asher's arms are around me, strong and secure. Hey. His voice is soothing. Talk to me. I bury my face in his chest, words tumbling out between hiccuping breaths. It's all too much. The wedding, the team, my dad. What if we're making a mistake? What if... Asher pulls back, holding my face in his hands. His blue eyes are intense, unwavering. Listen to me, Wylie. You are the strongest, most incredible woman I know. We've faced every challenge head on together. Tomorrow isn't going to change that. It's just going to make it official. A partnership for life. I take a shaky breath, feeling some of the tension leave my body. But what about, I believe you are having what they call cold feet, he says with a smirk that shows he's not even the slightest bit worried. His confidence in us grounds me back to everything that has been going right. Everything's handled. You don't have to do anything, he says firmly. I made some calls this morning. The team's good and your dad's on board. All you need to worry about is showing up tomorrow and knocking my socks off in that dress. A watery chuckle escapes me. Is that an order, Coach? He grins, pressing a kiss to my forehead. Damn straight it is. Now, how about you come to practice with me? Get out of your head for a bit? I nod, grateful for the distraction. Yeah, that sounds good. At the rink, I watch from the stands as Asher puts the team through their paces. The energy on the ice is electric. Players executing complex plays with a precision that wasn't there months ago. Pride swells in my chest, momentarily pushing aside my anxieties. As the players file off the ice, chattering excitedly about their progress, I feel a weight lift from my shoulders. This is what we've built together, not just a team, but a family, a community. Asher skates over, his face flushed from exertion. Feel better? I nod, reaching out to squeeze his hand. Yeah, I do. Thanks for bringing me here. He winks. Anytime, future Mrs. Coach. Now, how about we go get ready for that rehearsal dinner? As we leave the rink, hand in hand, I feel a renewed sense of excitement for our wedding tomorrow. I smooth down my dress, a sleek emerald number that hugs my curves just right, and take a deep breath. Asher's hand finds the small of my back, steadying me. You ready for this? He murmurs, his breath warm against my ear. I turn to face him, drinking in the sight of him in his tailored suit. As ready as I'll ever be. Let's go knock 'em dead. We step into the restaurant, immediately enveloped by laughter and chatter. The private room is filled with our closest friends and family, all gathered to celebrate us. My nerves settle a bit as familiar faces turn to greet us. Megan, my old friend and the team's physical therapist, is the first to approach. She pulls me into a tight hug. Look at you, girl, glowing like a damn supernova. I laugh, squeezing her back. Thanks, Meg. It's good to see you. I see you went with what makes you happy, she says with a wink before pulling away. As we make our rounds, I can't help but feel overwhelmed by the love in the room. Even my father, usually so stoic, seems to have softened for the occasion. Once everyone's seated and the appetizers are served, Megan stands, tapping her glass for attention. "All right, folks, I've got a few words for our bride-to-be." She turns to me, her eyes twinkling. "Wylie, we may not get to hang out as much as we used to, but watching you grow into the woman you are today has been a privilege. You've always been a force to be reckoned with, but seeing you and Asher together, it's like watching two stars collide, in a good way, not a catastrophic, universe-ending way." The room erupts in laughter, and I feel Asher's arm tighten around my waist. Megan continues, her voice softening. "You two bring out the best in each other as well as the team, and I couldn't be happier for you both. To Wylie and Asher." As the cheers die down, my father clears his throat and stands. The room falls silent, anticipation thick in the air. "I'm not one for flowery speeches," he starts, his voice gruff but warm. "But I want to say this. Wylie, you've always been stubborn as hell, just like your old man. It's what makes you great at what you do." He pauses, his eyes meeting mine. "I've watched you and Asher build something special with this team, and I have no doubt have built the same between the both of you. There's no one I'd trust more with its future. You two are going to do great things together." I feel tears prickling at the corners of my eyes as my father raises his glass. "To my daughter and her soon-to-be husband. May your marriage be as strong as your back check and twice as relentless." As the room erupts in cheers and laughter, I lean into Asher, feeling the last of my doubts melt away.
Chapter 29. Asher. I pace back and forth at the altar with anticipation. I'm filled with a mix of exhilaration and nerves coursing through my veins. Joe stands beside me. His usual gruff demeanor is softened by a rare smile. My soon-to-be father-in-law finally seems to be accepting me, not just as a coach, but as family. The journey to this point hasn't been easy, but damn, it's been worth it. "Nervous, son?" Joe asks, his voice gruff but tinged with amusement. His eyes, usually so stern, now hold a glimmer of warmth. I chuckle, straightening my tie for what feels like the 100th time. "Just excited, sir. I've been waiting for this day since I first laid eyes on Wylie. And God, isn't that the truth? From that first moment at the recruiting event, I knew she was something special." Joe nods, his eyes crinkling at the corners. "You've done good by her and the team. I couldn't ask for a better man for my daughter." His words hit me right in the chest, a validation I didn't even realize I needed. Then with a pat on my shoulder, Joe heads back inside to get ready to escort his daughter down the aisle to me before he marries us. Joe's words settle over me, easing the last of my nerves. I look out at the gathered crowd of friends, family, and teammates, all here to celebrate our love. The bright sunlight streaming through the windows seems to cast a golden glow over everything, as if nature itself is blessing this union. It's perfect. The music slowly starts up, a gentle melody that signals it's time. My heart kicks into overdrive, knowing that in just a few moments I'll see Wylie walking towards me, ready to become my wife. We decided not to have a wedding party, wanting to keep things intimate and focused on us. But now, as the anticipation builds, I wish we had at least a few people to walk down the aisle to give me more time to calm my overstimulated nerves. I've faced down tough opponents, but nothing compares to the intensity of this moment. And then I see her. Wylie appears at the end of the aisle, a vision in white lace that hugs every curve. Her gold and pearl jewelry glimmers in the light, but it's the radiant smile on her face that makes it hard to breathe. As she walks towards me, our eyes lock, and at that moment, I know every struggle, every obstacle we faced was worth it. Hell, I'd do it all over again just to be standing here with her. When she reaches me, I can't help but whisper, You look absolutely stunning. My voice is low, just for her ears. You clean up pretty well yourself, Coach. Her playful tone giving me excited thoughts for the wedding night. Joe clears his throat, bringing us back to the moment. As he begins the ceremony, I find myself lost in Wylie's eyes, reliving our journey. The fights, the makeups, the stolen moments in my office, it all led us here. When it's time for our vows, I take a moment before I pour my heart out to this incredible woman. Wylie, I start, my voice strong and clear, not giving a damn about the crowd watching us. From the moment I met you, I knew you were going to change my life. You challenge me, support me, and make me want to be a better man every single day. You're not just my partner in life, but in every passion and dream. I promise to love you fiercely, support you unconditionally, and to always have your back, both on and off the ice. I'll be there for every victory, every defeat, and everything in between. You're it for me, Wylie. Forever. I see tears glistening in Wylie's eyes as she begins her vows, her voice slightly shaky but full of conviction. Asher, you came into my life like a whirlwind, shaking up everything I thought I knew. You've shown me what true partnership means, in work and in love. I promise to stand by your side through every victory and defeat, to be your biggest cheerleader, and to love you with all that I am. You're my rock, my safe harbor, and my greatest adventure. I can't wait to face whatever life throws at us. Together. As Joe pronounces us husband and wife, I pull Wylie close, sealing our commitment with a kiss that speaks volumes of our love and shared future. When our lips part, the room erupts in cheers and applause. Joe claps me on the back, his grip firm and approving. Congratulations, he says, his rough voice tinged with emotion. Then he turns to Wylie, planting a kiss on her cheek. You look beautiful, sweetheart. Wylie beams, her eyes shining with unshed tears. Thanks, Dad. We make our way down the aisle, hand in hand, and I can't help but steal glances at my wife. My wife. The thought brings me instant happiness. The reception hall is a vision of elegance, matching the ceremony space perfectly. Soft lights twinkle overhead, casting a warm glow over the polished dance floor. The bar is bustling with activity, glasses clinking as toasts are made, and the air is filled with laughter and chatter. I can't help but have a feeling of pride as I look around at all our friends and family gathered here to celebrate our love. It's overwhelming in the best way possible, seeing so many familiar faces beaming at us. We barely had time to visit, let alone eat, when the DJ's voice cuts through the din, announcing it's time for our first dance. I turn to Wylie, offering my hand. She takes it as I lead her to the center of the dance floor. Ready to have your socks knocked off, Mrs. Bronson? I ask, pulling Wylie close. The feel of her body against mine sends a jolt through mine, and I can't resist giving her a little squeeze. She grins up at me. I'm not wearing any. How about panties? She whispers seductively, her breath hot against my ear. I feel myself smirk, and my pants tighten instantly. Damn, this woman knows exactly how to push my buttons. It takes every ounce of self-control I have to force myself to stay with her on the dance floor instead of stealing her away back to our own private room. But I know we have plenty of time for that later. Stepping onto the dance floor, the opening notes of our song fill the air. Wylie's hand fits neatly in mine, her practiced steps matching perfectly with my own. We glide across the floor, lost in our own world. I can't take my eyes off her, drinking in every detail of her beautiful face. The way her curls bounce with each step, the soft curve of her lips as she smiles up at me, it's all being etched into my memory. You know, I murmur, I've been dreaming about this moment since that first day at the recruiting event. Wylie laughs softly. Even when I was being a jerk. Especially then, I tease, dipping her low and relishing the way her body arches against mine. The scent of her perfume intoxicates me, and I have to resist stealing her away from our own reception. As the final notes of our song fade, I raise my voice to address our guests. my hand still firmly on Wylie's waist. All right, everyone. Get out here and join us. This party's just getting started. The dance floor quickly fills up with a sea of familiar faces, and I pull Wylie close, reveling in the feeling of her soft curves pressed against me. We weave through the crowd, accepting congratulations and sharing laughs with friends and family. The energy in the room is electric, and I can't wipe the grin off my face. "Hey, coach!" one of our rowdier players calls out over the music. "How about a toast? Let's hear it from the man of the hour!" I grab 2 champagne flutes from a passing waiter and hand one to Wylie. Raising my glass, my eyes never leaving her stunning green ones, I clear my throat. To my beautiful wife, who challenges me, inspires me, and makes me a better man every damn day. And to all of you crazy bastards who've supported us through thick and thin. Here's to love, unity, and one hell of a hockey season ahead. Cheers erupt around us, glasses clinking. Wylie pulls me in for another kiss, her lips soft and insistent against mine. As we break apart, breathless, I lean in close to whisper in her ear, my voice husky with emotion. I love you, Wylie Bronson. More than you'll ever know. Her green eyes sparkle the way they seem only when she's around me. She replies, her fingers toying with the hair at the nape of my neck. I love you too, Asher Bronson. Now how about we show these amateurs how it's done? Let's go kick some faces on that dance floor. I grin, already pulling her toward the center of the crowd. You're on, Mrs. Bronson. Let's give them a show they won't forget.
Chapter 30. Wylie. I can't stop touching him, my fingers tracing the firm line of his jaw, the soft curve of his lips. It's like I'm trying to memorize every inch of his face, every contour that I've come to adore. His skin is warm beneath my fingertips, and I swear I can feel his pulse racing in time with mine. We're cocooned in the back of the limo, the world outside a blur of congratulatory honks and cheering voices. The champagne has left us lightheaded, but it's the love, our ridiculous, unstoppable love, that has me buzzed. It's intoxicating, this feeling of finally being together without any barriers. I can't help but giggle at the absurdity of it all. The sound of my laughter mingles with the pop music playing softly on the radio, creating a soundtrack to this perfect moment. You're mine now. Officially. Asher murmurs, his voice a low rumble that sends shivers throughout my whole body. I grin, leaning into his touch. I've been yours since that first meeting, Coach. He chuckles, the sound warm and rich, like aged whiskey. And I've been wrapped around your finger from the moment I saw you. The limo pulls up to the suite, a lavish retreat on the outskirts of town, courtesy of my father. It's his way of saying, I approve, without the awkward conversation. Asher helps me out of the car, his hand firm on the small of my back, and we make our way inside, the anticipation building with every step. Go get comfortable, I tell him, pushing him playfully towards the bed. I'll be right back. I slip into the bathroom, my heart pounding so hard I can feel it in my throat. With trembling, excited fingers, I carefully remove my wedding dress, the fabric whispering against my skin like a secret. I take a moment to admire myself in the full-length mirror, drinking in the sight of the white lace lingerie hugging my curves in all the right places. The heels I've chosen elongate my legs, making me feel tall and graceful. I can't help but smile at my reflection, feeling powerful and desirable, like I'm the star of my own romantic movie. I hold my head up high and step out of the bathroom. My eyes immediately spot Asher sitting on the edge of the bed, in nothing but his boxers. God, he's a sight to behold. His muscular frame is on full display, and I can't help but let my gaze wander over every inch of him. When our eyes meet, I see his darken with unmistakable desire. The evidence of his arousal is immediate and impossible to ignore, making me all the more turned on. Feeling a burst of confidence, I do a slow, teasing turn for him. Well, I ask, my voice coming out huskier than I intended. What do you think? Does the bride meet your approval? As he rises from the bed, there's an undeniable grace to his movement, a predator about to claim its prize. He eats up the distance between us with long, purposeful strides, and I can't help but feel like prey under his intense gaze. Before I can even catch my breath, he's on me, sweeping me off my feet in a bridal carry that's both gallant and primal. A laugh escapes me, light and airy, as he lays me down on the soft sheets, the cool fabric a stark contrast to the heat radiating off his body. His lips find that sweet spot where my neck meets my shoulder, his teeth grazing my skin just enough to elicit a sharp gasp from me. "You're stunning," he growls against my flesh, the vibration of his words sending shivers throughout my body. I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at TylaWalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla. As I lie there, enveloped in the afterglow, I can't help but feel the flickers of desire reigniting within me. Every point of contact where his skin meets mine sends shivers of renewed want cascading through my body. And when he begins to sprinkle kisses along my neck, his fingers tracing delicate, promise-filled patterns across my back, I know without a doubt that our night is far from over. His voice, a deep, throaty purr that resonates straight to my core, whispers in my ear, "Ready for round 2, Mrs. Bronson." A giggle escapes me, my lips curving against the solid warmth of his chest. My entire being is already buzzing with the promise of what's to come. "I thought you'd never ask," I whisper, my voice tinged with playful sass, betraying the eagerness I can no longer hide. Chapter 31. Wylie. I wake to the gentle sound of waves lapping at the shore, my body entwined with Asher's. The warm island breeze caresses my skin through the gauzy curtains of our beachfront bungalow. I stretch, savoring the delicious ache in my muscles from yesterday's hike. This honeymoon has made it easy to forget about the real world. "Morning, beautiful?" Asher's voice is husky with sleep. His fingers trace lazy patterns on my bare back. I prop myself up on an elbow, drinking in the sight of him. "Morning, handsome, ready for another day in paradise?" He grins, pulling me closer. "With you? Always." We spend the morning exploring a hidden waterfall, the cool mist a welcome respite from the tropical heat. Asher helps me navigate the slippery rocks, his strong hand steady and sure. I can't help but marvel at how effortlessly he moves, like he was born for this kind of adventure. "Watch your step," he warns, guiding me across a particularly treacherous stretch. His blue eyes are intense with concentration. I'd hate for our honeymoon to end with a trip to the ER, though I guess it'd make for one hell of a story. I roll my eyes, but can't hide my smile. "What would I do without you?" I tease, secretly grateful for his attentiveness. My usual confidence wavers a bit on this unfamiliar terrain. "Probably run the team even better than you already do," he quips, earning him a playful splash. The water droplets catch the sunlight, creating tiny rainbows between us. Later, we lounge on the deck of a chartered boat, the vast expanse of turquoise ocean stretching out before us. I sip a fruity cocktail, relishing the unfamiliar feeling of having absolutely nothing to do. The sun warms my skin, and I can feel the last of my work-related tension melting away. You know, Asher muses, his fingers methodically circling shapes on my thigh. I never thought I'd enjoy doing nothing this much. Usually I'm itching to get back to the rink by now, but this is perfect. I laugh, the sound carried away by the sea breeze. Who are you and what have you done with my workaholic husband? I ask, poking his chest playfully. Should I be worried? He pulls me onto his lap in one smooth motion, nuzzling my neck. His stubble tickles my skin, and I can't help but love the roughness. I think you've corrupted me, he says huskily. I might never want to leave this island. His lips find mine, tasting of salt and rum and endless possibilities. As the sun begins to set, painting the sky in brilliant hues of orange and pink, we find ourselves deep in conversation about our future. Dreams of championship wins mingle with hopes for a family of our own someday. The warm Caribbean breeze caresses our skin, and I can't help but feel like we're in our own little bubble of happiness. You'd make an amazing mom, Asher says softly, his eyes full of love and promise. His hand continues to draw, causing a path of goosebumps, even in the warm air. I lean in, kissing him tenderly, savoring the taste of rum and salt on his lips. And you'll be the best dad. But for now, let's focus on getting through our first season as a married couple, shall we? I can't help but smile at the thought of facing all the challenges ahead with him by my side. He laughs, the sound rich and deep, pulling me even closer until I'm practically melded against his chest. Deal. But I reserve the right to practice making babies as often as possible. His voice drops to a husky whisper, and I feel heat pool in my belly. I grin wickedly, running my fingers through his hair. I think that can be arranged. I shift in his lap, pressing my hips against his. In fact, why don't we start right now? When the boat eventually pulled back into shore, we parted only to make dinner. These long days make for late meals. Later that evening, I make my way to our private beach while Asher finishes cleaning up from dinner. I step onto the sand, still warm from the day's sun, my toes sinking into its soft embrace. The sound of waves lapping at the shore fills my ears, a soothing rhythm that's become the soundtrack to our honeymoon. As I make my way towards the water's edge, I can't help but smile, reflecting on the past few days. Our island getaway has been nothing short of magical. From the moment we arrived, Asher and I have been lost in our own little world. We hiked through lush forests, cooled off under cascading waterfalls, and explored hidden coves on a chartered boat. Each adventure has brought us closer, strengthening the bond we share. I pause at the water's edge, letting the cool waves wash over my feet. The sun has dipped down behind the horizon, painting the sky in a purple darkness littered with stars. It's a breathtaking sight, one that I've come to cherish during our stay. Behind me, I hear the faint clink of dishes as Asher cleans up after our dinner. He'd insisted on taking care of it, shooing me out of our beachfront hut with a playful swat to my backside. He had playfully called me Mrs. Bronson when I headed out, and hearing it and feeling it spread a whole new warmth through me. The thought of my new last name still excites me. Mrs. Bronson. It feels right, like it was always meant to be mine. Watching the moon's slow ascent, my mind wanders to the conversations we've had over the past few days. Late-night whispers about our hopes and dreams, animated discussions about the future of the team, quiet moments where we simply basked in each other's presence. A profound sense of peace washes over me, seeping into my bones. The rhythmic sound of waves crashing against the shore creates a soothing backdrop to my thoughts, a natural lullaby that calms my racing mind. The salty sea breeze caresses my skin, carrying with it the promise of new beginnings. I hear Asher's footsteps approaching. A smile tugs at my lips, unbidden but welcome. He settles beside me, his strong arm wrapping around my waist, pulling me close. His touch, as always, ignites a path of flames through my body. "Penny for your thoughts?" he asks. I lean into him, savoring his warmth and the solid presence of his body against mine. "Just thinking about how far we've come," I murmur, my voice barely audible above the crashing waves. "Remember that first day at the recruiting event? It feels like a lifetime ago." Asher chuckles, the sound rumbling through his chest. "How could I forget? You knocked me off my feet with that sharp wit of yours. I knew right then you were something special." "And you charmed your way right into my heart," I reply, tilting my head to look at him. His handsome face is illuminated by the moonlight, making him look almost ethereal. "Even if I didn't want to admit it at the time, you were infuriatingly irresistible." His blue eyes lean into me, filled with love. "Admit it. You were smitten from the start. I had you wrapped around my finger the moment we met." I playfully swat his chest, rolling my eyes at his cocky grin. "Don't push your luck, hotshot. I seem to remember giving you quite the run for your money." We fall into a comfortable silence as we let the soft waves be our music. My mind wanders through the highlights of our journey, the late-night strategy sessions, the thrill of our first big win, and the challenges we faced together. "You know," I say softly, "there were times I thought we'd never make it here, especially when Dad was breathing down our necks about the rumors." Asher's arm tightens around me. "We sure as hell proved them wrong, didn't we?" I nod, feeling a swell of pride. "We make a damn good team." "Speaking of teams," Asher says, his tone shifting to something more serious, "I've been thinking about our plans for next season." I turn to face him fully, intrigued. "Oh, do tell, Coach Bronson." He grins at the use of his title. "Well, I was thinking we could implement that mentorship program we talked about. Really focus on developing our younger players. I know we talked about it already, but I have had some major ideas come to me while we are here." "I love that idea," I say, my mind already racing with possibilities. "We could tie it into some community outreach programs too. Show the town we're invested in more than just winning games." Asher nods enthusiastically, his eyes lighting up with that contagious passion I've come to adore. "Exactly. And speaking of winning," he pauses, "I think we've got a real shot at the championship this year. Hell, I bet my last dollar on it." Possibility and excitement courses through my body at his words. "You really think so?" I ask, unable to keep the hope from creeping into my voice. Part of me wants to temper my expectations, but Asher's confidence is infectious. "With you by my side?" He leans in, his strong presence enveloping me as his lips brush against my ear. His breath makes me shiver, even in this humidity. "We're unstoppable, baby. You and me, we're gonna set the town on fire." His words, uttered with such fervor and certainty, send a jolt through me, making my legs feel like they can't hold me if I stand. Asher gazes at me as if I hold the power to make his every wish come true, and I'm overwhelmed with the need to lay him down onto the sand beneath us and straddle him right then and there. "How about we begin by igniting our own bedroom first?"